To the,
Hi, everyone. Welcome.
to the,
401.
It's been a while. Just wanted to say hello. Thanks so much for watching. We have a really special show prepared for everyone tonight. We have some really special guests that'll be joining us. Uh, and Welcome. It's been a while. Hey, Bruce. Uh, Hopefully, we've got some people coming in that are
Whoa.
from the waiting room. Um, You guys want to make sure that y'all who are coming in know that you're probably muted. So I just want to make sure that you unmute as you come in. And
Women and children first.
Just want to make sure that you start your video and start uh, your audio when you get in here. Um, I think we've got everybody. Hey, Josh. I think Steve's on the way somewhere.
oh, Josh,
Yeah,
waiting for Steve Hall.
I think he's coming. I see him in there. I tried to get everybody in the waiting room. Like the waiting room filled up as we were like going live. So,
Beep, beep, beep.
so if you're stuck in the waiting room, just bear with me. But anyway, so glad to see everybody. Welcome to those of you who are live. Welcome to those of you who are live joining the show. Hey Josh. Hey Bruce. Steve, I think is still in limbo there joining us. Steve Paul. Um, I think he's probably surprised to see Bruce. I didn't tell him that Bruce was joining us.
Oh,
Um, I like to keep these little surprises. Sometimes I surprise Dan, but you know,
Yeah, and you never tell me who's gonna. So then I'm like,
I know
and you
the
forget,
shock.
I'm from Chicago, so I'll probably swear when I get surprised. So,
hey,
No,
forget about it.
I don't forget. You know. Um. Anyway, so anyway, so I sent out a bunch of invitations. So Dan and everyone else will be surprised. If, just various and sundry people pop in uh, throughout the throughout the show. I did this for a
like
number of
Mr.
reasons.
Rogers, it's like, who's at the door?
Yeah, I
Did
know
do special delivery?
it's fun. So you just never know who's going to show up tonight. I did this partly because I don't know how long my voice is going to hold out, and partly because I wanted to start off the new year, um, with some familiar faces and just kind of celebrate the new year. I know it's kind of almost the middle of the month already, but I don't know where's this month going. Uh,
Don't
it's
remind me.
January 12th already. Um, and you know what's funny? We have not been back to school yet. I'm really okay with that. There's Steve.
That's good.
Oh,
There he is.
yay!
Hey,
Look, look, who's here, Bruce? Yay!
Ooh, he's
Um,
drinking Topo Chico. No, no, he's not.
so I just want to welcome everybody. I want to say hello to James McCarthy who's watching. James has been so sweet to check in on me. I have been not well for a while. Um, I'm not going to go into all the details, but just I'm so happy to be back talking to my Titanic friends. I wasn't able to speak for a while, which my family was not really concerned about. They hear me way too much
Ah,
anyway. But I've missed talking to all of you. So thank you for those of you who checked on me. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope we can do this more often. So everybody tell me, what have y'all been up to? Just and I hope we can do this more often. So somebody
ooh.
turn me off. Need to hear me twice. So somebody just jump in there. Tell us what you've been doing.
Work, not enough Titanic. Although I did order a ton of stuff off of the internet with gift cards. I went kind of kooky. I didn't bring all of it today because then I'd be jib jabbing for the whole episode. But so I'll be peppering in my new items and acquisitions.
Every time I turned around, like I would get a message from Dan. Hey Joe, look what I got with my gift card. Hey, look what I
Joe,
got.
look at this. Joe, check. Look.
I know it's been amusing. So usually I'm the one that's like, hey Dan, look. But I'm so glad Dan was able to make some Titanic purchases. How about you guys?
Well, not technically Titanic, a
Well,
majority
ship
of them
related.
this time.
So that's pretty. So how about you guys? Titanic stuff, holiday stuff.
no,
plodding away at some of the newspaper archives, transcribing accounts for my files and all that stuff. But not too much, just keep reading and researching.
Josh keeps me busy with Titanic tales. He's like, hey, look what I found. Look at this article. It's so cool. I love it. I absolutely love it. It keeps me very well entertained and well informed. I love it. Steve, what have you been up to? Staying out of trouble?
I don't. Is the audio working?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. What is it? I can't see properly. It's yeah, yeah, yeah. What did I do over Christmas? Yeah, well, my daughter came down with a partner, which was really good. She couldn't stay because his parents were coming over from New Zealand, so we had him here just for a couple of days, and just for Christmas it was me and Christine and Luke. So, we had a good Christmas, and I think just over the last couple of weeks, I was just Jack the Ripper got me interested, and yeah, I was. I think sometimes that Titanic is muddled and confused. I mean, when you look at the boards for Jack the Ripper, it's a lot of similarities, with Titanic and all these ideas and that, and I've been speaking to a few experts in the field, and and I said to them, I said, well, I said, oh, just a part-time sleuth, that's all. So I had a really good look at it and tides and things, but I mean, who knows who done it? But apart from that, Christmas, what did I get for Christmas? Well, I got that book that you got, remember, Joe?
Oh, the dinosaur one?
Yeah, Karina got that. Yeah, Karina got that for me. And she ordered me a Titanic in a bottle. And when it turned up, it was broken. So, and then just a few things. The other thing that I got, which me and Christine are doing at the moment, was got the DVD box set of Kojak.
Oh my.
Cool.
Oh, Jesus
So,
Christ.
so I was being born last century. I remember when it was on, but the first episodes apparently was 73. So Chris and I have been watching an episode each night, and I really like Telly Savalas. And I liked the show when he visited the Titanic and brought up the pieces up or whatever
Oh, yeah.
he was doing, you know. But it's there was a couple of books and bits and pieces and that. I got some chocolates with whiskey in it, which is really good. But the most important thing that over the last 5 months, and as I said to Joe before there, I had problems with one of my teeth at the back, which was at the back there, and the dentist couldn't pull it out because it impacted the sinuses and it was medicated. Finally got it in, pulled it out, and it's just healing up there now. So my sinus is a lot better, and I can talk a lot better now. But the dentist said that this one of my front teeth is no good, has to come out. So I get a tooth implant. So now, instead of talking, like I've got sinus now, I talk with a little bit of a whistle because one of my front teeth is missing. But apart from that, it's everything's going really good here. It's just been really hot, and just watching the fires over in Los Angeles or something, which is really unusual, isn't it? Because it's wintertime over there. So, but no, I'm going really well, and I haven't been doing anything with Titanic. Just looking at a few podcasts and bits and pieces, the usual suspects. I sort of, hear of a nighttime sometimes with me old dog there, and and just listening to things. I can't remember what I listened to last, but it just cycles around. But I just like listening to other people's opinions. That's all. Sort of, my opinions are just my opinions. Sometimes they're not great opinions, but but I think what is what you got to look at is that when did you get involved in it and how long have you been involved with Titanic? So, I don't know how long it is, 30. I see you up there, Bruce. So, it's just been enjoyable. I think that the Titanic exhibition in Brisbane is still going. It was extended. And as far as I understand it, it's coming down to Sydney, but I don't know where it is. And I said to Daniel Clistorna that when it comes to Sydney, I'll go down and we can catch up because I haven't seen Daniel in, I don't know. The last time I saw Daniel was 10 years ago. So I don't think he's changed. He looks the same in the photos, but he said to me the other day, I said, DK, I said, how you going and whatever. And I said, I hadn't seen you for a while and whatever. And he said, you know something, Steve? He said, I'm now the same age that you were when we started talking. And he said, the same situation, married, children, same age and everything. And I thought, well, there you go. See how things turn around. But I'm going all well. It's good to see everyone up here. It's, I don't know what time it is here. It's 20 past 2. So that's, how's that? That's rather right at 20 past 2, isn't it? So, hey, Bruce.
Good to see you, man. You're looking good. If you're whistling out of your front teeth, you'll sound like Lightoller in that one interview that he did back in the 30s.
Yeah,
you could tell he had false teeth. He goes, "That like when I spoke to Medic." And then said that you could hear him whistling through his teeth when he's talking. And it's so interesting to hear that. He had to have been reading the script though, because it sounded like he was reading it. But anyways, for Christmas, I've been very busy. I have a new job, so I travel, and I'm away for 10 days. I'm home for 4, and I got to say that this job is probably 5 years too late. I should have done this 5 years ago because my body can't really handle it. I'm having a lot of issues, just with my arthritis and stuff like that. It's amazing what books would do. When you write enough books, your fingers go. I got carpal tunnel compiled, let me tell you. And so anyways, I've been doing that. And when it comes to Titanic, every once in a while I'll get a Facebook thing that it's incredible how far people have gotten with this whole study. And now I'm seeing models now being made with the Olympic and their troop ship colors. Is this true? And all this stuff. And I think back, but you know what? I know the man that found the correct colors for those that dazzle paint. He's a friend of ours, Ralph Carell, I believe it was. He was the one that finally found those in the archives, and I have a copy of the original photographs that he took of those. And now look at it. Now they're doing models, And I was just looking in the background over there by Dan. Is it a mini craft model back there?
I think 1/350. I think.
Oh, it's not. Then it's a Revell. Okay, forget it. Whatever happened to mini craft? Are they still selling models?
No, that is a mini craft. Wait, what is it?
Oh, there is 1/350th.
Yeah, mini craft 1/350th.
Well, I haven't seen those in the stores in forever. Are they still selling the models? I used to, but the owner of the company died years ago, and ever since then I lost contact with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and my uncle were. He got it. He special ordered it for me, and then we were gonna put it together as a bonding project, but we both got pissed off that it was so tiny and all the pieces, and he was like, just put it in the background when you do your talk show. And then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that works. So there's a like half complete model inside the box.
I'm curious because Art Braunschweiger and I redid the instruction book of that when they came out with the special brass set edition of that with the brass photo etch. We put a lot of work into the instruction book. I started it and Art finished it because it was so much work. We did it for nothing. I think we got a couple of free models out of it, but the whole photo etch thing. And I remember his name was David Huff, I believe, was working with what was his name? What's the guy from one of the photo etch one of those, not Tom, but the other one. So to get that photo etch made for that, but that was a whole new thing. I wonder. I don't see them anymore. I used to see them over at Hobby Lobby, but they don't carry it anymore.
Yeah, the ones that the last time I was at Hobby Lobby, they had this real small ones. I don't know I didn't see what scale it was, but their box was tiny, a fraction of that size.
Anything to make the money off of it. But I want to get one of these troop ship Olympics. If they're making a model of that, I want one. And anybody wants to donate to the cause, I'll give you my personal information when the show's over. But anyways, not that I have time to build it, but I would like to have the box from the collection anyways. Because I've always liked the Olympic and the troop ship thing. That was always something that I loved that about her and the whole story of sinking the U-boat. That's just a wonderful story. So
When I was at a THS convention in 2013, one of the guys told me that back in the 70s, they were trying to get one of the major model companies, I want to say it was Revell, to actually do a Titanic model. And they were told, disasters don't sell, shipwrecks don't sell. And Titanic ended up being one of their top sellers. And they finally did it.
Well, the
Hey.
first model, the 350th model, the first one that came out was the one the owners before Academy. I can't think of the name of the company, but Ken Marshall worked with them to make that model, and that was the first Titanic model that was ever produced. I don't know if you're referring to that or what. Revell came out later, I think.
Entex.
Entex, exactly.
Yeah, it
That
was
was it.
Intex. Yeah, Intex.
Yeah. Hey, Dan. My
Hey.
God, man, where the hell you
And-
been?
Here, there, and everywhere, but not here.
Oh my God, man. Oh, it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while. But
Yeah.
yeah, Lauren Perry of Gold Medal Models was the person you were thinking
Yeah.
about there a little bit ago.
Hey, I had a bunch of brass here from him because we were working on the Davids when he was first putting that together. And I think I sold all that stuff on that Titanic model on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Because I still have some more brass around here somewhere. But he gave me all these samples. He would send me samples and say, "Hey, how do you like this?" Him and Tom. And I think Tom passed away, I believe, from Tom's Model Works.
Oh, okay.
I think he did.
Yeah, but he sent me all, and it was cool because these were like one-offs, and I put them up for sale as a lot, and somebody bought them. But there's so much brass out there now. I don't think anybody really can. There was Tom Nicolai had some brass out there too,
Yeah.
and I wonder whatever happened to him. He was a good guy.
Yeah.
Those are
Geez, there's
names
a
I
lot
haven't
of
heard in years.
Old names there. Yeah, some old names there, Bruce.
Hmm.
But David Cotgrave's still getting around.
Oh, he
And
is.
yeah, he had the rivet counter page, I think it was. And he's living over in Perth. I speak to him every now and then. He's going really well. I meant to, so I'll send him a message if that exhibition's in Sydney, see if he can fly over. I mean, the last time I saw him was I don't know, 12 years ago. I think we went to a Titanic musical or something, I think.
Mhm.
And that's so long ago. That was an interesting Titanic musical, It makes you wonder how they can make a play or something about Titanic, but
Huh.
it was really well. So,
There's a lot of exhibits that are going on. Every once in a while I get a phone call from a friend of mine. They'll say, "Hey, I met this exhibit somewhere." I'll say, "Yeah, okay. Yeah, I met the exhibit. Okay,
Hmm.
cool. Take the
There's
measurements of
one
the
in
windows for you. I don't know."
Skokie that just ended.
But was it RMSTI exhibit? I know there's private collection exhibits going. I know that David and John have theirs they have a couple of things going, a couple of exhibits from Titanic. What is it? What's the name of the company again?
White
But
Star Memories.
My Star Memories have got a couple of exhibits going on. And is it RMSTI that's putting on exhibits? And I also
Has
hear
it
there's some
been?
other private
Yeah.
collections being shown. Huh?
I was just going to talk about that. Let's look at
Oh.
our current events. We do
Ooh.
have like a little format that we do on the 401. And I was just going to talk about some current events that are going on with all of those entities that you just spoke of. Well, I don't know about White Star Memories, but anyway. So funny that you mentioned RMST. They currently have exhibits in Boston, Switzerland, Poland, and Germany. The one in Boston, I know someone that's working there, and it's just kind of phenomenal. So I showed a little video the last show that we did. I won't bore everybody with that again, but that exhibit seems to be doing very well in Boston. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, but it seems to be just doing phenomenal. And I hear that they're going to be going to the Middle East. Very interesting enough. I saw this on a link through LinkedIn, I guess. So they're collaborating with like the EM Group, which is the parent company of RMS Titanic Inc., is collaborating with some people in the Middle East to take some long-term exhibits over there to the Middle East, which interestingly enough, Josh and I have been talking about somewhat Middle East connections to passengers, right, Josh?
Hmm. There were a number of
Um,
people, especially from Lebanon, in third class on Titanic. A lot of people from Lebanon, more than you would think, because I mean, some were represented in Cameron's film, but it wasn't as many as were actually on board.
Were they
so I
Christians?
Yes, a lot of them were Christians
Yeah,
fleeing
I
persecution
figured.
from the Ottomans.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought that was interesting. They kind of tied it to the Turkish baths here, even in this article. You see Thomasina Ray over there. And I found it very interesting. I picked this article out to share tonight. That the artifacts are supposed to be going over there to the Middle East. And it's interesting. So that's coming. Um, And then Steve Santini has some upcoming events with his Titanic Concepts Inc. And he has a phenomenal website. You guys should check it out. But he has a dinner coming up on Friday, January the 31st, and Saturday, February the 1st. I really wish I lived closer by because I would give anything to go to a Steve Santini event, you guys, honestly. Um, but so yeah, his Concept Inc. is putting this on. Tickets are available for $80. Um, and I would just give anything to do this, honestly.
Uh,
He
Um,
also also has a number of artifacts right now. I think that's the Brisbane exhibit,
mhm,
um, including a Titanic deck chair.
yes.
Wait a
So
minute. Is that him there in the middle with the bald head?
yeah, I
What?
pulled it off the website. I hope you don't
But
mind,
that's
Steve.
that. Wait a minute. That odd chair is that one of this? Isn't that chair? That's at the Titanic Museum. That's owned by the Historical Society, isn't it? That's that one odd Titanic chair that we can't really
I don't
figure
know.
out
The
where it
one
came from.
the one to the left is Carpathia.
I
Is
would
that
be
what that
safe
is?
to assume that he would be taking pictures with his chairs. I mean, I could be wrong, and I'm sure he'll correct me if I am.
He,
But
yeah, he's collected a number of deck chairs from different shipwrecks. He's
yes,
got
he has some
Empresses
stuff.
yeah, Empress of Ireland, Eastland,
Hmm.
Lusitania.
Eastland. Where'd you get that at?
I have no clue.
You have to
I
ask
wouldn't
him,
mind getting an Eastland artifact in my collection. My
right?
grandfather was
that
real
would be
close to going
cool.
on that.
Hey, you can get. I have some Eastland postcards of bodies. It's.
I got all that stuff though. I got all that. I got the full range
Do
of
you have the
those in my
bodies?
collection. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Eventually,
then
we did get
that's
stuff from the Sultana. It almost
what I
didn't
meant.
than that.
Oh, I have that book. That's a good one. I have that.
yeah.
I
That
usually put them on display with my postcards.
What is
Okay,
that book?
Ashes. What is
Ashes
it? Ashes
Underwater.
Underwater. It's about
Oh
the
yeah,
East.
I got to get that one. There must be a new one.
I don't. I don't know how new it is. Look at the jacket. But anyway, I want to mention this one too. This is another Santini event. Titanic Concepts Inc. For Saturday, April the 12th, 2025. Mefford and St. Vincent Community Center at 5:30 p.m. This includes actual artifacts, 7-course dinner, catered by Christina Sheardown, entertainment provided by David Archibald. Again, I would give anything to go to a Steve Santini event.
Let's
Tickets are
go. What's holding us back? Let's go.
$100. I know, right? Let's just go. Let's go to Canada, Dan. Um, but anyway, so this looks fascinating. These are two fantastic events sponsored by Titanic Concepts Inc. It looks like, and also I made this too small to read. Marathon History or Marathon of History. Um, but anyways, so you can check these out. I'm sure there's information on the website. There also, I think, some information, on Facebook as well. But check out the website too, even if you're not planning on going to these events. Titanic Concepts Inc. Website is just really fascinating. Lots of information there about Titanic. Um, a whole treasure trove of just information and artifacts and just all kinds of interesting stuff. I looked at it before we went live. It's just really neat. Um, so those are some current and upcoming events. Here's some more upcoming events as well. We've got 2025 convention in Liverpool. I think we should go to
Damn.
that. Total field trip, all of us, everybody who's on with us live, we should just go.
Let's go.
Um, at the Adelphi Hotel in Liverpool, April 11th through the 13th. Then there's also, this is conflicting with that one. This looks like a great event as well.
Would like to go to that, but I don't know if I can pull it off. I'd like to go to that.
Polly Carr is hosting this event. This is in Long Beach, California, April 12th through the 14th. This has got some really great presenters or speakers. You've got Nelson Aspen, Ellen Maurer, Moore O'Brien, Judy Preston, and C. Brad Payne, Kelly Squarcan, Paul Kunigila, and more. Polly's been on the show. Actually invited him. Hopefully he can join us later. Oh, hold on. And so this looks like a great event as well. We'll get to this later. But anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way since we were talking about stuff that was coming up.
Wow.
So there you go. Lots of stuff coming up. It looks like some really great events by some really wonderful people that are putting these things together. And I love seeing the Titanic community, being active and to arrange these events. And people working together like that. That's just fantastic. I've been talking too much, y'all. Please talk amongst yourselves.
I was
Well,
gonna
you've
say,
been
do
singing
you
too
want us to
much.
talk for you, because it seems like you're struggling there a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, I jumped in when Bruce and Steve were talking about what we would refer to as the good old days, and some of the work we did on some of the model stuff. We I want to say it was probably like 1998 or 99 that the Minicraft Academy models had been put out in the 70s, and we were doing a lot of research. We were making discoveries. The Cameron movie really helped kind of jumpstart some of that uncovering of plans and photos and whatnot. And so a group of us decided to figure out, maybe we can petition the model making companies to kind of improve their model a bit, because it was based on stuff that they knew back in the 1970s, and it wasn't bad, but there was obviously room for improvement. So we all kind of put our heads together and cobbled together a list of things that we thought that they could feasibly do, because we know that the molds were made out of metal and they couldn't do stuff easily. And so surprisingly, they did a lot of things. And that's when the new model came out in 2000, had Ken Marshall's art on the box. And you'll see some of the names. Bruce's name in particular is in there as well. I sent all my stuff in under a father-son duo that worked out of Canada. His name was Mike Pell. He's retired
Oh
now.
my. Oh my.
Mike Bell.
Oh my. It's been a long time since I heard that name.
Oh, dear.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
He
What was,
hikes
what was
he
the
hikes a
brief
lot,
there?
and he's doing a lot of very interesting ancient research now, like the pyramid days and that sort of thing now. So that's his new hobby. But
Wow. What was the other one's name? Was Mike, and what was it? Was it a son or?
his son Steve,
Yeah.
Steve, he pretty much helped out and then went on to bigger and better things. I don't know anything about him anymore, but
Yeah, it's been a long
yeah, it
time.
was I just found my booklet here not too long ago that had everybody's name in there, but I didn't do it for credit or anything. I just, I sent all my stuff under Mike and Steve's names and say, here, have fun.
Well, I remember the original owner of Minicraft. His name was Al, and I forgot his
Trendle.
last name.
Al
Is that
Trendle.
it? Al Trendle. And he had at the toy show in Chicago over at the Rosemont, he had Mark Dara and I go there as representatives to try to, because to try to rejuvenate this model. And I remember he said that, and he sold it shortly thereafter to that that man died. I can't think, what was his name again? but he
Yeah.
sold Minicraft, and it was $1 million to do those molds, the injection. He said, we can't do anything with the hull. We can't do any of the stuff you guys want. They can do, they did some minor things and they added stuff, but then we did the photo etch, maybe a better decals. I forget what else it was, but they couldn't change the injection molding. Then of course, when there's other companies come through afterwards, like the Chinese companies, they put in all of our corrections into their models. You know
Yeah.
how that worked.
Yep. But yeah,
That was a lot of fun.
Fun little
So-
side project.
So did Ken give permission for his image to be used on the box? I'm just curious.
They paid him for it.
Yeah.
They did, okay. I just,
Yeah.
'cause he's so,
And
Right.
I think then they went back to some generic artist stuff for subsequent boxes. I think it was just that Centennial edition or whatever it was that
Yeah.
that came out for 1 year. Those boxes are actually pretty hard to find now.
Oh yeah, I wish I had one. We put a lot of work into the instruction book, though. Art Braunschweiger put a lot of work into it.
Yeah. I've
And
got
so
two.
So that was
Go
the
ahead.
2012. I mean, so what
No,
year
that
is
was
the box?
that was 2000, and then for the I might have misspoke. Back by the time the 2012 Centennial edition came out, they went back to some form of generic artwork.
All right. So we want to welcome David Gallo to the show and also Bob Custer. Welcome, guys.
Where's Bob? I don't see him.
He's in here somewhere. Bob's down there. And I want to
Yeah, hit the
also,
arrow over.
Oh, there we go.
I also want to wish Bob a very happy birthday. Today is Bob Custer's birthday.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Birthday, Bob.
Like everybody
Happy
else,
birthday,
he's
Bob.
younger than I am. So whatever. Except for Dave. Dave's
I'm
older.
sorry, Joanna, you broke up. Did you say you were going to lead us in song?
No.
For those in peril.
Oh,
No, I said it like everybody else who's younger than me, except for Dave. Maybe Steve. But anyway,
No, I'm the oldest one here, Joe. You know that.
huh.
anyway. So Dave, what have you been up to?
Me?
Yes, you. Have you been
Just
up-
trying to organize my life like I do every year about this time, saying I gotta get organized. So this is probably about the second decade I've organized my pens.
I did that earlier today,
I
actually.
just learned that it's a waste of time and not bother with it. So no, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do next. I've got this bug in my ear that there should be one more Titanic expedition. Right, for me, there'll be lots more, and I don't want that to be the case. I'm looking forward to seeing the process data from this past summer. I haven't seen much of it. I've seen little dribs and drabs, but I'm just looking now at some of the navigation, and I see some spots I wish we had gone to. But the hulls I've certainly done over and over and over again, both in photo mosaic, photogrammetry, and also in LiDAR. So there shouldn't be any trouble doing making 3D models out of those anymore, accurate as far as we can get accurate. And then we went to some places in the debris field that haven't been visited before. So a combination of things, trying to wrap up last year, figure what I'm doing this year. What kind of trouble I can get myself into.
Find anything good in the debris field? Did they find anything good in the search for free field?
We never had a chance to see big chunks all at once because, the cameras we saw pretty neat stuff, but what was it? Don't know exactly yet. With the LiDAR, which really interests me, it was always very small areas at any given time. And the beauty of that was once, initially I was called down to the lab, you got to see this. And I said, all right, yeah. Went down there. And there was a pebble on the screen. And I thought, well, that's pretty good. I mean, I could see every little detail of this tiny little pebble. And they said, yeah, but now watch this. And they backed up and it was like a whole football field size area. And anywhere in that area, you can go down to the pebble scale.
Oh,
Wow.
So no, I don't think there are any big surprises. A lot of new things, but I don't think there are any. We found that statue, which had been refound it. I'll put it that way.
What statue?
Diana.
Diana, yeah.
Yeah, that one we had fun looking at that one night that you and
Oh, well, you
Steve.
did find it. Yeah, right.
No, I must admit, I was impressed with young Mr. Penka because we had been in that area and not seen it, which I find hard to believe, but it's the truth. And I know that was one of the things, one of the goals was to find that. And certainly, if we were going to do the entire debris field the way we said we would, with the resolution we said we had, we should see it. And but somehow it's escaped. And I don't know. I mean, maybe there we just didn't recognize it when we went over the top. And he sat together a couple of days with some of the LiDAR people and some of the navigation people and put their finger on the map. This is right down to the last few hours, literally, of the expedition. And I talked to Troy, and we said, all right, here's your chance. And off the ship went. And by God, they found the statue was right where they thought it was going to be. I've never seen that, never seen that happen at sea. That went to the spot, and there it was, right there. So that was kind of cool to actually see that in practice. And I told him, this doesn't happen, so don't get used to it, mister. It just doesn't ever happen. But a very bizarre expedition for me because I wanted it to be my last. And I don't know what it was about it that wasn't. I've got to figure out what's going on in my head that just didn't do it for me.
Maybe you got to go inside next.
That was the plan. So the plan was 2010, make the first real map of the whole wreck site with the AUVs, and then do some ROV work. Then we're supposed to come back in a few years, and we didn't because of our RMS didn't because of the COVID and other reasons, financial reasons, getting funding. The second expedition was to do more work cataloging artifacts in the debris field. Once we defined the whole area, then to get in there and start cataloging things. And so that didn't happen. That was turned out to be this one. But the next step was supposed to be then and so we did two things this time. We cataloged everything that's in the process now. It's in the hands of Thomasina. So to catalog what we found. But the second thing we did was to spend time on the hull looking for any not egress points, we're still looking for the ways in to the ship besides the well-known ones. And we did do that, but we didn't need to do it on the stern. But the hull, we really covered it very carefully, looking at various spaces. And I haven't seen those. Yeah, I hate this business of not being able to see the images right away. It just makes me crazy. But if you could have another team at sea, they'd be what they're doing is making sure the navigation works, because you're only doing these lines and going incredibly slowly across the bottom. And so navigation becomes important. And if you want to mosaic things, it's got to all fit together. So they spend a lot of time more time doing that than actually looking. So, like I said, we haven't had our first meeting yet to look at what we've covered and what we found. Yeah, but not in my hands. And in a way, I'm glad it's not in my hands, but in a way,
Did you figure out what the mystery box was yet?
No.
It still hasn't rotted apart yet, huh?
I don't know. That's more. Yeah, Rory was chatting about that for a bit, and yeah, I don't know, because I'm as I always say, I'm not a Titanic. I'm not a historian. I'm not a Titanic enthusiast. Like, it kind of fell in my lap. I went to work with Ballard right after he found Titanic. He said, I'm going to be doing this Titanic thing and you do this other stuff. And I said, fine. So I kept it out of my sight for ages and ages and ages until Billy Lang kept showing me more and more stuff. And that kind of drew me into the trap. So a lot of these things I've grown up with, but I've managed to keep Titanic out of my mind. My book, by the way, Bruce, Steve, all you guys owe me another bookshelf because my bookshelves are collapsing. It's funny.
Put it on the bottom shelf.
I was thinking of today, my shelves are all they're solder bookshelves. It's what I get for buying cheap things. But then again, I bought something with the solder name on it, so that's why they're falling apart.
Oh
yeah.
My big books are on the bottom shelf because
I should have learned that.
I started off with them on like the second shelf up, and then they started bowing, and I was like,
Yeah.
Mine are up on a big shelf. They're up in the air.
I will
They're-
say it's better than IKEA. Their bookshelves are not great for those heavy books.
Good. No, good. At least you get an Allen key.
Speaking of
Zed
Bill,
might be hanging himself
I haven't talked to him in a
That is-
while. I missed before the expedition, the guy would keep me riveted to even though I'm not an enthusiast, or I'd be riveted to the screen for hours on end, hearing what he had to say about this, that, and the other thing. It was just an amazing education for me. Not that, like I said, not that any of it stuck. I just let it become the story that it was, and not worried about too much of the details. But
um,
you know
All
what? There's a big expedition planned for 2026.
Ooh.
Actually, 2025 was thrown out there too. And this is the guy, I forget his name, some billionaire, literally from Chicago area.
lost Bob.
What's that?
I think we lost Bob. If we'll come back.
I'd give him a call. What's his name?
Yeah, so it was a rich guy from Chicago, and he's using a sub being built by Triton. With
crap.
Jim Cameron and Ray Dalio are on the boards of the company of the sub.
All right.
So they're
No,
both
I want to be
involved.
there.
I should
Oh,
take
yeah.
a bus over there. I could do that.
What's that?
Knock on the door, say, hey.
Yep.
Good luck.
Dave, you look cold.
I am. And there's a reason for that. I've had trying to stay awake. My our spare bedrooms over there, and all the in-laws are gone, so I'm fumigating. I don't mean that literally.
No.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty chilly up there. Hey, so we've got coy wolves running around. They're like super coyotes that bred with wolves, and all sorts of warnings going up saying don't even go with your dogs out into the backyard to go pee without a leash. Go out there with them. So it's been the whole neck of the woods has been a little nervous about these things, the coy wolves that are out lurking in the bushes.
You're from up north somewhere. Where you from? Michigan?
Cape Cod.
I can talk from the accent. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm from Central New York, but been here for 30 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you at, Dave?
Either
I'm
way.
in Falmouth, right next to Woods Hole. I'm in the
Oh, that's right. You're
2 miles from Woods Hole, but I grew up between Syracuse and Rochester.
Huh.
Yeah.
Up north.
Love it when we have all the different accents on the show. That usually makes me very, very happy. It doesn't happen often, but
I was just telling you, I was like, Steve, and we thought you had strange animals there in Australia. Dave's got these like hybrid wolf coyote thing. What did you say? Wolf coyote? What? Just no, thank you. Although I did have a bear like in my backyard a few years ago. Luckily, I moved.
No. Well, you can come down here.
That was just me.
Kangaroos, if you want some kangaroos, I suppose.
And you
You
guys
want-
have like these giant lizards and stuff too, don't you, Steve?
Yeah, I got spiders about that big.
Ugh.
oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Well, no, they're okay. The only problem is they jump. And the good thing is they jump backwards,
Oh,
unlike cockroaches, because cockroaches can't walk backwards, but it's just large mosquitoes and everything, There's a lot of things around here probably kill you, but you just where they hide and where they live, and you just sort of walk around them, And so nothing's bit me yet. Only a couple of bees. That's about all. There's flies out at the moment and bits and pieces, and that's
I forget, Steve, are you in Melbourne?
No, I'm in New South Wales,
Oh, okay.
and the most easterly point is Byron Bay. And I'm 8 kilometres south of Byron Bay. So just out the door there is Angels Beach. And I rarely go down there. I said to Christine the other day, is asking how long, how long we've been here. I think this year's 30 years. And I think
My
I've
goodness.
I've walked up to the beach about 10 times in 30 years. It doesn't interest me really. It's, I hear it of a night time and that, but when it comes to Byron Bay, I think I've been up to Byron Bay maybe 4 or 5 times, I suppose. A friend of mine's got a shop up there and he's doing well. And there's a lot of rich people up at Byron Bay, you see all their nice cars and that, but it's just been so hot here lately, Dave, that it's just having a bit of trouble sleeping. And as I said to the guys here before you got here, I just had a tooth pulled out and one pulled out at the front. So that's rather annoying. I suppose it's all right for a hole in your tooth. You can put a cigarette or a straw in there. So I've got to wait for a tooth. Here it is. Look, there's the tooth thing. I've got to wait for the jawbone to fix itself up to get a tooth implant, and it's going to cost me $4,000.
Agree.
Oh,
I have to think to myself, is it really worth it? But I mean, you clean your teeth. There's a gap there now. You sort of mouthwash, and then it all comes out through the hole in your tooth. And then when you eat everything, it goes between the gap. It's it's rather annoying, but I can't help it. It's 65. These things are going to happen, and you go to the doctor, and every time you go to the doctor, they find something else wrong with you. Oh, you got a heart murmur, and oh, you got arthritis in your finger, and you got, so go to the optometrist to say, oh, you got a bit of glaucoma, and then you got this and you got that, and I've reached a point now I avoid going to the doctors because every time you go to them, they find something else wrong with you.
Bad news.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
going
I
to say,
live
you
in
know how to
Florida.
avoid that, right, Steve? You just don't
Oh,
go.
well, look, a lot of friends, a lot of friends of mine are doctors, and they know I avoid going. Last time I went up and seen my doctor, he's my mate. And I went up there and he said, "Hey, Steve, when did you have your blood tests done?" I said, "Oh, well, he keeps asking me to have a blood test done." And I said, "Oh, I don't know, 5 years ago." And I think if I go and have a blood test, they're going to find something else wrong. So I'm happy to live in bliss, and just, with everything, So, but the only thing here, guys, where we are here at Byron Bay or Ballina, all the doctors go on holidays at Christmas. So don't get sick over Christmas.
it's a good Christmas.
You won't get to see anyone, But I don't know.
Yeah,
I wish
most of us are getting to the point where we're afraid to sneeze because that might cause something.
Yeah, well, Jesus,
Quarantine the neighborhood.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's
I
true.
feel like I should
I'm curious. I got a question
Why
for the
so?
group. I have a
Right.
question for the group.
Super.
I'm curious. I have a question for the group. I got this mystery box is stuck in my head.
Okay.
I'd like to hear what all of your opinions are, if you know what it is, of what that mystery box is.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't either. I'll try to find a picture of it. Is it like can I find it on Google?
It's
On
on
the forward.
B deck
Go ahead.
forward,
Yeah.
along that crew promenade area.
I think
Yeah.
Starboard
Dave just
side.
pulled them out on us.
It's a metal box that's
It's kind of rounded. It's kind of like a rounded hood. It's probably I don't know, about 6, 7, 8 inches thick.
Yeah.
The height of the bulwark, it's right about where if you mirrored the
Okay.
staircase going down to the well deck, it would be mirrored proportionally on the starboard side.
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
trying to find a picture of it so I can
So
It's
that's
on
where a
both
lot of
sides
our
of the ship?
heads went, as possibly being some sort of kit for creating a temporary staircase. I don't like guessing without evidence, but I mean, we went
James-
round and round for a couple years.
Yes, it
James
was.
Cameron
on-
got some
Are you saying it's on
close-up
both
footage of
sides?
it.
Both sides have this mystery box, or just
No,
one
no,
side?
it's just on the starboard side.
Yeah.
And all three ships have it too. All three of them.
Yeah. All three of them. We don't know what it is.
It's got a little hexagonal nut in the middle
Yeah.
of the panel. It's just that we just don't know what's underneath it.
I
Having a
chased
look-
it when I was writing TTSM. I chased that down really heavily, and I have a theory, and I bet you my theory is correct, but I don't know for sure. But I think I know what it is just from my research.
That's a nice guitar behind you, Bruce.
Huh. I
Yeah.
picked it up for $100 at a pawn shop in Cape Canaveral.
Well, that's not a bad buy. I got mine. Mine's upstairs. Actually, I haven't played it for a long time.
What?
Did you find the mystery box,
I got
Joe?
over here.
Did you find the mystery box? Have a look. No, you can't find it.
There's not a lot
No,
of.
I can't find a picture of it. I'm trying to find a picture of it so I can like share it and show everybody.
Is it heart shaped? No.
No.
Dan, that was just no, that was not it.
Yeah, they did that
Definitely
when
laughing.
Cameron went down with someone of his dives, like with the Ghost of Abyss stuff. He spent a little time on it, and he even made mention in one of his specials that this box is driving Ken crazy because he can't figure out what it is. And since it hasn't been rusted apart yet, I assume that nobody's figured it out yet. I think I know what it is, and I've said it before. I think it's a cover over a breeches buoy. I've seen breeches buoys before, but there's covers on there like that, and I think that's what that is. And that hex thing is if you sort of put a spanner in there, and it unlocks the cover, so you can get the breeches buoy out of there. You know what a breeches buoy is?
No.
Well, ships had these things. They might even still have them, but there's generally one buoy that has the little holes in it for the legs. So if you had to evacuate passengers, if you were grounded out close to shore, you could use your cannon to launch a line onto shore, and then somebody like on the shore rescue people over there would tie that off somehow, and you would do like a line. You could actually put somebody in the breeches buoy, and they were quite common. You wouldn't think the Titanic would have that, but it's early enough where I think she probably did.
Mhm.
Though I'm sure they were rarely used for the ships that size. But there was a lot of equipment on Titanic that's dated back to the much smaller ships. A lot of the old and new as Tom Nicolai used to say, it's what he loved about Titanic, is they had so many aspects of the new, but yet they still had the old. You got the Walker sounding machine, motorized sounding machine on the taffrail, but they still use the old-fashioned glasses. They never trusted it. So I think it's a breeches buoy that's in there.
Were they commonly stored on deck?
Yeah, he would put them someplace like that with a cover on, because it would be protected from the weather, because it would only be used, and it's on the starboard side, because everything of importance is on the starboard side, the captain's side of the ship. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's the captain's side, starboard side. That's why you see pictures of Captain Smith almost always, not every time, but almost always, he will be on the starboard side. That's the side he used to hang around on. That's the wind side, rather than the lee. The lee is the port side, going back to the days of the tall ships.
Even
An
during
officer, if a captain was on the bridge in a tall ship, and you were an attack officer, you were an underling. If you came up the stairs on the starboard side, you would be flogged. You had to go up on the lee side, on the port side.
even during the sinking,
old
Captain
tradition.
Smith was more on the starboard side than he was on the
Yes.
port side. If you look at the accounts,
Yes. There's a couple of pictures of him standing out there, like when he was at Southampton, with all the dried up flower things. He's on the port side in that image. But almost everything you see is that he's on the starboard side. The pilot comes aboard, he's on the starboard side.
Hmm.
Everything's starboard side. So that's what that was on there. And then they did have well, they didn't have a cannon on this ship. They would have used a real heavy like a rocket, to launch a line. But I don't believe the Titanic. I don't recall. I don't think she had cannons.
Well, his cabin was on the starboard side anyway, wasn't it, Bruce?
What is it? What was?
Smith, his accommodation was on the
That was the
starboard
captain's
side.
side. Yeah.
And I had a look, I don't know, a couple of months ago there. I mean, he had, a lot of room to play around there with himself, I mean, there's so much room he had in there, sort of, big room here and here and here and whatever it was. So, I mean, it's a pretty good gig to be a captain when you look at what the other officers actually end up getting. So, but it's
Well, they
always,
earned it.
I find it always interesting, where he was that night. So, he seemed to have got out quite promptly. So, I mean, obviously he was just lying down like Lord was lying down or something, whatever. So I don't want to go there with all of that. So, but I think most of his quarters are all gone now, aren't they, on the wreck?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're just debating or not debating, talking about his bathtub and it's sunk down a little bit, all those things. I think, you can't recover from the wreck. It'd be rather neat to bring up his bath, wouldn't it? Really, I mean, it was sort of really, be interesting,
I can't find a clear picture of that,
I'm
but I
Run to the
do.
same. You see.
If you look at the wreck dive footage, he did get a close up of
Yeah.
it. He really examined it thoroughly.
Yeah, I can find some imagery and stuff, but just not a still image to send you, Joe. I do need to jump out though.
Okay.
But just wanted to stop in and say hey.
Oh, Dan.
Okay.
Hey,
So
Dan,
Good to see you,
did you ever
Dan.
come to, let me ask you this question. Did you ever come to one of our TRMA meetings that we used to have back in the old days? Back in
no,
Illinois?
I wasn't able to make it. I was only like 3 hours away, but I never did actually make it to one.
Yeah, it's been such a long time ago, I don't remember anymore,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah,
it is a long time ago, Bruce.
but yeah, I saw Bruce, Steve,
Yeah.
well, everybody there, but them in particular were talking about that thing, about the model in the good old days there. So I thought I'd jump
Yeah.
in for a few and say hey.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks
Good to
for
see you, Dan.
we'll
to see
have
you,
you on
Dan.
and do like a whole show about I think you sent me some really cool model stuff and we'll do that this coming year.
Yeah.
I want to, be able to just do a whole we've got some really exciting stuff that we want to do. We've had a lot of people reach out that want to do shows and Dan and I want to get to that. I have like a whole like notebook full of stuff somewhere, just not down here. A whole notebook full of stuff. Josh messaged me all the time, hey, I got a great idea for you. And I like write it down. And so, and Dan's like, hey, why don't we talk to this person? And then I'll have people reach out, hey, I want to be on your show. So I write all this stuff down. And so I've got enough like people I can reach out to and content that we can do for like a couple of years. So
Alright.
it's gonna be a great year.
Yeah, it
so
is.
thanks for jumping in.
2025. At least we've made it to 2025, Dan.
Yeah.
Yes, it was great to see you, Dan. Thank you so much.
Good to see you, Dan. I want to see you again, man.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Definitely.
Take care.
See you later. Have a good night.
Yeah.
I got to scoot too.
I got to go to the
my,
washroom, so I'm gonna kill my camera for a bit and come back. I got to go to the washroom.
All
Okay.
right, no problem.
Sounds good. All right, we'll see you in a sec.
All right,
I got to go. I got to continue my fumigating the in-laws. So
Okay.
that's all right, Dave. So you
Catch
get
you
in
guys
there,
later.
carpet spray.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get back to our little show. Or do you have to go too, Josh?
No, I just wanted to say I just sent you a screenshot of the footage
Oh, good. Oh, good. All right. Let me see.
of that mystery box.
Good.
Ah, the
Mystery.
Because I always find it with like videos and stuff, and I was like, I don't want to. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Did we lose Dave too? Oh
Yeah,
no, there he is.
Dave said he had to go.
Gallo left too.
Yes. All right. So I'm gonna save this
What a
and
slacker.
slideshow.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna text him that right now and tell him I said that.
Okay.
Right. So everybody sort of knows about my dog Rusty.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Precious.
so she's still going. She's behind me. So I don't know. Can you see her there? I don't know.
Hi,
Yep.
Rusty. Oh,
Rusty.
Yeah, there she's there. She's asleep, and she's just getting a lot older now. She's on injections in the back hip, and just how much longer she goes, I don't know. She recharges the batteries all the time now. It doesn't seem to hold the charge. It's 16, 17, 18. I don't know even know how old she is now. But I think that she just wanders around, comes in of a night time and just sits down there at my feet. So she's over there asleep. So I don't know, what do I call her? A lurcher, but I mean,
Oh.
Christine, Christine says, after she's gone, I should get a bloody cat. I'm not getting no cat. I mean, I have cats every. No, listen, Joe, listen. I have cats everywhere. All on, I show cats and whatever it was. But I really can't stand the damn things, to be honest with you.
But Steve, you could name it Jenny. Jenny the
Oh,
Titanic cat.
Yeah,
stop,
no, that wouldn't get me
stop.
very far. It's I just, but look, I said to Chris, I go for walks usually each day, and if I went for a walk and I found a kitten, I'd pick it up and bring it home. That's the type
Oh.
of person I am. I'd pick it up and bring it home, and I'd say, look, here it is. But I'm not going up to the shelter and getting one of them, or I know somebody, they've got a whole bag full of cats or something, do you want one? No, I don't want one. I don't know. It'd be nice, perhaps, having a cat skulking around all over the place or something. I don't know. I think I prefer my old dog. It's still going anyway. So how's your
Okay.
throat going, Joe?
Well,
How's your-
it's kind of coming and going.
Yeah, so I'm asking you because you're struggling.
I am struggling a little bit, but I'm gonna be okay.
All right.
When Bruce comes back, remind me that I do have a quick question from a viewer. Okay. Oh, there's Bruce.
There he
Before
is. Joe, Bruce is back.
Okay, before I go to the format thing, Bruce. Okay, so our wonderful viewer James McCarthy, who's been checking on me, and so he sends me all this wonderful information about like Great Lakes wrecks and stuff, which I'm really enjoying learning more about.
Good stuff.
He did ask me about why Titanic had bridge wings. And if anybody knew, I figured you would know. Because I don't know, because I'm not a rivet counter. Why did
I
Titanic?
can tell you why. Well, all the ships back then, even ships now, have bridge wings, as you know, right? So you can see out over the sides on the port and starboard side.
Okay.
But they figured out with the Olympic had bridge wings that were flush with the side of the ship. And then
Okay.
there was a problem with that because you couldn't see around the bow of the hull. If you
Okay.
put your head out, you couldn't see the aft end of the ship. So they
Okay.
extended it out by 18 inches so you could see. You understand what I'm saying by that? Of course, if you get the lifeboats, put out, in the sea position, you wouldn't be able to see back there. But when they were put in, when they were, the captain went out, he wouldn't be able to see the aft end of the boat because
Okay.
the ship has got it's got a bow to it. Like it narrows out and then it widens in the center, right? And then it narrows down at the stern. So that gave enough. So looking out the window, you could see all the way aft. 18 inches is all you needed, I guess. But you
Okay.
could, otherwise, all you could do was see a midship. You couldn't see, your vision was obstructed. So that was the reason for that.
All right, James, you hear that? I hope you heard that.
Hmm.
It made sense to me, but I don't know if I could re-explain it. Kind of like math. Okay. It made sense. I don't know if I could do it again. You have it here. I might clip that and like post it somewhere. But that's why Titanic had bridge wings. They all got it? Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna go to our little slideshow here real quick if I can find it. There we go. All right, I'm gonna move us out of the way. There we go. Okay, this is what Josh sent me. Thank you, Josh. This is one of the mysterious Titanic mystery boxes. Can you guys see this?
Ooh.
Ta-da! Titanic, excuse me, mystery box.
Yeah.
So that's that.
That's what I think that is.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
What did you think it
Like,
was?
What's that?
What did you think it was?
I think it's a cover over a breeches buoy. And I didn't realize in the past, I thought that the sides went straight down and like hit the deck level. But you can see in this picture that the bottom is actually, it rounds around the bottom of it also. So it's not a perfect circle. But there's some kind of like square bolt in the center where you can put a spanner in. And I think you can unscrew it, kind of like a spare tire in a Chrysler Town and Country, you know how you lower the spare tire down
Yeah.
and you can pull it out from under the car, and it's got this pan that it sits in, and to
Mhm.
crank it back up, you got to put you turn it, and it just pulls a spare tire up to the bottom of the van. Well, that's kind of the same concept, but inside there, I think there's a breeches buoy, which would hardly ever be used, if ever. But it's one of those safety features that these ships, had just to say that they have them, And again, and if something like that would be used if a ship grounded near shore, and a lot of like, especially in Halifax and in Canada, they had these lifeboat emergency groups that would come out. Maybe they were attached to the lighthouse or something. They had to do any kind of rescues. They would come out with the lifeboats and they would shuttle passengers back and forth. But the breeches buoy is a large buoy, and it has kind of like the Donald Duck pants, and where you can put somebody's legs in there and actually haul them down along a line onto the shore. And you could evacuate passengers that way. That's what that's for.
Yeah, the shape of that kind of, you might be right on that, Bruce.
Now,
It's the
somebody might
block.
say,
It would be the block that carries the people. The
Oh.
no,
rope would go through it.
it's an actual buoy. Sometimes they were made out of copper, even. They were more than just cork. Sometimes they were made out of copper, so they were very sturdy, but they were a hollow, like a copper tank, like you would have in a lifeboat. But they were a buoy, so they were round, so you could fit somebody inside of it, and then you could, by throwing a line to shore, whether that be
Right.
done by a cannon or by a rocket, there'd be somebody on shore would catch it, and however they secured it, they would like a zip line almost.
All right,
You know what I'm saying?
I found an image of that. So I'm gonna show, like, I'm gonna put one of these in there, and show people what that looks like. And that makes a lot of sense when you see what that looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on.
You see pictures of those things, illustrations in the old Admiralty training books and stuff. If you have copies of it, I have a number of copies of those around here. But you'll see those.
Okay. Hold on.
I got one of those books around here that one of those rare books about I forget what it was called. I wonder where the hell that was. There was a small book that came out back in the 20s or something about this big, written by some officer off of a Cunarder or something. And it was a book for passengers about life at sea and about the different safety features, and and it talked about those canisters, those illuminating canisters that were attached to the life ring, so that when you threw it in the water, there it is,
You see
right
it?
there. Yes, the breeches buoy.
That's interesting.
Uh-huh.
But how would you get it out, though? I mean, so you think it's just like rusted? So you think that could be in that like box, but it's kind of rusted shut?
Well, it's hanging in there. That's what I'm thinking. It's
Okay.
secured in there. It's either bolted, secured to the bulber, but that's just the cover because it was hardly ever used as a protector from the weather. They cranked that lid over the top of it. It just kind of sealed underneath it, but it's inside there.
Mhm.
That's what I think that is.
Okay.
For the rounded shape, it does make sense.
Yeah. Right. Breeches buoy.
That is cool.
Yeah, it is. That's really an interesting theory, Bruce.
Mhm. Now, I asked myself during my research, okay, then what about the Lusitania and Mauritania or any of the other big ships? Did they have breeches buoys? And if so, where were they stowed? Because you don't see
That-
anything like that on any of their
That's
bulwarks.
exactly what I'm looking for right now. I'm like, where were these stored on a ship?
Wonder if the Eastland would have had one.
What's that?
I wonder if the Eastland would have had one.
Well, yeah, well, it's the Eastland, that's
Mhm.
What about the Oceanic? Wasn't she was grounded?
yeah, maybe, but we don't have any pictures of the forwards, any of those forward bulwarks. If you could find a picture, we'd be able to find out, but I've never seen one. There's a lot of pictures of that ship floating around, but I've never seen anything showing the inside of a bulwark that's,
Interesting.
And also,
Yeah.
I don't think any of the rules necessarily state that it has to be stowed inside of a box like that. It could be stowed someplace else. But I don't recall if the regulations at the time called that each ship have a breeches buoy. I just don't remember anymore. But it doesn't say any, I don't recall ever reading that it had to be stowed there. But that's the only thing I can think of based on the shape.
Yeah, that is a good good shape. And I'm not seeing any like storage suggestions for where to put one on a ship.
The Celtic would also be another one to look at because I think she was grounded off the coast of Queenstown or near Queenstown as well.
Well, they may not have used a breeches buoy in those instances. This is a
Right.
ship that was grounded close enough to shore where they could
Mhm.
get a line over there.
Mhm.
What was the name of the one-way star liner that grounded out? It was at the it was a real big tragedy. Remember, it was back in the late 1800s.
The
Huh?
Atlantic.
The Atlantic.
Atlantic. That would have been an instance where they would have used something like this if they would have had one aboard there because the seas were too rough to get a boat out there, but they could have thrown a line out,
Mhm.
if I'm correct. Or it was just, you know what I'm saying? It was caught up on the rocks. It grounded out.
That is really interesting. Um, James McCarthy says one of the photos I've seen of the whaleback Henry Court grounded shows the crew getting off by breeches buoy, but I don't know if it was there to the Coast Guards. Interesting. Okay, so moving on real quick, I did want to mention a couple of books.
Ooh.
Eugene Nesmioff. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that name at all, but he has a new book coming out I wanted to mention, Analyzing RMS Titanic's Hull Fracture, with foreword by Bob Roddy. Bob, where are you, Bob? Bob and I met Bob Roddy in was it Vegas?
Vegas.
At Titanicon
Yeah, that was great.
23. Yeah, we enjoyed having you there, Dan. But but anyway, I got a little lost in what he was talking about because again, I am not a rivet counter, but he was such a wealth of information. But anyway, so Eugene Nesmioff, I have his original book, which is this one, Titanic Expeditions, Diving to the Queen of the Deep. This is the 1985 to 2010 edition. You can get an updated version of this book on Amazon, which is absolutely phenomenal. He chronicles like every dive to Titanic. In the updated version, of course, he adds, a few expeditions after 2010. I highly recommend this book. I read, the information on Amazon about the new book, and it just sounds fascinating. What's more like, I really want to get this book. Our friend Chris Mulholland contributed to this book, and I'm so happy for him. This is the first time he's
Me
contributed to a
too.
book.
That's
So
really
what is
cool
the
for him.
synopsis? What does he think about the Titanic's hull fracture? So what is what is his conclusion?
It doesn't give the conclusion in the in the little book, synopsis on Amazon. You want to buy it and find out what he thinks about it.
That's it. And by the
I
book.
figured somebody may have told you since you met the people,
So I don't know Eugene, personally, but I really enjoyed, his breakdown of all the dives. It's very well thought out, and anything that he does is just very, very meticulous and methodical. So, I'm sure, his research into the hull fracture is, done with the same, just very analytical mindset. But I'm just very proud of our little friend, Chris Mulholland, that he, was able to contribute to the book. So
Yeah, he showed me a preview the other day, and that
he's
was
very proud of it,
very
that he
cool. No, it's very
contributed.
cool.
Like for sure what it's like the first time you get
Can
something.
I add something? Hold on, Joanna. I'm looking at this picture. That person asked about why Titanic had bridge wings.
Uh-huh.
I just remembered this. Titanic also had extended docking bridge. On Olympic, they had to put these portable boards out. They were you would just flop out, and that is so the captain, because of the shape of the hull, in order for the captain to be able to look back and see the docking bridge and the guys with the signals back there, he could actually see a guy and a crewman on the docking bridge. So they extended out that so you could see around the shape of the hull. That was the purpose of that. So you can see the docking bridge.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna look this up so I can read it. I forgot all of the Breaking into Titanic. It's available on Amazon, you guys. Hold on.
I need to stay off Amazon for a little bit.
I know there's so many
I
things
got your money, have they, Dan?
right now.
I don't even want to say, Steve. I'd probably start.
Amazon.
Josh and Joe were both given beat by beat reports of.
Of everything that you got.
I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, guys.
Okay.
And,
Let me
and
try
I
to-
see you got the Steven Schwankert book here. I know Steven.
Yes.
He's a good guy.
Yes, he is. He's amazing. I met him in Pigeon Forge, the year that I got married, which was 2022. 2022. And we actually got to watch the six. I don't know why
Lucky.
it can't be. I know. I don't know why it can't be released everywhere because it's absolutely phenomenal. I don't know what's holding up like just a widespread release of the film. But the book, I'm sure if it is based on the film, it's going to be just as phenomenal as the film was. Because I mean,
It's
I was just absolutely
detailed.
Hmm?
It's so heavily detailed that the documentary is.
Oh my gosh, it is just it's just amazing. I mean, I was just captivated by it, I guess. Weren't you, Josh? I mean,
Mhm.
just the detail, like you said, that went into it and you know,
The detail of the Titanic breaking up or the six? Which one?
the stick,
The six.
the stick.
Hey.
Just the story of these fellows that survived the Titanic, the Chinese survivors, and then Stephen, actually went over there and tracked down their families.
Hell,
And
he lives there. He
their
lives
stories.
there.
He doesn't live there anymore. He lives here in the U.S.
All
But he
right.
went
Well,
he went
he
over
was living there when I knew him and all of his producers. They lived there. It's incredible that the one last survivor, his son, was running a Chinese restaurant in Janesville, Wisconsin. I went in there many a times to eat.
Mhm. I mean,
Who
it's
would have
just
known?
That is crazy.
Yeah, his dad was Fang Long, who is famously the Chinese passenger picked up by Fifth Officer Low.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, and the controversy there.
Mhm. And
Um,
Fang Long's actually buried in Chicago.
Whoa, really?
Yep. He's buried under a different name, but he is buried in Chicago.
I remember you sent me that
Yeah,
list.
him and Al Capone.
Yeah. And then what's the guy? Pullman.
okay, so these are two new books. This one popped up in my news feed today, and at
Oh.
first I was just gonna kind of write it off, like, oh my goodness, not another like Titanic novel. I thought it was like some kind of Titanic and vampires or something. But I stopped and I looked at it, and I looked it up on Amazon. If you have what is it, the Kindle Unlimited or whatever, it's free. Even if you don't, you can still get it, the digital version for like $8 something. It's available on hardback and paperback. It's a young adult fiction book. And I read the little brief synopsis. It has to do with time travel, and it's about a teenager in high school and stuff like that. Um, and so I looked at it, and I think that it's I read it, and if I was a teenager, I think this would be very interesting to me. Even as like a 45-year-old, I was like, that's kind of interesting. It's about a teenager that goes back in time, and it's about like a school project. They can go back in time to a historical event, but they can't change history. And I thought it just sounded really interesting. If I was a teenager, and in this platform that we're in, uh, I try to reach out to all ages, especially because I work in a high school. So you never know what it's going to be that's going to, reach a young person. Here's a fictional book, but I'm kind of interested in that now. Let me find out what really happened. Um, so, you never know what it's going to take. You know, a young person might read a fictional book and become interested in an actual historical event.
Yeah, that's
For
Um,
me, it
true.
was the
That's a
Magic
good point.
Treehouse.
That's a
Oh,
good
You know,
Magic
point.
I mean,
Treehouse is great.
how many of us have played Titanic Adventure at a time? I mean,
I have
you
it,
know, I
but I
read,
don't know. But I tried playing it. The game is so old that you can't even load it in anything. I got it around here somewhere. Anybody want it?
well, you can. Hey, I run the group. I have a Titanic Adventure in a Time Forever group, and it's
And
got
when
like almost 5,000 people in it. So
I
there,
was in high
it's still,
school, all I got sent to was Millard Fillmore's inauguration. I didn't get anything that
Talking about
exciting.
that game that came out back in like 1990 or like in 1998
yeah,
or
That was for
something.
you, Josh.
1996,
96.
1996, but it's still like a cult classic, Bruce. I
Oh
mean,
my!
five,
I'll just
there
see
are
if I
like
can
almost
find
5,000
that somewhere.
on my Facebook group, and
I have the deleted level, the lost mission.
you know why it's so cool? Because Bill Sauter like was a historical contributor on it, and you can like wander through the ship and like, um, you know, even though they got some things wrong, it was because it was before Bill like was brought on.
They just didn't know.
So
I mean, that was their first big video game. That was actually a breaking. I have it
um,
somewhere. I never
Why
played it, but
didn't
I
they
Well,
use real people in it?
that was the beginning of Titanic Honor and Glory. That was what Honor and Glory spun off from.
but you know, all
Oh,
these years
yeah,
that Honor and Glory
yeah.
have been floating around, they still can't touch Titanic Adventure at a time with a 10-foot
No.
pole.
Well, but
Titanic,
why
Look for that
why
game.
didn't they use real crew people?
I don't know.
Can you
Penny
buy that
Pringle's not
game
real.
still?
Penny
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
buy
it
the
in
still
the
game
buy it.
other
still?
room.
Yeah, you can still
Still
buy it.
buy it? Huh?
Yep.
You can still get it on Steam and like stuff like that. And you can actually download if you go to my group, like on Facebook, like pinned at the top, there's ways you can download emulators and stuff and still play
That's
it.
cool.
Like if you have your original disc and stuff and you have a computer that'll still take your disc, you can download an emulator and still play it from the original disc. Or you can go to Steam and other places like that and download it through
I
Steam.
Dan,
I'm gonna just
Dan
talk
has
about the
the
book real fast.
Lost Level version. That must be the Vegas version.
Before we get
Mhm.
off on the subject, I just talk about you can never pass up a good time travel story. My next idea, Steve and I were talking about this, is time travel with Titanic, and then and what'll happen when the ship's sinking, the number one funnel will start to fall, and it'll just go clunk and go forward, and then the Klingon bird of prey will uncloak. What do you
There
think?
you go. There you go. I just thought this was a
You
cute little
got
book,
me.
you know.
You got me already. Anything Star Trek, I'm in.
Didn't want to
There you go.
I mean, Dan and I collect really unusual books. I mean, we have like Titanic and Indiana Jones and Titanic and
Indiana
Sherlock
Jones. I
Holmes.
have a Murder She Wrote on the QE2. I have that one.
I have
Nice.
Titanic and Nancy Drew. I mean,
I have that one.
we collect
Sherlock Holmes and Titanic.
and like I have the Titanic and dinosaurs book. I mean, you know, you never know what.
Came
And I
from
have
Loch
like
Ness Monster too.
I have that.
Yeah.
Oh, Titanic Cat. Titanic Cat. I have a couple of those.
I have
Everyone,
a couple of
everyone's
Titanic.
going back to
drawings.
Titanic, but what about bringing Titanic here?
What?
Ghostbusters 2.
What did you say? Bring Titanic here? What?
Better late than never.
Have it,
Yeah.
have it, bring it
Better late
to
than
the
never.
future,
Bring
hoping to save it,
Ghostbusters.
hoping
That
to
was
have
great.
the modern conveniences.
Yeah.
You're not talking about building another one, are you?
No. I'm talking about
I want to rebuild Normandy. That's what I want to do. That's
Titanic
my
ends up
goal.
in the Bermuda Triangle and time warps to 2024,
I
2025.
actually just watched a video on the movie Final Countdown. Did you guys ever hear that movie before?
I've heard of
Where
it.
the
but I haven't seen it.
USS Nimitz gets shot back
Oh,
to
yeah.
Pearl Harbor.
You know what I saw the other day? And me and Chris been watching Kojak,
Oh Lordy.
and
Was there a
it must have been
Titanic episode? No.
about the 8th episode, and there was the fella who played Dirk Pitt in an episode of Kojak.
No, I
I
love
said to
him.
Chris, I said, "There's Dirk
What
Pitt,
was his name?
Richard something."
Oh yeah, I really
Oh,
like
wasn't
him.
he in the
Yeah.
Gettysburg movie?
Yes.
That's right, and he was dying at the time too.
He died right after Gettysburg. That's right.
That's
He
right.
was
And,
such a good actor. He
Oh,
really
what the
was.
hell was his name?
oh, Richard something, wasn't it? I can't remember.
He was in Hunt for Red October as well.
He was too, and in the movie, what was his girlfriend's name? I don't know, can't remember. And that awful scene on the road where all the cars' positions kept on changing and that, But I watched, didn't I say
Richard
a couple of
Jordan.
weeks ago I watched
That's
Raise the Titanic?
Richard Jordan.
I
Huh?
did.
Yeah, Richard Jordan.
That's it. Yep.
They said he played Low Armistead.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was a good actor. But that movie had a lot of really good actors and had great cast. Raise the Titanic. I tried to get David Selby to be on the show. At first, he agreed,
Oh,
then he backed out.
Did he back out? Did he?
Yeah, he did.
I
That was-
found a copy of Raise the Titanic at the charity shop the other
Did
day.
you?
Who?
Did you
Who did
get
try
it?
to get on the show? Who?
I tried to get David Selby to be on the show. At first, he
Who's
agreed,
that?
and then he backed out. David Selby, he was on Raise the Titanic.
Did you have a word to Jonathan Smith about it?
No, he just don't like me. He unfriended me.
What's that? Can't see you out.
He unfriended me.
Right.
Thank God
I
for
don't know.
As long
Okay,
as you don't
anyway.
get anybody who made the Britannic movie in here, then we'll be fine. Because I'm the
What
Anyway,
about the Lusitania one?
I don't know.
I didn't mind the Lusitania one.
What's that?
I did not mind the Lusitania one.
So moving on to collectibles, well, I still got this up here. I just wanted to mention this real quick. We talked about models earlier. One thing you don't see a whole lot of is wreck models. So our friend Ryan Wade has been working diligently to perfect his wreck model. And so he finally has it up on his Etsy site, on his Etsy store, Titan Forge 3D. It's on Etsy. Ryan is from Belfast. And you can buy now the bow wreck model on Etsy.
What
And you can,
scale?
I don't know. You can, I'm sure it says on the Etsy site.
And a laser print then? It's a laser print?
Yes. But
oh no, I'm sure he's awake.
no, I don't think he is because it's 5 hours ahead of us. I tried to
Yeah,
get him
it's
to
like
come on the
3 o'clock
show,
in the morning over there, Dan.
it's too late. I think he was already asleep. But so he laser prints these, he paints them. He does this all himself. He also does a lot of like stuff from what's that show, Doctor Who?
Doctor Who.
But yeah, check out his store on Etsy, Titan Forge 3D. He's also got some a Facebook page as well if you want to check it out. But again, you don't see a whole lot of wreck models, and if you do, they're very expensive. This one is, I think, fairly affordable. You do have the international shipping, but it is from Belfast, so you can't always say you get a wreck model from Belfast where Titanic was built. So,
It
anyway,
was fine when she
All right,
left
well,
there.
I gotta go to bed, guys. It's way past my bedtime.
oh,
Who is that? I can't
Here,
see
Bob.
anybody's
Happy
face.
birthday, buddy.
All right,
Happy
Bob,
birthday.
have a birthday. I'll see you on Facebook, mate. I'll
Yeah.
hit you.
We'll see you.
I can't
Bye.
see anybody's face. Who's saying goodbye?
Wow.
Bob.
Bob Custer. Bye, Bob.
Oh,
Bye.
We walk out here in the light.
bye.
See you, Bruce.
See you later.
You guys know I've been looking for this unicorn for forever. This is my unicorn. I cannot find it to save my life. So I was just perusing, and apparently one was sold in December. Not that I could have afforded this, but this is the only one I've seen. It was on this auction site, like R something auctions.
Well, no,
For-
this is a clue, Joe. Don't get sad because this is a clue because now we got to track down this person who sold it. Where did you get this from? We'll do some Kojak testing.
Well, it
We'll
doesn't
talk-
say
Hey, who loves you, baby?
Yeah, I love you, sweetheart.
it doesn't know. It doesn't
I
say
got
who the actual-
lollipops downstairs.
It
Love
doesn't say
rolls.
who the individual seller was. It's like R&R auctions or something like that. And
Ah,
I wanted
hey,
to
it's a clue. It's a clue.
I wanted to register on the auction site because they have other like Titanic items and whatnot. But you have to like put your financial information in even to just register to like be on there. So I was like, never mind. So
But
But
we
yeah,
know
so-
they're out there. We know they're
so-
out there.
one sold in December of 2024 for $491. Not that I would have had $491 to
There you
spend.
go, baby.
Ah, there you go.
Hey, look.
Who loves you, baby?
I love you, baby. Here it is. Look, and this is the one me and Chris are currently watching, which is season 1.
That proves that they're out there. Somebody has these things. Somebody sold one in December for 400.
But no, we gotta be detectives. We got one clue.
Who bought it? Who bought it for $491?
Whoever's out there.
Okay, anyway, so honorable mentions, this lovely 2025 Titanic calendar I found on Amazon. I haven't bought it, but that's the only Titanic calendar I can find out there other than one from Titanic Belfast, which
It's
is
like
very
Olympic to me.
well. They said it's Titanic, but
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go, Joe. Look. One Craner.
See?
I got
Not-
one thing off my wish list, Joe.
And then there's this really unique, this popped up for some reason and something I might need on Amazon. I put it in the storefront. Joe's
Well,
Titanic.
no, these people have a whole there's a whole
No.
line of stuff.
I want to find the owner of this Titanic toy company and have them on the show. They have some of the most unique stuff. This is a golden Titanic water toy. It comes with its own iceberg. If the owner of the Titanic toy company watches our show, contact me. You have some really unusual things on Amazon. I would like to talk to you. This is unique, my friend.
It is. Look, it's unique. I said to Karina when she was down, because her and her partner, they bought a new house and they got this big swimming pool or something. And I said to Karina, I said, why don't you buy one of those Titanics that you put in the water and it breaks in half and it sinks? And the partner said, oh, what? Perhaps if we should do that and get a remote control submarine. So,
they have the remote control Titanics at the Pigeon Forge Museum, and like just the remote control ones you can sail around. And then have you seen the inflatable piece of driftwood, like from the movie? They have
No.
Yes, Bruce,
No.
they have them on Amazon. I'm not joking.
Is
You
it
can
a
buy
pool floaty? For a
Yes, all
swimming
right.
pool?
Yes, all right, I'll find
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
for
lay
the
out,
love of
have
God.
a
yes.
couple Manhattans and sit out in the sun and
I can
Yep.
see you on that, Joe.
I know, I need one.
Yeah, you and Jamie in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I need one. I'll show you. Titanic.
door. They'll call it door, but it's not the.
They say it's a door, but it's not a door. It's like,
It's a lounge panel.
yeah,
It is a
yeah.
lounge panel. It is a lounge panel, Bruce. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a lounge panel. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a piece of 2x4 out in the back here. I just threw that out in the lagoon. I go swim out into it and lay on it. Jack! Jack!
I'll never let go.
In my Titanic bathroom, I have an inflatable Titanic up on my shelf.
I used to have one when I was a kid, but then I heard they're worth money, but I tore it open and
Oh, did you have the
played with it.
the inflatable remote control one? Or
Yeah,
I
and it had
that
the propeller on the back of it, and it was all
And the
cool. But I was
iceberg.
like, "Hey, Dad, buy me this, and then I opened it and ruined it.
James McCarthy is good at it. I have that one in the box. There's one, okay, I'm sharing this. This is inside information, guys. There's one of those
Ooh.
on Marketplace right now for $25. I'm just sharing that with anybody who's interested. The vintage one, the inflatable Titanic model with the propeller and the iceberg in the box.
I take it you're not buying it.
No, because I have one.
Okay.
I don't need another one.
Oh.
Because
Damn, if I had that time machine from that one book, I could go back to the American Science and Surplus store.
Yeah.
In like 1998 Chicago and buy the whole shelf and
That place
My
still
house-
there?
My
They
house is-
moved it.
Hmm.
They moved it. I don't know. I think they went out in the suburbs somewhere.
Uh,
I was just thinking, Bruce, I meant to ask you, when we were talking about models earlier on, was there ever a kit for Carpathia or California?
no,
No,
not that. No, not during my time. Not unless somebody
No,
came out
I
with
don't
one here
remember any.
recently.
no, I don't remember any either. No,
It'd be cool if there was. That way you can
Yeah,
do
that'd
all.
be neat.
no, a bit rather neat.
I would like to have a Carpathia model. To be honest with you,
I
I wouldn't
like
mind grabbing one of
Carpathia.
those.
Yeah, I like that. The two movies there, which was SOS Titanic, where the radio operator comes in and wakes up Rostrum. I want to see some discipline on this ship or something. That was SOS Titanic, and what was the other one? The Walter Lord movie. I think it's featured in there too at the beginning, wasn't it?
And I immediately had oil flushed down the water closets.
Oh, well, that should do, or whatever it is. And it's all out of order saying, do this, do that, whatever it was. So therefore, I don't know. I did have a look there the other day and at Rostrum's grave. It's been fixed up over in England.
Wow.
And it was quite interesting in his house. He built an extension out the back of his house, which looked like somewhat like the bridge on the well, wasn't the Carpathia, it was, I don't know. So the rostrum never commanded Queen Mary or Queen Elizabeth. Bissett done it. Bissett was second officer on Carpathia. He went on and captained one or two of those anyway. So, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
Bissett reached Commodore, and so did
Yeah,
Rostron.
that's right. Now,
Rostron,
while we're on that,
was-
Joshua, at the time of Titanic, there was no position in White Star Line for that, was there?
No.
There was no Commodore. So, so it wasn't Smith. So who became the first after that Commodore of the White Star Line?
Bertram Hayes.
Oh, Bertie Hayes, was he?
Hmm.
Oh, okay then. So, I think we mentioned it in our first book. We said, Smith was Commodore of the White Star
He was
Line.
not.
No, he was not.
We say that in the book that he wasn't the Commodore.
he was
Oh,
probably the
He was
closest
not
that
the Commodore.
he's probably the closest to a Commodore they had, but without the official title.
There was a
Yeah.
Commodore. White Star Line had a Commodore in the 1800s. Who was he? It was the captain of the first Britannic. Was the Commodore? I think. What was his name? But then they eliminated the rank. All it is just what happened here?
Oh,
Oh gosh.
Oh my! Look at that!
There's Joe on that inflatable thing. Look.
I didn't put that.
Why didn't I think of that?
I know.
and we could have been millionaires.
I want one.
The Titanic door. It's the Titanic door pool float.
Look up who the
It's-
captain of the first Britannic was. The last Commodore the White Star Line had. What was the guy's name? I forgot now.
Oh, geez, this is going back to who wrote those books? We got into this. Was it Simon Mills? He done RMS Titanic and HMS Britannic. Was it Simon Mills? I was talking
The
to
first,
Simon
the
Mills a couple
first
months ago.
Britannic, not the second one. The first one.
No, the first one. No,
The captain of the first Britannic.
yeah. Wasn't but Bartlett. I can't remember, Bruce.
Bartlett, maybe.
I
No,
can't.
Bartlett was
was
the
the second
second.
one.
I can't remember.
Oh, he was the
Bill.
second one, right?
Yeah.
Now the first Britannic, that guy went on to be go up in the ranks of the White Star Line. He became one of those inspectors or something. I forget what he had. I forget what he. He was the guy that designed the releasing gear in the lifeboats. What was the name of the releasing gear in the lifeboats? They were.
Oh, yeah.
That was the guy. That was his name, and he was the last Commodore of the White Star Line.
Oh God, Bruce. This is going back to 2006 with TTSM. My Godfather, geez, that's so long ago. I
The
can't
name of that
remember.
releasing gear. It was
You can't remember. How am I going to remember?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, I can't remember.
Joanna, you got a computer? Look it up real fast. What was the name of Titanic's
have a look at it,
release
Chuck.
gear?
Yeah,
Titanic's
save your
what?
voice, so what's going on.
The lifeboat releasing gear. It was under a patent, and that guy was the first captain of the Britannic. And the
But look
last
at
Commodore.
question, but a question that comes up quite often, with the three, this bloody tooth, the three Olympic class ships, was at any time where all three were together? And they were together, weren't they? Because after Titanic was launched and it was the outfitting, the Britannic was in the construction,
Yes.
and the
Thompson.
Olympic had actually returned back for the replacement of a lost portside blade. It's the only time all three Olympic class ships were together.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was. I think, they'd laid the keel for Britannic. I don't know. Did they lay the keel of Britannic before Titanic was launched, Bruce? I can't remember.
I know I don't remember that either.
I don't remember. We'd have to go back to the first book. I can't remember. But there was a point where all three of those ships were together. So no.
Well, I don't know if it would have been because Britannic was 433.
Yes, but when was the keel laid, Josh, for 433?
November 30th, 1911.
That's right.
Digby
And
Murray.
Titanic had gone down
Digby
the slip.
Murray was his name.
Titanic had gone down the slip. Was it outfitting? And then in October, Olympic returned back to Belfast after the collision with the Hawk, or was it after it dropped the blade in, I don't know, February or something like that? I can't remember. But it's one point where all three keels were at the same place at Belfast. So make an interesting book, Bruce. I don't know. When was the keel laid, Joshua, for 433?
Joanna just said it. It was
November 30th, 1911.
1911. Okay.
Um, let's see. So, Josh, did you get anything Titanic for Christmas?
yeah. I got a few books by George Behe, the more recent ones. The books and bibliophiles.
Oh yeah, that's gonna
Stock
be
of an Iceberg and Triumvirate.
Oh, okay. Very good. And we know Dan bought some stuff as gift cards, and Steve got his dinosaurs. Steve got his dinosaur book.
Yeah.
Bruce, have you gotten any Titanic stuff lately?
What
No,
about
I didn't. Digby Murray was the captain of the first Oceanic, but he was the last Commodore. That Digby Murray, that was his name.
Okay.
What about Joe? What about that new book coming out in April? History Press, that young girl.
Oh, the one about the bodies?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get that one too. There's so many that I want to get.
Yeah,
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Did you read it? Huh?
Oh, yeah, I've read it. I
haven't
read
read
Joanne?
bloody
Not yet.
edited 4 or 5
I
times.
can't hear her. Did you read it?
Did I read what?
The
The
Death
bodies
Ship.
book?
Yeah.
The Death Ship.
The
No,
Death Ship.
I haven't read it. He's read it. He edited it.
I know it did because I read it too. I put a lot of
I
comments
read
there.
it too.
Right.
I did, and she made a lot of changes in there because of what I told her to do, and I finally signed off on it last week.
I want to read it.
It's gruesome.
I like body stuff. I think it's interesting.
Oh,
What, you signed off on last week? I haven't heard from Amy for a couple of weeks.
she sent me the last copy after all the editors went through it, so I could write the quip up. You know, that little thing for the back cover. I wrote a little quip, but I had to do a lot of corrections in there. There was a lot of bad information in there.
I asked her about the back copy, and she said we haven't done it yet. And I wrote the foreword for it.
But you didn't get a full copy of the book?
Yeah, I've got the whole copy of the book, and I've read it, and I thought it reads quite well. And I said to Amy, I said, have you got the back cover yet? And she said, no, we haven't done it yet. You've got the back cover for the book, and I haven't.
I don't have the back. I don't have the cover. She sent me the final the text for the book. I don't know what the cover looks like, but I wrote the quip that will go on the back cover.
Send it to me.
The quip?
Yeah. Well, my name's
Okay.
on the front cover, so
I know it is. I saw you. Forward
Yeah,
by
she's only
Steve
a-
Hall.
yeah, she's only a pup. She's only a kid. I thought the book was quite good, but she fell into a few little holes, and we sorted it all out. So that's
I
good.
know. I think it reads fine. It's all right, but there's a lot of gruesome stuff in there. But I think it's you know, it is what it is.
It is.
Did you put
And
the-
yeah, there's a few things. I'll send you a couple of links because she put something up on Twitter or something or whatever it was, and and I thought she'd done a good job. So first, a great effort first up. So hopefully she does some more. I'm sick of this tooth missing, Bruce.
There was a couple of things she talked about in there that I wanted her to fix. A lot
Yeah.
of bad information. She got it from somebody else's books, which she should never do.
No.
First of all, the boilers did not explode. Period.
No, they did not.
Scotch boilers do not blow up like grandma's still. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. That was one of the points I had that I insisted that she fix. But there was some other stuff in there too. But but otherwise it's fine.
So I got a new book for Christmas. My husband got it for me. Since he's from Ohio, he was originally born and raised in
cool.
Ohio. He got me Ohio Tales of the Titanic.
Oh, there you go.
And I have a book called Titanic and Richmond. Richmond is the capital of Virginia. So
Oh, I didn't know about that one. I knew there was a West Virginia one, but not a.
mhm. So
That's
there's some
cool.
ties to
Are these
Titanic.
based
and-
on passengers? I assume that came from these states. Is that what it's about?
yes, how Titanic is, linked to passengers and, things like that in certain states. So anyway, so I haven't read this yet. Of course, that's my favorite famous last line. I haven't read it yet. But
It's fun to go through.
yeah, so it's interesting to go through these personal stories about people who are born in Ohio and stuff. I just flipped through here and I saw hold on. I saw little Frankie Goldsmith,
Hmm.
and I'm seeing some like headstones and stuff pop up and stuff like that. So it should be really interesting to go through and just see what the connections are to Ohio, where Jamie's from.
We had a couple of survivors here in Chicago area, in Illinois too.
Hmm.
So it's neat to
They're
just
all
see
gone
like,
now.
what's the state that you're from and how it connects to Titanic and stuff like that.
Milvina was supposed to settle in Chicago.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
She always told me
So-
that when I saw her. And she always remembered my name. She goes, "Oh, Bruce, how are you?" I said, "How do you remember my name?" You're that fella from Chicago. Yes.
You do a very nice Melvina impression.
The Windy City.
Oh, the window system.
My family, we're going to settle there. I said, I'll never forget your name. You're the fella from Chicago.
Oh,
Here's the Goldsmiths.
I always wanted to know what happened to Bruno's head, though. Why did he have the big dent in his head?
What? Who was
Yeah.
it dent in his head?
Might have been a work accident or something.
It must
He
be.
did
I
have
think he
it.
had a piece of a skull missing or something up there. Did you ever
Yeah.
see Bruno?
Yeah, there was a dent in his head. I was
think he
surprised that
think he
White
passed away a
Collar
few years
actually
ago.
saved. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, Dan, did you bring any of your little Christmas gifts with you or your Amazon prizes? Or
I did. I can't. There's a couple I can't bring because Stefan would get pissed at me if I showed him on the show and he wasn't watching. But
one of our
I
most
do have a little update. I'm glad Dave left because I went back and I found the
Artemis.
statue.
Nice.
I went down there and
it's like that upstairs.
I took the USS Chicago submarine that
Oh, nice.
the Honorable Harold Washington christened, and I went down and I got the so I picked up the statue. So don't tell anybody.
No,
I
that's
did
all right.
bring a couple. So this is the Eastland book that I picked up there. Because
What was
I
it?
didn't.
That first book that came out. Who wrote that first book? That was the one that I used for my research. The first one that was written back in the 80s.
About the Eastland?
Hmm.
What book? The Eastland book?
Yeah, it's very hard to come by. In
wonder
fact,
if
my
it's in the
copy, I
city.
stole it from the library. I never returned it.
Oh my,
Yeah.
you heard it here first, guys.
Oh, look,
And
I
then
took some
here's
books.
another one I
Keep it
got. I got
secret.
I
the
took some books and never returned them over.
Oh, that's a good one
Oh,
too.
the new Father Brown, or would you call it the new Father? Like it's the original Father? I don't know. I couldn't figure
Is that
because
like the new format or mine's
yeah, I wanted to get the one with the brown cover because I thought that looked cool, but so
that's
I
the one
just
I
went
have.
with this.
Mine looks like a
Because if I
photo, but that's cool.
yeah, and that old one is like a primo priced thing now. It's like quadruple the price.
Which
it
one?
is.
That one around here, but somewhere, but the paper cover got ruined on it.
The Father Brown,
Yeah.
what did I got this little guy? Toot toot.
Is that
Oh,
their,
you got a pneumatic book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good one.
And you
I
know
wonder
what's
Yeah,
crazy? This came in the mail
Oh,
on
I
the
know that.
day of
Yes, I know.
Philippe's
Yes,
birthday.
yes, I know that one. I got that one.
oh, I got one of those.
Yeah, I got
It's in
that.
French, isn't
I got
it?
sent one of those, Bruce, too.
I wonder if he would
Is
be
it
on
in
our
French?
show.
Yeah.
No, it's
But it
not
was
in
his
French.
birthday when it came in the mail. Philippe's birthday was
Yeah,
when it
Bill.
came in the mail.
Wasn't that
I got
released
one.
in French only?
Mine's in English.
Mm.
Well, mine is in French.
I got a signed
Oh, is
copy.
it?
It's the
Or is
our
that
names in
Lael
the book.
J?
Our names in the
Because Les
acknowledgement.
Objets is in French.
The what?
Les Objets du Titanic.
Is the art to Titanic.
All I know is this, man. I got a nomadic book. It's written in French by one of those guys over there.
Why
Okay,
is
I
yours
don't know nothing
French?
else.
That's weird. I
See,
wonder if
Joe,
it's
this is how people from Chicago talk. I knew exactly what he was saying.
but I've been friends with Philippe on Facebook for a long time. I wonder if he would come on the show. I wonder if he speaks English. Does Philippe speak
I mean, I said happy birthday and he said thank you. So, or I mean, he liked it. I don't know.
I don't know. Um. Oh, did I bring any other books with me? No, I didn't. I just brought that one. Um. Okay, stuff. Are you done with books? Did you do books? Did you do all your books?
Wait, should I have not shown that? Should I have waited for stuff?
No, you're fine. I don't care. We're just doing stuff, whatever.
You
Okay,
want to take a few of those Artemises out there over the wreck and toss them over the side. They won't know which one's real. Dad,
Guys,
get
look what I
about 10 of them,
found.
turn them over the side. They won't know which one that is. Look, there
Oh,
it is. There's Artemis.
Jimmy got me
I
this nice
found it.
blanket for Christmas.
That's a very nice blanket.
It's
Ooh.
really small, but it's nice for just kind of like snuggling up in.
Oh, I did get a
Oh.
T-shirt for Christmas.
You did.
Yes,
Titanic one.
Titanic. Yes, it's hitting the iceberg though. I thought that was weird.
Yeah.
I got one. I got one too. It's the band. It says everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Oh,
Yes.
I noticed the on that shirt there, the window arrangement's not correct.
oh, on the blanket
Ooh.
here.
Yeah, no, it's not right. Look,
It's not
What
right.
ship is that?
no, the window
Christmas
arrangement on B-deck's not right.
Well,
can't
Joe,
see it.
throw it out.
Can't
Toss
pay
it.
it's from Amazon, so I mean, I sent
Look,
the Amazon wish list.
I reckon
It's-
that's Olympic.
Warm and cozy. Either way, it's comfy. Does it say Titanic on it? It doesn't really say. It's like generic, but I love it. It's very warm and cozy. Let's just call it an ocean liner blanket.
Olympic class.
Found a book in the thrift shop where a kid wrote Titanic on the side of Mauritania. I showed Josh that one.
Really? You
Yeah, it
know-
was this.
Go ahead.
No, it was this children's book with Normandy on the front of it, and I got all excited in the store, and I like went. And then I opened the book, and it was Mauritania, but it said Titanic on the side of it.
Ever since we did that show with Tom McCluskey, I've noticed
Yeah.
several more photos where it looks like someone has like etched the name of the ship on the side of the photo. Like I saw one the other day that had Olympic on it, but it looked like someone had written Olympic on it, and it wasn't actually like part of the original photo.
It's not uncommon. Even back then, you could find postcards where it's other ships and they put Titanic on it. And I mean, even today, people see four funnels and they're like, "Oh, it's Titanic." Like I was at the Smithsonian one time, and they had this enormous model of the Mauritania Light, just huge. And I was standing there admiring it, and there's a Titanic life jacket next to it. And these people came in, and this little girl screams, "It's Titanic!"
It is.
And like,
Well,
"Oh
at that
my God, it's
museum I
Titanic!"
went to, they had a picture of
And
Lusitania in a Titanic exhibit.
Yeah.
Well, Tom McCluskey was telling us like the official like Harlan and Wolff record keeper like did that. Like he said, see this launch photo? He said Titanic wasn't on there yet. He said, you know, the record keeper like, you know, put Titanic on there. He said the name wasn't actually put on there till after the launch. He said, you know, he said they did that. He said, and it wasn't uncommon to do that. He said, but they put it on the official photo. He said, but the name wasn't actually on the ship yet. And he was like,
So at what point, if you're going to write a book, Joe, and listen, so Titanic was getting ready to go down the slip.
Mhm.
I can't remember, 1, 2, 3, whatever it was. Was the name of was Titanic actually on the ship when it was launched? And if it wasn't there, at what time did they etch the name into the plate? So
that's what Tom McCluskey was saying. He said it was way after the launch. He said, you know, it wasn't.
He's wrong.
Hmm?
He's wrong. He's wrong. It was on the ship when it was launched. It was already etched into the steel when it was launched.
it was, Bruce. Yeah,
It was.
yeah, it was. It
I
was
don't
already
know.
there.
That photo certainly didn't look like. I mean, it looked like somebody wrote it on there. It wasn't like.
But in some instances, the photographer scratched the negative, and you could see that. But there are other images where if you blow it up, if you got a high enough resolution, you can actually see the shadow of the word Titanic in there.
It was there.
If you see anything that looks like gold or white, that's because the photographer scratched the negative, put the name on with it. With this,
Well, maybe
with
he
the
meant it
razor.
wasn't painted until after it
No,
was
it wasn't
launched.
No, I wasn't painted.
Maybe that's what he was saying because
I wouldn't
he
think
said,
no.
you know, it didn't look like that when it was launched. He said that wasn't done until after it was launched. That somebody, you know, went and did that to the negative. You
You know what?
know,
I don't think it was. Was the shoreline painted when the Titanic was launched? I don't recall. I don't think so.
There was no
Steve,
sheer
do you
line.
recall?
No, there was no sheer line painted on when it was launched. I
because when you
know
go look at
where
some of the photos, it's
Gizmo
not.
was. The official box had the St. George cross on it, which was on the right-hand side of something for the launch. So, and the photo, which was at the top of the construction for the launch, the photographer was there. So, geez, good grief, what time is it over there, guys?
Only
And-
11 o'clock.
12:08 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah,
Good
it's what,
grief, look, the sun will be going down here soon.
But the shear line, though, but the etched line that was the bottom border of the shear line, though it wasn't painted, that was on the steel, because they would have had to
Was
put that
it?
on. They put that on before they put the steel on, before
Yeah,
they
it was
riveted
it.
it up.
Yeah, yeah, it was it. Yeah, that's true too.
They cut in the shear line, the bottom of it, and they just
Yeah.
painted it up to the cut line.
Yeah. Oh,
well, so maybe Tom was just saying it wasn't painted, you know, until
No.
after the launch, because you know he was specifically pointing out that like the photographer like, you know, altered the negative so that you could see the.
so would
Because some pictures you can clearly see the name that was
I got
etched
the
in there.
photos. I'm going to
Yeah.
go off memory here. I don't know, 515, 567, whatever it was. There was 1, 2, 3 photos taken by Robert Welsh.
Mhm.
One clearly was scratched and had Titanic written on it. As Bruce said, if you look underneath, you can see where the words Titanic are there. There's another one, I can't remember, where there was nothing on it, and there was another one after that. So the name Titanic was on the plate when they put it on the ship. So it was already there. So
And we have those
the ship line-
enlargements in our first book in the reprint, Titanic Olympic, which ship sank. I have those enlarged real big so you can see them. They're in the book. Nobody ever
not.
reads our stuff. That's a problem, see?
No, it was Titanic was already on there, and so was the name across the stern. So it was already so.
Okay. So I got a really cool like Christmas present for my friend Ev, who's out there like sailing the high seas.
Yeah, he's a traveling man.
I invited him to join us tonight, but I guess he is busy living the high life out there. But I've had this postcard for a long time. It's a Lusitania postcard, and it's something that I always take to school to show my kids in the shipwreck club, and then I try to give a little Lusitania presentation when we get to that in some of the history classes that I'm in.
Shipwreck club.
Yeah.
No, here you go.
All right, don't knock it. I like my shipwreck club. So I always take like my little Lusitania postcard, and I have some books that Tarn gave me that are from 1915 as well. But then Ev, I don't know what possessed him to do this, but he gave me this plate for Christmas. I was a little scared to bring it down here, but it's a Lusitania. It's called
Oh,
the
that's
Lusitania
nice.
launch plate. I can't find any record of it anywhere. To find out
I
any
got a
information.
tea on.
But Brian Hawley told me that it was once sold in the like barbershop slash gift shop. So
Souvenir plate.
yeah, so it's a souvenir plate, and apparently it's pretty rare because I can't find it anywhere else to find any information about it. So Ev told me that he thought they were like sold synonymously between Lusitania and Mauritania, and you know that it was just kind of like generic Lusitania or Mauritania or whatever. So I zoomed in on the name on it, and it actually says Lusitania, like right here. Because if it was generic, then you know you wouldn't really be able to read the name on the ship.
Well,
So
you can tell what ship is which by looking at the ventilators. Can you see the ventilators on there? Does they have the Oscar the Grouch cans, or does they have the cowls?
How can you
The
tell?
ventilators on the superstructure, are they cowls or are they the garbage cans?
Garbage
see?
can. Yeah.
They
Okay.
look
It's like
like a Oscar the Grouch garbage can with the lid sticking up.
where? Like towards the front or towards the back? I'm not a
No, it'll be on the
like,
superstructure.
okay.
No, all along the side, alongside the funnels and all that.
Okay. Like in the front funnels, there's something that looks like help me. Okay.
Here. All along the side here, you're gonna see they look like garbage can lids. That's how you can tell the difference from a distance.
I noticed I forgot to put my glasses on when I came
The
down.
Mauritania had actual cowls.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. All right. I'm seeing like little round things.
Hold it up to your
Doesn't look
camera
any
so I can
bigger
see
than
it.
the Mauritania.
Damn.
Well, at least it wasn't that third sister, that garbage scow, the Aquitania.
When I zoom in on it, it actually says Lusitania on it on the ship.
I'm just saying, if it's a generic picture, maybe it might be. There's actually a Lusitania. Hold it up to the camera so we can see it. Let's see if it's got a garbage cans on there.
Whoa.
Your thing, it doesn't like your screen. It's not working. Oh, huh. I
That
can't
was-
tell. I can't see it because as soon as you get it close, your pointy background takes over.
All right, let me take a close up of it. All right, how close do you need it to be? Let's see.
I don't know.
Is that what the girls eat their breakfast on?
No, oh my gosh, no. This immediately went this like immediately went into the cabinet.
I can see them having their baked beans or spaghetti
Oh my
on that,
gosh.
or their
Like I
or their
said, maybe
fried eggs on that
and bring it down here to the office. And this is not going to be going to school either. Hold on. Trying to get a better picture of it. Anyway, so I'm kind of slowly learning about the Lusitania. I try to give like little presentations about it when we get there in history class. Last year, a teacher that I worked with, she's like, She's like,
Pull your
"Do you-"
postcard that you had in your hand. That postcard, you should be able to see the garbage can lids on there.
This is all live, guys. Whoever's watching, I don't know how many people are watching, but this is all live, isn't it?
This
And
is
you realize
this is
how
Steve.
blind-
This is the hot scoop. This is the hot
this,
scoops.
this is starting to sound like bloody Art Bell coast to coast.
and you're realizing just how blind I
Man will be here in a minute.
I forgot my glass.
I got the giggles, mate.
We should have one of those like slide whistles.
They'll cut us off in a minute, Dan.
Oh my gosh. Women and machinery do not mix. I can't see a darn thing.
I actually had to send a book back, one of my Amazon books back,
Why? Why did you have to
'Cause
send
it-
a book back?
because it looked like somebody played like soccer with it or something. It was dented. It was the pages were all folded over. There was a gash in the front of it.
Oh my gosh, what book was that?
Maiden Voyages. Did you ever hear of that one?
The
Yeah.
Main Voyage, great book.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I ordered it and I was all excited because they talk about a certain stewardess and there's stewardess in there. And
Great.
I was like, this is great. I'm excited. But then I got the book. It's torn. The cover's torn. There's like gash in the front. Somebody must have
Yeah.
got pissed off and stabbed it or something.
Oh. Yeah, I can imagine you on those ships and the stewardesses. I can imagine.
Well.
I can imagine you as a steward down in the glory hole.
Oh, Lordy.
Don't be talking about that now.
All right. I'm gonna just like share this because I can't see. I'm struggling.
Can you see my screen?
No.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
See the garbage can lids up here? They look like Oscar the Grouch
Yeah.
garbage can lids.
Yeah, that's
See
what's
that?
on the that's what's on the plate, but they're red. They're like little round red things.
Okay, well, that's what that is then. So you got your
Okay.
it's answered.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, they're like little round red things all the way down. I can't see it too well on the postcard because that is tiny. Oh my gosh. Really tiny. And it's like
Put your glasses on, Joe.
they're upstairs. I don't have to go all the way back upstairs. I don't know why I didn't grab them.
You know what? Send the postcard to my house. I'll take a look at it and send it back to
Oh,
you
postcard too. I
in a
can't
few
see.
years.
It's really old. But anyway, I struggle. I cannot believe I'm like this blind.
Well,
It just
put your
amazes.
glasses, put your glasses on, mate.
I know they're upstairs. I don't go all the way
Yeah, well,
upstairs.
you must be on the table there. Put it on.
No, they're upstairs in my
Or get your
bedroom.
magnifying glass.
I don't have a magnifying glass. I
Yeah,
like
yeah, well, look, I get a
You
magnifying
gotta
glass.
have a
Sometimes
everybody
too.
has a magnifying glass.
I've
How
got
old
one.
do you
Here
guys-
it is. Look,
Yeah.
it's in the cupboard. Here it is.
I have
here,
like
look.
four. I have like
Look,
four
Dan,
of
here
them.
it is, here, look. I got one. Oh, look at it.
you guys are funny. But no, I think that was very sweet of Ev to do that. It's just really, it says at the top, the Cunard Steamship Company. But he bought it from Brian Hawley from his company. He has a business selling
Bits and pieces.
ocean liner antiquities.
Oh, that's where I got my hat hook from.
Yeah, so
My United States hat hook.
yeah, just very lovely. But
You see that?
Hmm?
You see the Mauritania?
oh yeah,
See, it's got actual cowls on here. See, that's the difference.
I do.
That's how you can tell from a distance. That's how you can tell which ship is which.
I see it's totally different. Totally different. I struggle. Shoot, that's not what I want.
Have you ever heard of the book Ship Ahoy?
Yes, I have a copy.
It's familiar.
I do too. Those are hard to find. Those are one I was talking about earlier. They had some different life-saving things. It's written by some officer, like a retired officer for some ocean liner company. and
Mhm.
it explains like those canisters that would light up when you threw a life ring over. They were on the railing. You always see that canister hanging by the life preserver. Those were
Oh,
they would illuminate when they hit the water. And I
oh,
think you might discuss other kinds of things, like with
Sure.
life-saving appliances. So, huh?
I'm pretty sure it's written by Bissett, if I'm not mistaken.
What Bissett?
hmm.
James Bissett.
That's
It
Yeah,
is a
interesting.
must-have for anybody.
Commodore Bissett.
Yeah, is
Well,
it? You got
that's
it?
right, Commodore, wasn't he? Second officer on Carpathia.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I have it. I don't know. I know I have it somewhere, but I don't remember where it is.
It's called Ship
It is a
Ahoy.
must-have. I got it in
You
storage
know,
somewhere.
Josh, James Bissett married an Australian girl.
Oh, did he?
He did. He married an Australian girl. He met her when he came down here, and then after he finished with Cunard, I think he worked with a petroleum company. I can't remember, Ampol or something like that. So yeah,
Didn't Lightoller marry an Australian girl as well?
it wouldn't surprise me. He came down on White Star ships and down to Sydney. That wouldn't surprise me at all. So I know Lightoller was he was a heavy smoker. He had problems, respiratory problems, and I think the 1956 smog in London, I
Yes.
think I think that finished him off.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say is that
I think that's what finished him
contributed
off.
to his death.
See,
Hey,
he
he
used to
lit the
smoke a
cannon off in
pipe.
your fort outside there in Australia. Him and his buddies went over there and lit that cannon off in some fort that you have sitting out
Oh,
there.
that's
Yeah.
right. Fort Knox. That's right, he was too. But James Bissett, he married an Australian girl. I can't remember her name, but I had read into somebody who I knew him, and so, petroleum company or something. I really can't remember. Didn't we mention it in one of the books? I can't remember. And then he worked for a French Peugeot car company or something. I don't remember. So
Yeah, Fifth Officer Lowe also ended up in Australia, I think.
what
Oh,
does that
did he?
tell you, Joshua, about Australian girls?
I think a couple of Violet Jessup's siblings ended up there too.
Yes, they were too. I remember reading that. Yeah.
Um,
Australia was a friendly port, and there was,
And then some.
it's always good to come down to Australia, sort of,
Well, there was whole chapters in her book about Australia. She met a guy, Ned, there.
yeah.
did
Well,
she really?
the
Yeah, oh
Aussie,
yeah,
the Aussie
that was
girls were always
her love interest in the book.
Aussie girls were always happy to take your money, mate.
What?
No, this was the other way around. It was an Aussie guy,
Well, really,
Ned. It was Ned the Australian.
really.
What?
Okay.
Here's the book.
Violet said that?
Well, no, there's whole chapters where she went to go visit a guy named Ned. He lived in Australia.
He did. I remember reading that.
Well,
Yeah.
no wonder she kept on working, as a stewardess. Oh my.
And
Oh, is
here's
that Violet
the
Jessup?
right here.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think two of her brothers ended up moving there.
what, to Australia?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's
Actually,
why there's an Australian edition of her book.
that's right. I
What?
think Manly or something, which was on the North Shore, on the other side of the Harbour Bridge. Yeah.
Well, Australia is a retirement location for the English. Just like
Certainly is,
Americans go to
Bruce.
Florida, the English go to Australia.
There
No.
certainly is, Bruce.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
they like to come down here, don't they? Bring their
Warm.
yeah, well, if you've got a
Florida and
port,
Arizona, I would say somewhat too.
Arizona. Sounds like Route 66, Dan. Jesus Christ almighty, Jesus. Oh, bloody
Well, yeah,
hell.
you go down there and it's like 120 degrees on a spring day.
Yeah, well, you don't really usually wear too much then, do you?
Gosh.
The interesting thing about the Ship Ahoy book is the closest he comes to mentioning Titanic is talking about the International Ice Patrol. And he says the loss of a great liner in 1912 by striking an iceberg was directly responsible for the inauguration of the Ice Patrol.
Hmm.
That's true.
You wrote Tramps and Ladies, right?
He did, tramps and ladies.
A little bit even more. That's a Mauritania right there, I think.
Are you sure? All right.
Go
Well,
going a little closer.
oh my gosh.
And
Whoa.
didn't Bissett was talking about on the Rostrum said to Bissett to go out on one of the
Yeah.
port wings and keep a sharp eye out. He said you've got a good eye and keep an eye out. And Bissett reported the Aurora Borealis, which was
Oh, he
green.
did write Tramps and Thieves.
Yeah, Aurora Borealis. And not
I
only
love
was
that song.
Aurora Borealis. That's the bloody truth, Missy. Aurora Borealis at the time was green, and it was low. It had that green sort of what's the name, lantern thing in the lifeboat. Flare, was it green flare? Something like that.
Joanna, that probably is a Lusitania. It's kind of a wash. I can't
No.
really figure it out.
I'm trying to see
No,
if I
that's
can,
Mauritania.
Is it?
trying to see if I
Because
can
it
zoom
looks
in.
like the
That one looks like the funnel, but I don't know. The other ones look like little circles. All right, how do I zoom in? Oh, there it is. Hold on. Here we go.
oh no.
It's kind of hard to
Is it,
tell.
so it definitely says
It's right there. UCITANIA. And those are like, I don't
There's
know.
probably a way to tell for sure by counting all the davits and all that, but I don't know that ship that well. I don't know the ship that well. I don't know.
that's homework for Joe to do. She'll have to
But
count
those look like cowl vents to me, to be honest with you.
No, that's interesting. That is really interesting. I don't know. Either way, it's a cool little souvenir plate.
No, it's fantastic. I'll
Mhm.
take it. You can I'll send you my address again in case you don't
Yeah.
have it anymore.
I don't know. It's really interesting. I couldn't find anything else like it anywhere. I even looked for like Lusitania souvenir plate. I looked for you know, Mauritania souvenir plate. But it's called the Lusitania launch plate. Um, I don't know. I couldn't find anything like it. But anyway, here's Ship Ahoy. For those of you who are
Whoa,
wondering.
look at what I just saw here. He is also the author of Lifeboat Efficiency, I think that says.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that as well.
What does
So-
that look like? I don't have that one.
I'll have to find it. It's a little pamphlet. But there's some interesting illustrations, one of which shows Welland davits or similar to Welland davits. Yeah, I'll have to find it because it is interesting.
That's interesting. It says price $2 right here. Does yours say that, Josh?
Yes.
That's interesting.
He
Are
wrote
you-
a bunch of books, didn't he?
Yeah, he was well known for at sea and everything.
I see. I hear
Popular
Josh, but I don't see
passengers.
him. Did you turn your camera off,
Wasn't,
Josh?
Josh, wasn't Bertram Hayes the post Titanic disaster, the White Star Line Commodore? Was it Bertram Hayes? Did they give it to him?
They gave it to him later on when he was a captain of the Majestic. He made him Commodore.
Was he the first one? I'm not sure.
No, he was not the first one. Digby,
No, but
Digby
after
Murray was the
Titanic,
first one.
Yeah.
What?
After Titanic had sank, Bertram Hayes was the first one they made Commodore of the White Star Line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Said that. in the
Oh, I
first
never saw
one.
it.
All right. I know
Joe,
you
I
guys are
never saw this before.
what?
So in the back of Nomadic, look, they have like other books.
Yeah. Look at
Ooh.
the coloring book.
Coloring book.
Look in the center right there.
It's their favorite coloring book.
Oh, there it is. I'll get into Joe.
Where's
I'll get
the
into
favorite
trouble for being silly and doing this again, but there it is. Da, 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 da.
The coloring book. All right. I know
And
you
I
guys
really
are
like Gunther's book about the
Lifeboat
crew.
Efficiency.
I have it
Gunther book,
around
yeah.
here somewhere for
Oh,
reference.
that's neat. It's like a little
Oh, cool.
pamphlet.
Yeah, it's a little pamphlet, and there's some interesting illustrations. One in particular that I liked was this one.
Ooh.
And
Yeah,
it shows
see
how
it.
they were launching in the lifeboats.
Oh, that's
Those
interesting.
are the
is
single.
cool.
Those are single quadrant Wellens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But that's the same for Titanic. That's the same way you wrapped a rope around those bits and all that. That's correct. That's
Exactly.
nice.
Exactly.
Exactly how you do it. Yeah, for the Wellens, but that's a single quadrant rather than a double quadrant.
Mm-hmm.
right. Um, that's really neat. I got that image for the other book from Abe Books, and they do still have a copy or two available if anybody's interested.
This
What
is
book
a
is that?
In the Ship Ahoy book, I found that image from Abe Books.
Oh yeah.
That particular copy is on sale for $40.
Oh, I would grab it. I would grab it. I got my own somewhere in storage, but I would grab that. That one's one you should have in your collection, I think.
This is a
That one.
31st edition. This lifeboat efficiency is a 31st edition. So they must have done
Oh,
a ton of these.
Wow, what year is that one? The 31st edition. That's pretty
I
old.
got my Hold Down around here somewhere, or that might be in storage too. Hold Down. That was a good reading book though, but you can tell it was read by written by a megalomaniac.
It
That guy
says
was
revised
nutty
It was.
1940
I think I agree. Now
1946.
I've got that book to send over to Joanna. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
I need to
1946 is when they did it. When
So
this one
this-
was published.
While Josh is looking at publication date, I'm gonna make you all jealous. I got these for Christmas from my loving husband. Titanic earrings. I know you all. Yes, isn't that cool? These are available on Amazon. These were on my wish list. Titanic earrings.
That's nice.
There it is, Bruce. Hold down.
That's a nice one. Mine doesn't look that nice though.
Well, it's getting a bit moldy. I said to Joanna, Joe, I said I'd send it to her. And I had something else. What was I going to send to you, Joe? Christine threw the bloody cardboard box the other day away with it. But here it is. So
Glasses.
that's got your name on it. So it's coming your way. So, and what else did I said I was going to send you? Hang on a sec. Look,
Yes, some glasses and some pennies.
here they are. Look. Here they are. Will you wear them? Will you wear them? Because they were on the cover of the Centennial Reappraisal book.
Oh my God.
Yeah, here they are. Look,
collector's
Bruce.
album.
Here they are. Look. Will you wear them on a 401, Joe?
Sure.
Yes,
Well-
she will.
I bet you bloody will too. Here they are. They're yours.
Yay.
So, yeah, no, I said I'll send them to you and the book. And there was something else. No, just I don't want to bend the arm too much. I don't want to bend it. Well, anyway,
Pennies.
they're yours.
They're supposed to be pennies or something.
Oh,
and then
pennies.
I've got a whole
Oh,
box. Yep.
now,
I've
hang
got
on
a
a
whole
sec.
packed for you. I just haven't made it to
No,
the
hang on, look. Here they are. Look. Hang on, wait. Here, look. Here they are. Look. Here's the pennies. Look. Here they are. Look.
Yeah.
I told you, didn't I? Look. One for you, one for Dan. Look. Here they are.
What are those?
I don't tell lies, mate. If I do something, say something, I'll do it. They're yours.
Yay.
You want to
Got a
change
spot for
the,
that penny too.
yeah, you'll get it, mate. She'll send it to you.
I will.
And get on to that person about the starboard side about the window configuration. That kind of
I like it.
you tell them.
Yeah,
Bruce,
send a complaint.
I've got one more thing to show. This is something I did not get for Christmas, but it's something I've been collecting for a while. I'm going to eventually get all of these. Okay. These are like these weird little plates. They're from 1996 and they were sold at the Titanic exhibition. Okay, in 1996. There are 4 plates in the collection, and I have 2 of them. So I always keep an eye out on eBay or Marketplace. This one, they each have like a painting in the middle. This is why I like these. Okay, I know you've seen like probably the like millions of plates. I think they're from the Bradford Exchange or whatever. I don't want those. Okay, I'm weird. I want these. These actually have paintings by like, well-known artists. Like this one's by Simon Fisher. And like I think there's another one by Simon Fisher. I have two. Like one of the other one's upstairs in my curio cabinet. But I just think these are really neat. So if you're gonna collect like plates and you don't want to get like the 50 million Bradford Exchange ones that people are still trying to get hundreds of dollars for, you can still find like these like on eBay or Marketplace. Some fool on eBay is trying to sell one of them that I don't have for like $100 on eBay. I still wouldn't pay that much for it. Usually you can find them for about 20 or $30 a piece. But I just think they're really a lot prettier than the other ones. They're bigger and they have a lot more detail around the outside of them. And then I love the paintings in the middle because they're, like I said, they're by a well-known like Titanic artist. Instead of like the, cranked out like, Bradford Exchange or whatever
Mass-produced.
yeah, mass-produced ones. Anyway, someday, I'm not in any hurry, but someday I'm going to try to get all four of these. I think they're really pretty. I've seen all four of them. And eventually I'll get all four. But I think there's like two by Simon Fisher and then two by, another artist. I forgot who the other artist is. But I think they're just lovely plates. So I would recommend if you're going to collect Titanic plates. I mean, it's four. It's easy to, keep up with. And they're just so pretty. And they're all like, of the ship. They're not like just random, like Dan said, mass produced, overly priced, weird things. And they look really pretty in my curio cabinet.
No, nice.
That's my opinion. Huh?
Nice place. No, no, really nice. It's great. I like all these things.
Huh?
It's nice you like all these things, Joe.
Just my opinion, if you're gonna collect something, I know they're really old and they're kind of harder to get these days, but someday I will get those. Just just putting that out there if anybody's looking for something to collect. Other than like replica china or whatever, that's something different that I am working on. So and I'm just throwing that out.
But any viewer, oh my, this rotten tooth. Oh, gosh, awful. Any any viewer questions?
Does anybody have any questions?
Anyone there? Look, they're probably all gone to sleep.
They probably are.
Well, the
Rambling
night
on.
is young. It's only 11:30.
11:30, Dan. Look, it's
12:30 here for
quarter to
me,
five.
Josh, and
Yeah,
Bruce.
bam.
12:37 here.
12:37. I luckily don't have to go to work tomorrow. I don't know how it is for Josh, but like if we get any kind of snow or anything, like everything shuts down here in Virginia, like and there's been ice, so
We
I live-
we shut down Friday and tried to get going Saturday in the afternoon. Sunday we were back up and running more in the midday to afternoon, and tomorrow we'll be fully running because everything is melted, I think.
Where you
um,
at?
Atlanta. Well, near Atlanta.
Joshua, I've never seen snow.
You've never seen snow?
No, I spoke to when I was in New York. I spoke to Helen Benziga,
Hmm.
and we had breakfast in the morning or something. And I just 2012, whatever it was. And she said, "Oh, Steve, how are you?" I said, "I'm pretty good." She had a dog with her. I can't remember the name of the dog. It's
Rojan.
that's right, Busan. That's right. And I had we had sausages and tomatoes or something. We were in Manhattan or something, and but when I look back on it, I just think it was so great to talk to somebody who was associated directly with with Titanic, and she was such a lovely person, and I can't remember who else was there. Dan Butler was at one, and G. Michael Harris, yeah. Of
Doug
course,
Willingham.
yeah. Tommy Linsky. There was quite a few there, so it was really interesting. But that's the closest I've met to come to meeting someone who was connected to Titanic. So what a lovely lady she was, and I don't remember whether she had Bajan with her, so I don't remember.
Yeah,
But
at that time it's Brujan. I think she's moved on to other dogs, but
I know she
I was with her
has,
for a
and
long time.
I know she changed her Facebook page or something because she sent me a message or something, whatever.
Mhm.
But I remember it was in the hotel, we were downstairs and we're having something to eat and help dog or whatever it was, and and she said to me at the time, she said, she said, I've never seen my dog like someone else before in my life. And I said, well, I said, always get on well with dogs anyway, whatever it was, so 2012 or something. So it's such a long time ago. So it would be lovely to catch up with her again. So, but sorry guys, hole in my tooth now. Sure. It's not sinus this time, it's a hole in the bloody tooth. So, but I'm just having a raspberry cruiser or something like that. And I'll put dinner on for me and Chris, which is lasagna. And I'm going to put
nice.
on some hot chips. So you guys call them fries. I call them hot chips, and put some chicken salt on it. So
Um,
Yeah, Helen's a treasure. I've
very
always
sweet.
valued my friendship with her.
she's lovely, Joshua.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's a wonderful person. Yeah, love to meet her again. Hopefully, I will. I hope to be in America in 18 months. And Bruce had mentioned something about the Titanic, British Titanic Society meeting or something, is it, Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you
In
thinking
April,
about
but I don't
going
know if I
over
can
to
get out there. I
Liverpool?
don't know if I have the money, huh?
No, well, whatever it was. I mean, let me know if you're going over. I'll come with you.
Well, I'd
And
certainly like
if
to.
that doesn't work out, how about next year? We'll lock it in.
Or you
I
guys
gotta see.
could just go to the one here. We can all get together.
Be nice,
Well,
wouldn't it?
Well, it's easier to get up to Pigeon Forge or someplace like that than it is to get out to Liverpool.
See?
Yeah, well, it'd be nice to go over, wouldn't it? So I can imagine all these people say, "Oh, look, special guest Steve Hall. Here he is there. And all 5 people turn up.
We could do a special live 401. Like,
401. Look, this is the best you probably get, isn't it? And I had a mate of mine who he's in Brisbane, and he said to me, he said, "Oh," I said, "Oh," because Karina's living up in Brisbane area, so I won't say where. So that's my daughter, Karina, and it's the chap's name is Robert Martin. Done a lot of videos on Titanic. Might have seen he's got a guitar made out of timber made from the Olympic, which is from whatever. So at Ray Cow, I think it was. I don't know, Ray Cow. I can't remember all these names. And he said, "I'll do an interview, Steve." I said, "Oh, I'll come down. Get a full kit, green screen, all this type of stuff, whatever it was, So, so we'll work it out." So it's supposed to happen next week, but it's not happening because Chris has got to go to the dentist. So maybe my birthday. So I need to go up and see Karina's new house. So I'll see what happens. So I don't know whatever it was.
well, this has been a
Sorry,
lot of
Chuck.
fun. That's okay. We
Sorry to
have
personalize it.
you're fine. You're fine. This
It's
is what
just
we do. We personalize things.
just the way I am. I just say what I think. So
You're fine. We have at least one viewer that'd like to join us for a minute or two. Is that okay with you guys?
yeah, let
Um,
him
all
in.
right. We have Britt, I think, that would like to join and show us some of her books that she got for Christmas. So I'm gonna just put the let's see. I'm gonna just put the link out there for just a moment. So if there's anybody watching who'd like to join us for just a minute before we
yeah, we'll
close,
probably cut it off at about 3 hours, 3 or 4
uh,
hours.
we're gonna
Oh,
cut it off
geez,
in
that's
about
coming up to tea, Dan.
we're gonna cut it off in
Like
about
at
10
5
minutes.
in the afternoon.
We're gonna cut it off in about 10
Good
minutes.
grief. Nearly
My
time
voice
for tea and an episode of Kojak.
my voice is going and I just
And then
You're probably
Steve's
right.
got to watch his Kojak.
No, I'm gonna
Yeah,
have my
Steve.
lasagna and chips, mate. I've got something to eat.
We had some lasagna last night. It was chicken lasagna.
Oh, I like chicken lasagna.
Yeah, because Jamie he can't eat beef or anything like that has hooves, so we are stuck with like chicken and fish and stuff like that. So
Say hello to Jamie for me, mate.
I will.
I'll send him a message.
Okay. Um, hi Britt, how are you?
Hey, good. How are y'all?
Good,
Britt,
good.
how's it going?
Good. Happy New Year.
Thanks, you
Happy
too.
New Year.
Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah. But I
Very
wanted
good.
to show my books because I got a bunch actually.
Good. You got your Titanic shirt on and everything. Very good.
Actually, I got this made at a army store that was here in my town a long, long time ago.
Oh, cool.
My first museum. So I thought this is the one I could find at the moment, so I put it on.
Yeah,
I'll go to bed shortly soon, but I want to show you guys before I went to bed because it's exciting.
great.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So it's my first one. And I've already shown these to Dan actually, but
Ooh.
he's
Oh,
seen.
that's a good one. That's a pop-out book. I have a couple of those. I have one that I take to school for my club, and then I have one a really nice one like yours that I have in my personal collection. I love that book. Doesn't that have the really nice like grand staircase pop out in the middle?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
That's a good one.
All right, book 2. Eyewitness book.
Ooh, a new version.
The
Yeah.
eyewitness ones are really
Yeah, I like that. I like that cover. That's
What
cool.
is that book called?
Just the eyewitness books. Just Titanic says
Oh,
just luxury of this famous ship and the exploration of its remains on the ocean floor.
Hmm.
So, all
It's
right,
one
go.
of my first Titanic books.
Oh yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, when I was a little kid.
Yeah, they got a bunch of them at the bookstore here, and my sister just went and picked them all up because they had them waiting for her that they had saved for me. So,
Oh, nice.
and then Titanic names.
Oh, that's a good one. We met and hung out with Lee Meredith in Las Vegas.
Mhm.
He and his wife are
We
so
did a
nice.
stream with him at one point, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We've done a live stream with him before many years ago. Very nice fellow. Very
They were
nice.
lovely people.
Yes,
Cool.
definitely.
I want to meet all you guys in person, and then some other people as well. So maybe that'll happen one day. We'll see.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Come to Titanicon.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great.
Oh, there you go.
Is that the 3D? Did that one come with the glasses?
I don't know.
what is that?
I really haven't had a chance to really look through them much. I've been so busy, but
That
I-
one's supposed to come with glasses. It's a 3D book, and I have a couple of those. It's supposed to come with glasses, and
Mhm.
the pages are like oddly colored and shaped so that you can
Mhm.
see the expedition photos and stuff and the pages and stuff with like in 3D. It's really
Oh,
cool.
not so far. I'm seeing it. It will be,
They're supposed
I
to
guess.
be
I guess.
tucked in a little pocket, and they're supposed
Probably
to be.
like the front cover.
Yeah, they're
Are
supposed
the
to be
photos in the
like-
red and blue to where they're supposed to pop out
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
3D glasses?
And the glasses they're not actually glasses. They're shaped like an ROV.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I remember you showed that one time.
It's it's one of my favorite books. I love that book.
I don't know. I have to look through it more, but it's not popping out or anything. So I may
Okay.
have something with it. These are used books. It may have.
Mhm. Well, it
They,
has its own
they
little
may have
pocket.
kept them for something else. I don't know.
Yeah, it has its own little pocket. So look for it.
I
They're
will.
easily lost. The glasses are easily lost.
And one I've been wanting for a while. The Titanic Green.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, good.
Yep. That didn't come at the bookstore. That was just one that my sister just got the used version on Amazon.
That's a
All
big
right.
one too. That's a heavy book. You can
I'm almost done looking through it. It's amazing how much they changed to, when they first wrote it, or he first wrote it, I should say. James
they took some good stuff out of there. They should have left.
Campbell. I know a lot of
These, these
scenes.
are in rough shape, but this is what they look like.
Yep, that's what it is. Mine's upstairs. That's
And
what it looks like.
And then today I went to the bookstore and I walked in and I said to the lady, because whenever there's books, Titanic books, they always keep them for me, or they'll show
Oh,
up right when I get there. Like, oh, let me take you to this one because we have this one come in. Well, she's like, well, I don't have anything today. Well, I didn't, wasn't fully sure if it was true, so I went, looked around myself, and I went to the top floor, looked in the kids section, and actually they had. I didn't get them because I already had them, and they didn't have the whole set. But they had two of the three they had of the set. There's three of them in a set. They had two of them, and it was like the ones where it's like I think it's a scholastic one. I'm not sure, but it's like
Oh,
I know
it's
what
the
you're
ones. It's the Jack the Ripper ones.
no, it's I think it's
I
like
know what you're talking about, the scholastic like 3-part books, and you put them together and it makes the whole ship kind of like on the
It came with a
spine.
poster too.
it's like a one's called Collision, one's called Rescue.
Yeah, that's the Jack the Ripper ones.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have those already, so I didn't
Oh,
get.
spoiler alert.
I know.
We were talking about Jack the Ripper earlier. I was going to say one of the theories is that he boarded the Titanic and died during the sinking,
Mm.
and
And
that's why.
he might have been one of the royals too. That's what they're.
I've
Yeah.
heard Jack the Ripper was a woman.
Oh, I never heard that one before.
Jilly or Jackie?
Yeah.
Jilly or Jack? Just Jilly or Jackie?
Jacqueline the Ripper.
Yeah.
Jilly or Jackie? Yeah.
I mean, but that's one of the theories too, is that he, boarded the Titanic, died, and that's why there's no more Jack the Ripper orders after the sinking of the Titanic.
Funny enough, there was a minister on the Titanic named Reverend Carter. He and his wife were they were rectors of a church in Whitechapel at the same time as the Jack the Ripper murders.
They actually they were close by where Catherine Eddowes was murdered actually. So you got Catherine Eddowes and Mary Nichols or something like that, and all those whatever. So look, there's a good case that Jack the Ripper was associated in the maritime industry. So I don't know.
You're so
Might be,
nerdy. Oh my gosh.
might be a book in that, Bruce.
I was just gonna say that now that I think about it, I did buy a book. I don't know if I showed you guys this or not, but I did buy a book.
Well,
This
they
one.
didn't give you one for free.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Enjoyed that one.
Ever seen that one before?
No, the cover
I got
looks
it
like
for
a
the pictures.
magazine that I have, but I didn't know there was a
I got
book.
it for the
Wait a minute,
pictures.
yeah,
I mean, I never
that's-
read any of these things, but it's got a lot of great pictures in it, and that's why I bought it.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Excellent pictures, a lot of art, pictures of artifacts. I like to look at that stuff.
Where'd you get that one from? I'm gonna have to look that up.
I got it from one of these bookstores in the mall where they kind of sell like overstock books and stuff. Like there's these places that like they get books that don't sell in the regular bookstores. They go to these overstock places.
That's
Uh-huh.
right.
It was in a mall here in Florida, and that's where I
So-
got it from.
Sell or return.
What's that?
Little,
No, they're
Sell
all
or
new
return.
books, but
The
Huh?
bookshops buy books on sell or return. They don't sell them; they return to the publisher, and
Right.
they try and sell them before they return them to the publisher.
exactly.
Yeah.
little do they
Whenever I
know
go
that
into that place, I always go to the Titanic section looking for one of my books. I never find them there, but I found this one, and it was like, "It's got great pictures," so I bought it. Why not?
Isn't it funny,
Right,
Bruce, when I look at all the different websites and they show all the different Titanic books, and people have got all these book collections, you know what I mean? And the first thing I have a look and see, they got Titanic, the ship Magnificent. No. Titanic in photographs. No.
Yep.
Centennial reappraisal. No. But what always seems to sneak in there is Titanic or Olympic, which ship sank? So,
I've never
They
seen that one.
always
I'm very
find it.
disappointed that the Pigeon Forge does not sell any of our books. None of them, from what I'm told.
I did look.
Yeah.
When I went in that gift shop, I did look to see if you guys were in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't have any, but your name is all over the museum, Bruce.
And his
Hey,
name was
wait
at
a
the
minute.
on in Volo. They have
Yeah.
your name at the entrance in the Volo Museum.
Why wasn't my name on the anchor?
Just to wind Steve up, I went and took all of the picture of all of your name all over the museum and sent it to Steve. While I was at
And then
Pigeon.
I sent you the one. I sent you the one from the car museum I went to. It says Bruce Beveridge right at the front.
Yeah, what about Beveridge and Hall?
So why is
Are you
it your name
referring-
in the museum, Steve?
Are you referring to the plaque at the anchor they have over there in Pigeon Forge?
Well, there is that. You were mentioned several other times throughout the museum, so I wasn't supposed to take pictures, but I did anyway. Every
all
time
do.
I name mentioned, I would take a picture and send it to Steve.
I don't know. But they don't sell. They don't have any of our books there, which reminds me, I'm gonna have to give a email. Nah,
Because like they quoted you on several things. It was funny, and I just took a picture and sent it to Steve. I was like, "Look, Bruce got mentioned."
that's interesting.
How
I'm not.
they know they quote Bruce Beveridge? How do they know I didn't bloody say that?
I don't even know what the hell what she's talking about.
Yeah.
I know
Oh,
that
it
they
was-
have a. Huh?
It was like on some kind of like it was on
No.
some like what are the blueprints, and then it was on
The
Two of them
blueprints,
were on
yeah.
anchors.
you were definitely on the anchor plaque
Yeah.
outside. It was in the blueprints inside, so we weren't supposed to take pictures on level 1. And I hope if
The
anybody's
blueprint
watching,
one for sure. I know that one. I know my name's on that because it's my deck plans that they have there. They have them reduced
Right.
down.
that's right, the deck plans. And then
When it comes to that anchor, what it says there is that the photo is courtesy of Bruce Beveridge. Because I sent him the photograph and I helped him out with some of the weight and the size of the anchor when they were getting ready to build that thing. So that's where that credit comes from.
it was something else about the grand staircase. We were looking at like because Josh, we can't just look at stuff. We have to like walk around behind stuff and like poke around at stuff. And so we were like looking at the back of like the grand staircase piece of wood and stuff. And it was about the grand staircase stuff. I remember seeing a Bruce Beveridge quote or something, so I took a picture of that. And then it was some
You're talking about the section of wood that's at aft on the back.
yeah, it was somewhere around there that had a Bruce Beveridge quote or something. And then it was somewhere else. It was like 3 different places other than the anchor that mentioned Bruce Beveridge. And I was just like,
I've been to that museum a couple of times, but I've never actually. It's been a long time since I've actually walked around and read this stuff.
I just thought it was amusing, and I like to wind Steve up sometimes. It's funny.
Yeah. Because they filmed that one episode of me with How To with John Wilson. I was there for that.
That was quite funny. That was really, and when the car blew up, oh my gosh, you guys have got to watch that. What's the official name of it, Bruce? You sent it to me.
How To with John Wilson, and I think it's season 3, episode 4 or 5. How to Watch Birds, I think is the name of the episode.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's so funny.
But they blow me up in the car at the end.
It really looked like they blew you up. If any of you guys are watching who want to join us for the last few minutes, you're welcome to click on
Last
the
few hours, that's all we got is a couple more hours.
All
See,
right.
we have a few new viewers. If you guys want to click on the link and join us for a few minutes, you're more than welcome to. So this guy like acts like he's interviewing Bruce, and they do some like bizarre stuff, and then at the end he acts like he's blowing Bruce up in the car, and the police show up. It is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
Chicago, it's not that bizarre.
It was Pigeon Forge and all these things.
Yeah.
Al
Chicago,
Capone
they throw
never
you
went
in
to
the
Pigeon
canal.
Forge.
He's getting some looks from people, you can tell, and I don't know. It's funny.
Sounds like the
Capone's
opening to
stuff went to Pigeon
Casino.
Forge.
Huh? What were you saying, Josh?
All right. I said Al Capone never went to Pigeon Forge, and then I thought back and realized Al Capone's stuff, some of them went to Pigeon Forge and are there in Pigeon Forge at the Crime Museum. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't you guys go to the crime museum? Was that part?
not
No,
That's
I
in
mean,
Gatlinburg.
but a few times
Oh.
ago.
it was just funny. It was the most unique thing I've seen in a while.
They have O.J. Simpson's Bronco in the basement.
Yeah.
But that show is definitely worth a watch. Is it on what did I watch? Was it on YouTube or I don't know.
What show? The show I was in, it was on HBO
Yes.
Plus or something.
Oh, it's definitely
I
worth a
sent you
watch,
the,
guys.
I actually have a copy of it. I sent you the link. You downloaded it, I think.
Did I? It was
Yeah.
so it's worth a watch if you guys can find it. Weird.
It's weird.
I have one more book I want to show y'all. I got
Okay, let's check it out. Oh, that's a good one too.
yeah.
What is that one?
Do what?
I
Dangerous
never seen that one before.
I haven't
I
either.
want to see it again. Can you show it to us again?
Yeah.
It's like a young adult, like teenage kind of book too. That's pretty cool.
I first thought about the history, and I read it, and I was like, no, it's like a made up story about some little boy, like an Irish boy or something.
It's
Yeah.
it's like a teenage fiction kind of book. It's cute.
He snuck on the ship. That's what it's about. So, yeah. But those are the ones I got. Yay.
No, those are good ones.
Yeah.
I imagine you have a very heavy bookshelf. You got a large bookshelf area for all this stuff.
I do actually, yeah. I have a replica. Y'all, I've shown it to y'all before, but I have a replica a plate from the museum, and another one that I just found in the thrift shop. That's just like a painting of the Great Hall, and then it has like some people dressed up in tuxedos on it too, and then stuff like pictures that I took when I was at the museums, like the ones you have to pay for, and then the rest of it is books. I have a few in the movie, like that. Like, I got some little magnets that are on my refrigerator and things like that. I got when I went to the one back in August with my friends. So yeah, and a few shirts and a sweatshirt. So
I have a couple of bookshelves here, and I have a couple of them. I have boxes, bins with plastic bins. I must have about 10 of them in offsite storage, filled with books. And when I couldn't get the book, if it was too old where I couldn't own it, I would get it from the library and I would photocopy every page in the book.
nice.
Like the regulations for the Marconi wireless or whatever that book is. I got about 4 different printings of that. And I had the photocopies of the complete book, so I would use that for reference if I couldn't get the book itself, because I was writing a book, so I needed the words there. But I have a couple of bookshelves here, and some of it's some of my more prized books, but some of it's just just junk too. But I always keep Discovery of the Titanic by Ballard. That's one of the first ones I ever had. The Father Brown book, that's the first one, and got illustrated history. You got to have that one. Those are the 3 must-haves. All of us Titanic guys are rivet counters. We started off with those books,
Mm-hmm.
And then was it Tom Bossell? With this book here, this is one of the early ones we all got. To Tom Bossell. This is one of the first ones we all bought. When I say we, I'm talking about guys like Bob Reed and Doc Reeve and all that. This thing.
I love that book. I love that book so much.
Yeah. This is a good. I have a couple of copies of this. This one's in good shape. So.
Yeah, I used to the version, but I don't know what happened to it. I think when I moved when I lived with my dad, I moved away, and I actually lost a lot of my Titanic books. One of which was about Titanic and James Cameron. It was like I had a picture of him on the front holding the Oscar in his hand. But
that's I have that book.
and
The Making of James Cameron, it's called.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, but I had to illustrate it, and so I think I might have lost it when I moved. But I did have this. I lost a few of them that I had, but maybe I'll find it again somewhere.
And this is my prized possession. I always keep very close. This one, nobody,
What's that,
very few
Bruce?
people have a copy of this.
Hmm.
This is the Britannic specification book.
Ooh.
Oh.
No.
Yes, of course, I gotta have a copy of that.
One.
Still has Jack Eaton's name on it.
I want to really quickly say hello to our friend Graham Jupp. He says, hello, everyone from Wellington, New Zealand. It's 7 p.m. here on Monday, the 13th of January. I hope you've been having a great conversation and hope to see you again soon on the 401.
Graham,
Thank you.
hello.
I know. We just love Graham.
Here's Gaza. Gaza. There you go, Kiwi.
We do want to have Graham back on the show, maybe even a deep conversations episode. He reached out to me not too long ago. He'd like to come and talk to us about his rare book collection,
Very good.
which I'm really excited about having him on the
Rare.
show.
How can it be any rarer than what you have? You got every rare thing I can think of.
No,
Yeah, Joshua's got a bunch of stuff sitting over there. What has he got that's rarer than that?
I've seen Graham has like this very organized spreadsheet of all of his library. So I've seen his rare book list. He's got some really fascinating stuff.
Probably the
so
best book collection I've ever seen.
It's really
it's much rarer than mine.
It's very impressive. I
There you
might
go.
pull out some of my like rare books and we might like compare. But he's got me beat big time.
Yeah.
And I might bring Josh in here, like we'll like compare a couple of books. But I mean, Graham's got us all beat.
Mine's not a comparison to what Graham has.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like to see what he's got. Where does this guy live at?
He's in Wellington, New Zealand.
Got the best
New
collection
Zealand?
in the world.
That's too far away.
He probably does have
Far
like,
away? What are you talking about, Bruce?
he
I
probably
can
does
start walking that way and be there in 3 weeks.
soon. So I'm excited that we'll get that scheduled soon. I got a little behind because of my health issues.
Oh, I lose the
Hopefully,
internet. I got you. You know, I remember thinking about rare books when I was doing the research for TTSM, even before that. I went on that like 8 books or one of those used book places online, and I bought an original yearbook of engineering for both Lusitania, Mauritania, Olympic, and Titanic in the Britannic, and they were those huge tomes, those real big ones, you know, for engineering. They're like the yearbook. And when they delivered it, they just dropped off this big canvas mail sack at my house. I mean, they had to lug it in. Boom! I ended up selling those things, but I actually had the originals.
wow.
Do you remember the TTSM, Bruce, that was originally going to be called the Rivet Counter?
Yes, River Connor's Guide to the Titanic.
That's what it was called.
Cool
Who was
title.
it? Someone who was going to publish that. Can't remember. So 20 years ago. I
That was
can't.
my original idea for the title. Yeah.
It was your idea, mate. You're the brains behind it.
No, I couldn't get anybody to buy that book. By the way, I couldn't get a publisher to take it. I tried. There was a couple of publishers that do those ships of state books or whatever. They do those the naval ships that are really detailed or something to this effect. The guy turned me down. So
Yeah.
when I went to the publisher, what was the name of our original publisher before it was the History Press? What was it called? Tempest or something like that?
Wasn't Campbell, was it? I don't care.
It came on McCutcheon. What was
Yeah,
it? Was it called?
yeah.
What was it called? Tempest or something?
That's it, Tempest, yes.
And he said right away, bam, no
Yeah, we'll
problem.
take it.
We'll send you the contract. They couldn't do it fast enough.
That's right, it was Tempest.
Yeah.
I got the original covers, and the TTSM was going to be just one book,
Yes.
Rivet Counter or whatever.
They said they couldn't do it because it would have been too thick, and they would have had a problem with the binding.
I told you that, didn't I? And I said to you at the time, I said, you know, they can't make a book 800 pages thick. It'll fall apart. I said, make 2 volumes. So
That's what they did. I don't know how many times I felt like reaching through the phone and grabbing Art Braunschweiger by the throat. Him and I went at it so much over that. He edited that, and him and I went at it so many times with with my text because no, you just can't say that. You just can't. You have to introduce it first. You just can't say this
What?
guy. You got to introduce. Oh, shut the hell up.
No,
But I
no,
did it.
no. Well,
Hmm?
that you had him as editor. I said make him author. You
Yeah.
know, I'd come up with some great stuff. And
guys are
so did Daniel and Bruce. Not Bruce. Scott. You know, it's the most amazing book ever written on Titanic, in my opinion.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall when you guys were putting all that together.
Oh, no, geez, the wicked buddy, there'd be spitting fire going everywhere here.
Um, so is there going to be a new Hall and Beveridge collaboration anytime soon?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
There could be if I could get myself to write something. I think I have the time now to do it because of my new job. I have the evenings off. But what I wanted to do is the whole the Titanic 2, the one that's in China, I was on that project and there's so much wonderful AutoCAD artwork was done for that ship that was never used. I mean, I've got drawings, I've got specifications. All the furniture was all drawn out to be rebuilt. The first class dining saloon, the first class. Oh my God, the smoke room. We completely drawn out with all the scroll work and everything in AutoCAD for the Chinese to create to put on that ship, and they never used it. And I want to try to see if I can get permission to use some of those drawings and to come out with a book so that I can show some of the work we did. We got Hollywood draftsmen doing that stuff. The guy in charge of that was a Hollywood set director. His name was Curtis Schnell, and we had employed 3 Hollywood grade draftsmen. Now these are the guys that could take one picture of something and scale the whole room off of one picture, or would create buildings that didn't exist out of history. The guys that build sets for movies. That's what they do.
I mean, it's a
So
shame you can't use that for something else, I mean, if they're not going to use it for either project in China, it's a shame they can't, sell those plans and use them for something else.
I
You
have to
know?
get a hold of Ivan, and I got to get permission from them. If they give me permission to do it, then I was going to try to put that together somehow. But it wouldn't be a story about them so much as it would be a story about me and my company's involvement in this design work. That's
The
why I
problem
wanted to
is,
highlight the drawings, huh?
well, the thing is, Bruce, I mean, basically, I mean, the hull is sitting over there rusting away. And it's in the same situation where Titanic would have been before it was launched. And it's just sitting over there rusting away to nothing. So what are we supposed to do? I don't know.
Well, Josh and I have always talked about like a Titanic venue, haven't we, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
We just need an investor.
Yeah, we'll have a word to Elon Musk or
Oh.
something. He's got a couple of quid.
Yeah, you have not necessarily a full scale replica, but you have a building. You recreate some of the rooms, maybe as a hotel slash conference center. And yeah, you have a cafe Parisian, you have a smoke room, you have a lounge, and
Staircase, of course.
grand staircase, of
We
course.
haven't got that.
Yeah. The
and
front desk is
they're
where the
planned.
purser's office was.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, if you can get somebody to invest in it, the thing of it is
That's
you have to
something
convince somebody to do it because
Mhm.
it'll make money. It will make money if somebody will invest in it.
Mhm.
Yeah, Titanic's one of the best-selling subjects of the 20th century and 21st so far.
That's right.
Want to welcome Polly to the show. Hi, Polly. Hello. It's a little late, but at least over here on the East Coast. How are you?
So late for you guys. I know I'm like I just got the kids to bed. I'm ready to rock, ready to party. But
I
know
told Dan, I was like, we're just gonna do a short show.
right. I was like, I don't want to jump in if they're all just getting ready to sign off, and then I'm like keeping everybody up. I'm just here to hang out.
I saw one of your videos the other day. I was watching one. Who were you talking to? I can't remember. Who was it you were talking to? What was the last done a podcast, didn't you? Who was it? Can't remember.
Hello, Steve. It's great to
Yeah,
virtually meet you.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't met Steve or Bruce virtually or in person yet.
No,
So this
I
is
put a
Holly,
post up
Steve
there
Hall,
on
Bruce
Facebook
Beveridge,
or
Josh Noble. Is there
on
a few?
your put something up on your page, and I said you're doing really well. It's great talk. I
oh
don't know who you're talking to, and then no one said anything after 3 days, so I just deleted the post. And then
oh that was
you had another podcast, and I said, you know, what a great video. I was waiting for somebody to say, oh, Steve, what a great video. And then no one said anything, and I deleted it again. So I couldn't be bothered. So, but I did see your podcasts.
I do remember that now. That was on the Daniel
Yeah,
Allen Butler video.
I delete things after 4 days. You know, people think, oh, why does Steve delete stuff? You know,
Don't leave
fast,
any breadcrumbs.
as far as I'm concerned, it's like a chip wrapper or something. You know, you make a post, no one says anything. After 2 or 3 days, your model's deleted because no one's going to say anything. So, don't worry about it. So get rid of it.
What kind of
I
podcast do you
did
do?
tune in and look at the videos. They were very good. I can't remember who you were talking to.
I was talking to Daniel Allen Butler in the one you're talking
Oh,
about.
yes. You know, DB is, yeah, that's right. Daniel's hasn't been well. Yes. I remember that. He's a good friend of mine, Daniel. And had dinner with him in New York in 2012. So, yeah, he's a good stick.
Yeah, it was my first time talking to him, only time talking to him, but I
Yeah.
really enjoyed his book, The Other Side of the Night, and we had a good time
Yeah,
talking
he
about
was
that.
great. I used to debate with him when back in 1995, the Titanic alt, I don't know, some society or something, whatever it was. He used to argue with him all the time. I used to wind him up because he done this book, this great book. He's great, some top expert. I hope he's listening. He won't be listening, but I'll tell him. And I used to wind him up about the switch theory, and I said this.
Oh
And
no.
yeah, you remember Bruce. And I
No,
said,
I don't remember.
yeah, Christ. And, and he went after me and, said, oh, I don't know, whatever. I was only winding him up. So, and he said to me one day, he said, oh, you, whatever, you're nobody, you know nothing. So, whatever. And I thought it was quite amusing about 2 years ago. I was talking to him. And he said to me, he said, Steve, you proved me wrong. So that was great. So, yeah,
So what
I
kind of
like him.
podcast do you do, Paul?
I speak to creators, people who are continuing to create new work, keeping Titanic's legacy alive, whether they're artists, historians, authors, and I explore why, Titanic continues to inspire, and um, it's been a real fun ride. It's just been about 6 months now. I started halfway through 2024, and
Yeah,
it's been great.
I think you've done a good
I'm
job.
gonna have to look for some of those and on YouTube, I suppose.
Yeah, Titanic Legacy on if you listen to podcasts, it's on any podcast platform.
Okay.
I sent a few videos. I said to myself, why doesn't he reach out? Why doesn't he talk to me? Well, okay, then doesn't want to talk to me. That's all right. Then I'm nobody. All right, so
Well, I
have a
would be happy
Bruce
to. Like I
Beveridge.
said, we haven't met. Joanna has made this connection now. I'd love to have a conversation with you.
And you have the
And
guitars too. You pull them down and play a couple of songs while you're at it, or what?
yeah,
Oh,
you want to hear some music? Does anybody want to stay up any longer? Anybody want to stay up longer tonight?
that's right.
I don't know if singing is the best way to do it.
I could join in on the piano, but I'm afraid I'd wake my family.
What the piano? So what it's the other person which the talking about the podcast talks was Steam and Splendor or something, whatever. Who was it? Who was doing that? Tad Finch and Jake
Yeah,
Glennon
on a sea of
and
glass
Wolseley.
crew.
Yeah, I saw some videos. They're doing a great job. Fantastic stuff. So I'm
Yeah, they,
Well,
very
you have followers,
stuff.
why not?
they've been doing a lot of the music that was played on board the ship. It's really interesting.
It is quite interesting. I've watched their first video 2 or 3 times. So yeah, it's great stuff. I think it's time that it's the next level up. If there's no books, whatever it was, just turn on and podcasts and talks. And it's a really good thing, so anyway,
And
so
Paul's doing Simon Medhurst's book, Titanic, and what is it, Titanic in 365 days? Is that what it is? Or
Titanic day by day,
oh,
366
sorry.
days with Titanic. Yeah.
oh, that's right. Yeah,
There's
I
so many.
remember I helped him with that book. Yeah, I
Um,
remember that.
So he's doing that kind of in podcast form. He's having different people read each day. I mean,
Who did that book?
how would you
I got
describe it,
that
Paul?
book around here.
Um, how would you describe? It's not really podcast form. It's recorded format. Um, it's lovely. It's absolutely lovely.
I,
Welcome.
I'm looking forward to having Joanna and Josh involved as lending their voices when Joanna's health gets better. I'm glad to see you're online doing some stuff. I didn't know how long it would be till you're back doing this, but yeah. So I pitched this idea to Simon a little over a year ago. I said, "What if we did?" each day of your book and released them in audio form, like an audio play, like old school audio recordings. He has facts, he has born on this day, died on this day, newspaper articles, Titanic survivor quotes. And I said, what if we did them like an audio play every day so people could wake up and on their drive to work or whatever, they could listen to that specific day, who was born, who died, really great information. And he loved the idea. He ran it by the publisher, and that's where it kind of got like, well, if you want to do every day, then you need to do like an audio book, and you have to like we have to hire you to produce that. And I was just like, that's not anything I do. Joanna knows this. Anything I do, like podcast wise, web show wise, like I do it for fun. I don't want to get paid for this.
That's right.
This is my passion. And so Simon was like, okay, if we don't go that route, maybe we could just do like one a week. And I said, that sounds great. So all through 2025, I've picked out one day per week throughout his book. We've produced the day in like an audio podcast or an audio play, basically the old school. You listen to it and there's the soundscapes and there's the quotes and there's the actors and there's the information and so anybody can check them out like one day a week and it's been a fun journey so far, and
Yeah, it's been good.
we're 3 weeks in, and we'll see how the rest
Yeah.
of the year
Hey,
goes.
How can I hear this? Where do I hear this at?
Again, if you listen to podcasts, it's on Titanic Legacy podcast, or it's also we're going on Simon's YouTube channel, which is Simon Medhurst Titanic on YouTube.
That's good. Yeah. I've seen a few of the posts. So it's I spoke to him, several times or something, whatever it was, but might be have a word, and this has been very English. Perhaps with Simon have a word in Graham Jupp's shell like, because he's got that free PDF download.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a word in his shell like and perhaps combine the two of them because he's done a really good job. And you sort of, take what Simon's got and take it out, expand it out with some additional history or something like that. So be a good thing, so. And it could be good to represent what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere instead of everything that's happening in the Northern Hemisphere. There are few historians in the Southern Hemisphere.
Where are they?
Yeah. Really, listen, you. Good. You know me, Bruce.
So Paul, you're not affected by the fire there in California, are you? Or are you pretty safe from that at the moment? Or
Knocking on wood at the moment. I'm in
Best of luck.
Ventura County, which is just the county north of LA County, which has been hit real bad.
Best of luck, mate. I hope it all works out well for you. I
Yeah.
saw the other day there the girl from Lost in Space, Barta Kristen. Lost in Space.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Barta Kristen. So who was it? Judy, was it? I think.
Yeah.
her house burnt down. So she lost her house.
Lots of
Might have
houses, lots of everything has been burnt.
Yeah, a lot of-
And Marta Kristen, there was a crater like named after her on the moon.
I don't know. That's
How do we
Judy
get
interesting.
that?
Judy Robinson. I don't know. Was it Judy? I can't remember whatever it was. So anyway, so the blonde girl.
Yeah, right. Well, the other one was Amanda Cartwright, so it had to be what you're talking
Oh,
about.
yes, Amanda Cartwright. Now, she had a sister, wasn't she, Bruce? It's
It
Veronica
was a younger sister
Cartwright.
was a Cartwright. And she was in the Sound of
Veronica
Music too, you
Cartwright.
know.
That's right. She was in Daniel Boone. So Daniel Boone's daughter, wasn't it? Veronica Cartwright. Now, Angela
know.
Cartwright
Best
was
Parker,
in
Daniel
Sound of
Boone?
Music.
Angela Cartwright.
Angela Cartwright was in Sound of Music and Lost in Space. And her sister, Veronica, was the daughter in Daniel Boone with Fess Parker and Rebecca Blair.
The
How's
sad
that?
part,
I haven't seen
I
that in
actually
years.
followed all that. I
You
don't.
didn't know that?
No, I
Me?
did.
Joe's
Parker.
favorite
Oh, my.
show.
I used to
It
watch
was.
Daniel Boone with Bess Parker all the time, and I actually know
That's
who
her
you're talking.
favorite show.
And I'm just
Oh,
that old.
Fess.
Like,
Fess
She would
Parker.
watch
I mean,
Dallas and then Daniel Boone and then Raise the Titanic after
I know,
those
right?
two.
Raise the Titanic.
Ah,
Oh, my.
you know,
That's
Fess
how
Parker, didn't he
I
have
ended up
a
here with
winery in
So-
California?
I don't know. But anyway, back to you, Paul. So,
Sorry.
so you're safe with it's from the fire at the moment. You're a little. You said you're a little north of it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, we're good right now. We actually, our area got hit in November a couple of months ago. So like we got a lot of burnt land around us, but we're good. Thank you so much for asking. But like throwing it back to the Clive Cussler thing,
Mhm.
Ray the Titanic. That's what I was saying in the chat earlier, where you guys were talking about the mystery box. Like
Yeah.
he talked about it in his book, didn't he?
Did he? I haven't read that in forever. I mean, I remember reading it when I was younger, and because I was like, "Oh, I watched this movie and it was great," and then I was like, "Oh, the book is so okay," and then I
Talked
watched the
about it
movie
in what book?
and I'm like, "Oh, it's awful."
Raise the Titanic. It's all about this box in the Titanic that's filled with this
Oh
magical
yeah, with the
ore.
random. Was
Yeah,
it
but that was in
randomonium?
the
What is
that was in the cargo hold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They had
okay.
that in the cargo hold.
So it wouldn't have been near the staircase at all.
No, it was
Okay.
it was down below and somehow didn't fill with water, I guess, in the movie.
Oh yeah, and he was still
Yeah.
in there.
I remember that now.
what? He was in a box. Who was in a box? Wait, what?
No, remember when they opened because he took a gun to Alec Guinness and said, "You go down there," and
Okay.
they went
Yeah.
in there and he got locked in. You don't remember that, Joe?
Oh my gosh. Like I remember watching it. I watched as an adult, but I've been an adult for a long time, Dan. Okay, so this is probably like 15 years ago when I watched it. Okay, Alec Guinness, he told me to go down there. I remember like the underwater stuff, which is really like hokey, and like they found like
No. This was later. Alec Guinness said he forced Alec Guinness at gunpoint to go down to the cargo hold, like Josh
Right.
said.
right.
And then the door locked, and then Alec Guinness ran away. And then they opened it later and they found his remains in there.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, yeah.
This is
Yeah,
why I
'cause
defend the James Cameron movie so much. All of these other movies are
it could have been so much worse.
1,000 times worse.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
to be fair, if they kept the part in the book where Gene Seagram's wife stripped in front of the Americans and the Soviets in the dining saloon.
Yeah.
Whoa. I know.
It was-
Oh, my.
yeah,
But we
I
could
watched
also-
That was a thing in the book. This
We
is
could also
showdown
throw-
and she strips naked. But
I could watch anything but Dallas. Okay. It wasn't Dallas.
We'll throw it ahead a few decades to the classic scene from Seven. What's in the box? What's in the box?
What's
It's
in the
Like-
box?
No, that movie severely affected me. I cried all the way home. I watched that as a teenager. Like I was just barely old enough to watch that, And a girlfriend of mine from college and we went from high school. We went and watched that, and I had to drive home by myself in the dark. And
And she still can't watch Dallas. She's banned
maybe
all
maybe
Dallas.
there's a
Oh.
TikTok video, a TikTok Titanic video in there. What's in the box?
what's in the box?
We'll have to find it.
It's still not okay. But yeah,
It's not a cat in the box, is it?
no. Have you ever seen Seven? I'm still not okay with like opening boxes. Like,
No. Schroeder's cat in it.
I'm wondering if any of the Titanic related homes were affected in Los Angeles, because I know there were multiple survivors who lived there.
mhm.
Some are
Yeah.
buried there still.
God.
I was wondering if some of them were affected by it.
Or somebody brought up a good point, like any like artifact collectors or
Yeah.
even movie prop collectors.
That's
Like
interesting.
what was lost? What was lost?
Yeah,
Oh, you wouldn't know.
Bruce, what was it? Rick Springfield. Rick Springfield owns one of the Titanic lifeboat plaques.
Mhm.
God,
I
put
saw
the bloody glasses on. I can't bloody say here.
Well,
I saw
certainly,
a
if his house lit on fire, that would be
Yeah.
the first thing he grabbed. I would hope.
burnt little
Oh,
uh
Paul,
gold Oscar. I think
Yeah,
that was kind of
Paul.
sad. I think
Yeah.
Bill Willard posted that
Yeah,
because
Paul.
Whose Oscar was it?
Redford.
yeah, Robert Redford. Yeah, that was really sad.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
anyways,
survived.
like, people's things are being lost, so it means you know, the world to them, whether it's Titanic stuff or whether it's their Oscars or
Billy
their photos. It's tragic, to them.
Billy
Yes.
Crystal lived in the same house for 46 years, and that burned.
It's just terribly sad. All right, so we've got Ev. Ev's in the dark. What are you doing?
Hey, I need a second. Let me get in the hallway.
Okay. Do they not have lights in your stateroom? What's going on, bud?
I'm with a roommate.
Oh,
Woo!
Yeah, it's not like that.
Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm on the Queen Anne. Give me 1 second.
You're on the Queen Anne.
Queen Anne's Revenge.
Jesus. What
Okay,
are you
so-
doing here? You're in the
Yeah.
I
what?
mentioned that I've
Run out of
actually
electricity.
the Queen Anne's Revenge. And it was really cool. I was in the Outer Banks at the
Mhm.
what's that museum out there, just way out there in the Outer Banks.
Hatteras.
Yeah, it's way out there. The graveyard of the Atlantic Museum. So they had just brought up some of the Queen Anne's Revenge artifacts, and they had it in that museum. And because they were still in the water, they had them in these huge tanks. That was one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen, was pieces of the Queen Anne Revenge. I was like, Blackbeard's ship, I was just
Mhm.
like, my kids were like really small, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, it's Blackbeard's ship. They had no idea. My son's like, Mom, have you absolutely lost your mind? And I'm like, I was the only person excited about this. And but it was so cool. It was like little pieces of a cannon and like, belt buckles and some cutlery. And it was all like it was so newly recovered that it still had to be desalinated, I guess. And so it was
Mhm.
all in the big tanks. And I was just like, I was so excited.
It's so cool seeing stuff like that.
It was. I was just like, Queen Anne's Revenge, and later, we watched the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and the Queen Anne's Revenge is in there, and my son's
Mhm.
like,
Yeah.
oh, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
he's just like, oh,
It's weirdly enough, the
Hey guys, I'm
actual
gonna have to
story.
get going here. I gotta get up in the morning.
Okay, Bruce,
All right.
I'm sorry to like just monopolize the conversation.
No, I'm so tired I can't even see straight. I mean,
Okay,
I gotta
What's
fly
wrong
out to
with
Tennessee
you?
tomorrow morning. So
okay.
It's
What
nice
time
talking
is
to you,
it?
Bruce.
This was so fun. We'll have to have a show with just you and
and
we'll-
if there's anything else, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna have to sign off. And it's 1:30 in the morning here in Florida.
1:30 in the morning.
oh,
Hi.
right.
Jesus.
Great to meet you, Bruce.
Take care.
All right. I'll talk to you all later. Thanks.
Okay,
That's
bye.
all right. See you,
Bye
bud.
bye. See you. Bye bye.
I'll
Thank
talk to you soon.
you.
All right. That's all right then. All right. Good night, Bruce. Now, I'll tell you something, Joe.
Yes.
No, yeah. Now, Joshua might remember this. When the New Horizons probe went past Pluto. Might not remember. Joshua might remember. And there was a fellow, he was a friend of mine on Facebook. He was running the show, see? and they were calling for names for certain areas to be named on Pluto as it went past. And I sent him a message. I can't remember who it was. I said, now listen, I said, how about something on Titanic or something? He said, what do you got, Steve? I said, I was thinking about, I said, can you name a couple of things on Pluto which should go past? He said, what do you got in mind, Steve? I said, I was thinking about Carpathia Plains, right? Or Titanic Low or something like that.
Mhm.
And he said, well, can you get back to me? I said, I made a post on a couple of different Titanic forums. I said, no, I had a word in the shell like of the guy here. He's running New Horizons, bro, whatever it was. Well, he's looking for names for things to be named on Pluto. And I said, you guys, you got any ideas? Can you give me something so I can pass it on to him? I can't remember his name. And we can name something on Pluto, which is associated with Titanic, like Californian, Titanic Plains, and something about Carpathia, something else, And you know how many people got back to me, Joe?
None.
None.
Hmm.
None at all. I don't know, Joshua, you remember seeing the post?
I don't remember seeing that one.
All right, then. So if you want to have a really deep dive into Pluto, there's an area on Pluto called Titanic Plains.
One thing that I've been meaning to look into though is there was a satellite named after the unsinkable Molly Brown.
What?
Was it really? I didn't know that.
I did not.
A satellite or something sent in space called the unsinkable Molly Brown.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Actually, now to think about it, Joshua, Titanic Plains is not on Pluto. It's actually on its moon, Charon.
Oh, interesting.
It is. There
All
you
right.
go.
Let's get an update from Ev on the Queen Anne. Ev, are you quite all right? You need to unmute yourself, my friend. Unmute.
Yeah, Gemini 3 spacecraft was nicknamed the Molly Brown.
Was
Oh,
it really? I didn't know that.
The name was chosen by Commander Gus Grissom to avoid repeating the experience of his previous Mercury flight, Liberty Bell 7, whose capsule sank after splashdown.
Oh, I didn't know
wow.
that. Excellent. That's great.
Oh, we lost Ev.
It wasn't a satellite, but still.
There you go. Unmute. Just unmute.
Okay,
There,
there we go.
Doing up there, can't hear him.
there we
Yeah.
go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
Yeah,
now.
now.
Yeah,
All right.
sorry, I'm traveling with a friend and I just woke her up and I think she's pissed. I'm in the hallway,
Okay.
like the elevator hall. And just a quick want to catch up. The reason you don't remember that scene with Alec Guinness being forced to go in the cargo hold is because it was cut. They never filmed it. It was in the script. Yeah, that's where I have some of those life belts. If you ever see those weird Titanic life belts with the RMS Titanic stamped on it,
Yes.
those
Yeah.
were supposed to be used in the prologue.
Mm.
But since it was never filmed, they were put in storage, I assume. Then they were used in Joanna's favorite movie of all time, No Greater Love.
Me too. Like that.
Then they were used in my favorite movie of all time, Titanic Special Victims Unit. That's how I call the 96. That's how I call the 96 miniseries. Except that they got smart and they flipped them inside out.
And see, Tom Linsky had one. So I have a picture of me like wearing the life jacket with Tom
Yeah,
Linsky.
so
And
I
he
got I
used
got
his in the Last Signals, his film. So
Mhm.
I got
let's do it.
I got
I've
four.
seen it.
I just like
Well,
wear
just
them interchangeably.
there you go.
Good news is though, I finally got I got two from the movie coming my way. Two you can actually wear. I have one that's water damaged and disgusting, and I think it has mold on it.
Mold. Huh.
Mm.
Mold.
It was used in the water.
Well,
Yeah, but otherwise, I'm on the Queen Anne. We're still not even halfway through the Atlantic. It's not Queen Mary 2. It's not a bad ship, but it's tossing and it's it's too thin and the draft is too shallow to handle rough waters. And the prow is nearly non-existent. But I'm sure as a cruise ship, it's fantabulous.
Just not an ocean liner.
It's not an ocean liner. It LARPs as one, but so do the other two.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, Ev, and I've just been going through World War II and bits and pieces and the Burkoff. Do you think they ever watched the Titanic movie at the Burkoff?
If they were in Germany, they did not. Not it did not come out in Germany until 1949.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, Goebbels, do you think
Goebbels
he
watched
gave
it once and he hated it. The only thing he left about it in his diary was Demondowski, who was the head of Tobis.
right?
Soviets made quick mincemeat out of them after they stormed Berlin. Demondowski showed me his new Titanic film. I hated it. The ending must be changed.
All right then. So you
I
don't think
found
Goebbels, you don't think it was shown at the Burkoff?
it was not shown at the Burkoff. I'm willing to stay. I I'm willing, like, may this ship just get Poseidon right now. It did not
Right.
get screened at Burkoff. It wasn't even made for that. They would have been watching anti-Semitic propaganda films like Jew Seuss. This was an anti-British propaganda movie, and even then it was pretty mild. It was mostly made to be a special effects, spectacular melodrama, kind of like James Cameron's movie. And all my research I've done on it, there's actually no truth whatsoever that it was Goebbels' pet project, that it was his idea, that he oversaw it. He oversaw it in a way he would have overseen all of the films made in Germany during that time. There's a lot of myths and misconceptions for that film and Cap Arcona thing, but in no small thanks to a certain PhD doctor.
So you're saying that Dr.
Right.
Wilson got it wrong?
Right? And he just
Oh,
made
well,
everything up. And it was funny when I was looking at the builder's model in Hamburg.
the
This little
Goebbels
kid
model.
came up. Yeah, the builder's model is in the Hamburg Maritime Museum.
Is
This
it
little
really?
kid,
I didn't know that.
yeah, it's huge. This little
Send me
kid
some
ran up
photos.
to.
Send
Oh,
me
I have
some-
photos and videos. I'll show them later.
Yeah, send
This
it.
little kid ran up to it and he was all, "Is that the Titanic?" And I was like thinking to myself, "You just made Dr. Watson's decade." Because he also claims Capricorn was Titanic's sister ship. That book
Really?
is just disgusting. And now, basically, like in one fell swoop, he trivialized both the Holocaust and the sinking of the Titanic. And
Right.
now he made a documentary about it.
So
It
his
was it premiered at the Boca Jewish Film Festival back to back with a Sherry Lewis biography as a lamb chop.
so his book to you is how Robin Gardner's book is to Steve and Bruce.
Ex-
Ah,
yes, yes. Reading the stupid crap like they studied the blueprints of Titanic and they're inspired to build the greatest ship since Titanic, and it was totally like Titanic. And as proof, they both had crystal chandeliers.
it's interesting. Just Ev. I mean, I said to Bruce, I had a word in Bruce's show like not long ago, and I just thought, well, maybe one or two books before I sort of, go out in the Titanic field. I just thought the German Titanic movie sort of caught my interest, and that's all. And
Well, I am working on a book. It's
oh,
like
you're
an
going to do it.
illustrated.
You're going to
It's an
do it. You do it.
it's an illustrated history type, and it's
Sure.
going to have a about Capricorn, and it's going to have a huge chunk on the
okay.
movie.
If you're going to do it, I'll let you do it. Yeah, you do it.
Oh,
don't
thank
need
you.
to do it.
Hey, Steve,
Yeah,
with
I
your
don't need
interest,
to do it. You
Hey,
do it.
Steve.
I look forward to reading it.
It was partially why I was in Hamburg.
That's all right. It's not a problem. But I just had an interest in it, and just over the years, just the Burkoff and what films they were watching, and bits and pieces and that. So, but
It was completely banned in Germany. It was not shown at all. I've been looking for the original German poster, which does exist, from 1943. Usually all of the posters you see are from the post-war release.
yeah,
And most of them, I assume, were destroyed because the movie's premiere was canceled. It premiered in Paris, and I was able to get a souvenir brochure that was given out of the
Oh, yeah.
world premiere. After this guy teased me with it and said that it's priceless and there's only one copy available, within 2 months I had one.
So
Oh,
do you think that the head of the the German government. I'm not going to mention it because we're going to get a strike here.
The
Do you think
Yazis.
that the bloke who was running the whole place? Do you think he was aware of Titanic and the story?
You mean the little mustache guy?
Yeah, that's guy. Yeah. Do you think
Chicken
he was?
Hoover.
Don't think it was on. I mean, he might have heard that they're making it. I don't think it was on his radar.
Okay.
They were making so many movies. It's like asking is Roosevelt if Roosevelt was vaguely aware they were filming, I don't know, Casablanca, or who was the president at the time? Yeah.
That's right. I get
Or
that. Yeah.
if he was vaguely aware they were filming Gone with the Wind. There's so much even History Channel has sort of contributed to all the myths when they were saying how this was going to be the Germany's greatest film of all time, and they wanted it to turn like to be the turning point in the war. It's complete and utter nonsense. I mean, those people were delusional, but nobody was that
They
delusional to
certainly were.
think that a fake love story set aboard the Titanic would be.
Yeah.
It's like saying that James Cameron and Fox thought that their Titanic movie would be the turning point in whatever war we had in '97. I'm not sure.
No, it's quite interesting. And when I think about it, was that German movie, was that in response to Casablanca, or
That
was
is
it in
also
response
never.
to in which we serve?
It wasn't really a response to anything. That's just another myth. It was a cycle. There was a cycle of anti-British propaganda films. They were all lavish historical melodramas made during, like, in the '40s, and Titanic was one of the cycle. The pattern was they would take an unflattering moment in British history
Yeah, okay.
and then just
That's interesting.
completely distorted and blow it out of proportion. Titanic had sister films. They had a movie about Joan of Arc that was very similar. There was a movie about Mary Queen of Scots that was very similar. A whole bunch of movies about the Irish conflict, and there was also about the Boer War. The one
Yeah.
where the British had a war with the Dutch settlers in South Africa. And the
Yeah.
reason I love that movie the most, well, not as much as Titanic, the reason I love that movie is that the Germans are criticizing the British for having concentration camps in South Africa.
I understand. You 6 months after that Titanic movie was in Germany, the Americans and the British had an operation called Operation Titanic.
hmm
Do you think that was a
Mm.
response to it?
I don't think it was. I don't think anybody realized they made a Titanic movie until 1949. Although I got my hands on one of my most priceless possessions. I got the 1943 Hungarian release poster.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
guess who released the movie in Hungary, according to the poster?
Okay. Right.
Fox.
That's interesting. Look, I wish I
20th
like if you could do a book on
Fox,
it, mate.
20th Century Fox.
Yeah, wish like.
Really?
Yeah.
Their European branch.
If I'm not mistaken, Steve, the Operation Titanic was
Yes,
the lead up to D-Day when they
it was.
when
Yeah.
they were like putting up the fake balloons and made it look like they were about to
They
attack.
were. I can't remember. I did put something on my Facebook page, and I've done it 2 or 3 times, which you've probably seen. And
Guys,
as I said to who is it, Paul up the top there with the nice crop of hair. I put something up there, and after 4 or 5 days, I delete it. It's
you have no
unspoiled.
idea how hard we're tossing right now. Like, I mean, I have my sea legs, but my friend's been in the horrific. It's our first ever cruise, and we're doing North Atlantic in January.
A touch
Why
of the
don't you
bottom
go and
out,
have a
was
couple
it?
of highballs, mate?
And she doesn't drink.
Oh,
Oh.
I want to real quick welcome Chris Mulholland to the show. Hello, Chris.
Chris.
Chris,
Hi, Joe.
I don't
Hey,
know if you
Chris.
were watching earlier, but we mentioned you when I was just mentioning Eugene Nesmiov's new book that
Yeah.
you contributed to it.
Yeah. He I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I couldn't find it on Amazon. And I think I'm like losing my mind. Is it not available for US release yet? Is that correct? Is that why-
Right. So the targeted release date right now, according to History Press, is March 13th.
Okay.
So
I mean,
yeah.
I probably can find it in Russian, but I don't want to drag politics into this or familiarities, as they say. But after reading some of the stuff he's been saying about people and Ukraine and Anton Longvinenko, I'm sort of just done with him.
Well, I want to say nice things. I loved his last book about the expeditions. In content alone, I think it's fantastic. I don't want to say anything negative about him personally. And I'm very proud of Chris for being able to contribute to a book. So
Me
his
too. I'm really proud of Chris, but it's
his second
just
book is as good as his first book.
It is my first book, so
and I hope Chris doesn't take it the wrong way.
Mhm.
But I'm proud of him. I respect him, but I don't think I can in good kind like to live with myself if I like contribute to Eugene. And I don't care that we have the same name or from the same country.
But his first book was very well written and was very detailed. So hopefully the second one is as well received and as well
I
written as.
mean, I still haven't published my first one that I'm still writing, so I'm not gonna discredit him. But
Yeah.
I just it's for me it's like a moral thing.
Understood. But congratulations, Chris, on contributing to your first book. Very good. Very proud of you.
I'm excited. I can't wait for the book release. See just how well the drawing came out.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. So,
It was a labor of love. That was a week and a half of 12-hour days. So
wow.
yeah.
We'll be sure to keep everybody posted as to when it's available for US purchase. So,
Well, when I went on Amazon today, actually, it still said currently unavailable. So it's not available on Amazon yet for pre-order. But I know if you go on the History Press, I believe they had it listed for £35. So
oh, okay. So you can pre-order it through History Press, but just
Yes.
not on
That's
Okay.
like $42 if anyone's curious.
yeah,
Okay.
Is Simon Mills' book about the Inside the Britannic, is that out yet, or is it still in
Oh, it's
pre-order?
out. I was just literally fighting for it with like clawing it out of someone else's hands at the ship's library.
Hmm.
It's been out for a while, actually. I've seen it on the Queen Mary 2 as well. And I think I even own a soft cover. I'm not sure. I don't know ever since I started moving, which is taking place forever, all of my books and my artifacts are just half of them are packed away, half of them are scattered around, and I'm just like I'm having a slow nervous breakdown because that house renovation's taking forever.
I don't think Simon Mills's new book is out in the US. I
Yeah, I
don't.
was referring to the new one.
Yeah,
What's the new one? What's the new one?
the new one is what inside the
Inside
Britannic.
the
I
Britannic is
think
the one where
inside, yeah.
Oh,
the images from the recent expeditions
I thought you meant
diving through the
Unseen
Britannic.
I thought you meant Unseen Britannic.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Oh no. He's
Inside
got
the
a new one
Britannic.
for that.
Hmm.
Because I've been trying to talk him into coming on the show.
We've seen a few images from those expeditions.
One day.
Ew.
Isn't it funny that so far the only shipwreck that has not claimed any lives is Lusitania? But like the famous ones, like the Andrea Doria has killed more divers than the people in the initial sinking. Titanic has claimed 6 lives recently.
Costa
Britannic,
Concordia.
no. People who explore. I mean,
Well, no, they had those guys. Remember, they were going down there to loot and
oh, I didn't know that. Well, they were looters; they deserved it.
fair.
No.
That's fair.
And then Britannic has claimed 2 divers, I think. So Lusitania is the only one. Ironically, it's in such a horrible state. It's the safest one.
And it's in black darkness. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Empress of Ireland as well. I think like shortly after it sank, when they were like literally like a few days later, they were trying to get the silver bullion out.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a diver, and the old-fashioned ones like that goes from the Scooby-Doo pilot.
Yeah.
Or wasn't the pilot? You know what I'm talking
Dome
about.
with the screen on the
Yes,
front.
yes. He was standing on the side of the hull. No, it was it landed on its port side up. So he was standing on the side of the hull and he slipped and fell down, about 100 feet. And let's just say all of him went up into the helmet.
I read about think he was on the bow, and he fell a couple hundred feet, like Ev said, and just
And it was just like, you
Yeah.
know, when you squeeze a ketchup bottle, it was like that.
hmm
If anyone's interested in learning more about the Empress, there's a video that was just posted by Liam Sharp
Liam Sharp.
recreating the sinking of the Empress of Ireland. That's worth watching. It's really
Well,
intense, really good.
I like Mike Brady's video, but I like his video more because he actually shows a lot more of the interior. Like he literally recreated it from scratch and in CGI.
I enjoyed both videos for different reasons, but yeah,
True.
Liam's is definitely top notch and definitely worth watching.
And that's his
Wow.
first.
Yeah.
Wow. I was gonna say something, but I totally lost. Just gone. So Chris, what else have you been up to, my friend? Anything?
At the moment, not much. Obviously, Ev, I'm still pushing away at your project. That's ongoing. Your top 4 decks are almost ready for outline. So
Oh, which reminds me, I have a bunch of photos that you needed from the top from the boat deck.
Yeah.
I'll send them to you as soon as possible.
What ship they're talking about?
Yes. Capartona.
So have you got to meet our friend Thornston while you were abroad, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I visited Thorsten and walked off with 5 binders worth of Caparcona documents.
Cool.
Is that all? Is that all?
He doesn't want to sell anything else. He has a whole bunch of very rare Olympic and Titanic stuff, but I
You
looked
wouldn't.
at it, but I can't have it.
Oh. So what was the
Yeah.
tallest and rarest Olympic or Titanic item that you saw at Winston's place?
He had some of the maiden voyage, like passenger lists from Olympic. He had 1920s Olympic passenger list, and where it listed I lost my mind. Where it listed the crew. Guess who was the purser?
Pittman.
Former, yeah, he knows. Yeah, he knows.
Cool.
And
Wow.
some of the stuff he actually had was similar to mine. I love finding White Star Line passenger lists that promote the Olympic, like new Olympic and Titanic under construction.
I love those as well. I got a couple of those. One of them was from, I think it was a Cedric, but it had the captain as Bissett. So it was a connection with all 3.
I also I think I got one from Adriatic's maiden voyage with Smith as the captain. I think that was when he said that famous line that was used in the 96 miniseries, how he thinks a shipwreck is unthinkable and modern technology has gone beyond that.
Sorry, not Bissett. Bartlett. I meant.
Oh, Bartlett. Oh, the one from Britannic.
Yeah.
And he got basically a lot of Olympic maiden voyage stuff like postcards. He has some Titanic postcards. I'm not sure they were pre-syncing. I thought I had a pre-syncing, but it turns out it was sent in July. Stupid Aldridge.
He has a menu from the Lapland from the voyage that brought the crew.
Yes, he did. I saw that.
Wow.
He has the menu
I
from the
want
Lapland.
that.
That is wild. I think he has like some of the funeral cards and stuff. I like stuff like that, like the Titanic funeral cards.
But he
I
had
want
one
that
thing
Lapland thing.
that made me absolutely lose my mind.
He had what?
What made me it's Calpartona related, but what made me absolutely lose my freaking mind is that he had the maiden voyage passenger list, and he also had what's, I don't know if even any other copy exists. He had the souvenir brochure from the launch. Well, he had it, now it's mine.
For what?
The launch for Capartona.
Now you have
Now I have it because I got it from him. The thing with that is that people don't quite understand what a big deal it was at the time. It was the first large new ocean liner built since World War One. I don't think Columbus really counts because it was almost completed and just sat there from before the war. but Calpurnia was sort of showing the resilience of Germany, that it predated Bremen and Europa, and it was the first large ocean liner built, and then a lot of its design was kind of a sandbox experiment for Bremen and Europa, sort of like how L'Atlantique was kind of training wheels for the Normandy.
Now, does he have he has Titanic launch tickets and stuff too, doesn't he?
He does. He does. It's a lot of it. I think when I was Celia, my friend that I went with, she'll probably know more because I was just so spurging over Calpurnia. I sort of even ignored Titanic at that point.
He also has a very nice box or something made of Titanic wreckwood.
Yeah, he does. He does. He has that. He also has a life jacket from a blood-stained life jacket from the Morro Castle, and I was just like, "Oh, that's wonderful! Can someone call an exorcist?" It was recovered. Steve Santini sent it to him as a present because he has two. Well, he has one now, and they were taken off the bodies that were washed up on the beach near the wreck,
Mm. Want to
and that's
welcome
just
Nigel Bryant.
horrifying.
Hello, Nigel.
Oh,
How
hi,
are you?
Nigel.
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 Hello. Are you're not muted, are you? Are you muted? Can you hear us?
He doesn't have an audio thing next to his name, so I don't know.
There was
Hey,
something
yep,
weird with the update
Ev, do you
that made me
know,
guess.
or does anybody here know? I was thinking about doing like a series of episodes about where each of the surviving life belts are and how they got there. Do you know if there's anything like that already that has been done?
I think there's articles, but I don't think
Yeah,
there's
there
like a
was a
comprehensive.
there
There's not
was a what was his name?
Jerry Von Lane has a
Yes.
wonderful website. He's done
Right.
extensive research all over the globe
I saw that.
to track down every single life jacket or partial life jacket. And I
Yeah, it
think
also depends what we mean by life jackets, whether it's a whole one or scraps.
well
Ken
he's
Marshall has half of one.
yeah, but I think Jerry has tried to track down every whole one, partial one, scrap, and it's all right there in his website.
Yeah.
Steve Proto has also done a ton of research on it.
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Steve's
I
gonna
was
be.
But as
oh,
far as
sorry, go ahead.
a cumulative you know information about it, I would go to Jerry's website. But I mean, I don't think there's been a podcast about it. But I mean, as far as information, it's all there on Jerry's website.
What I've
and
been told, the ones that are just half, like just the front half or the back half, those were taken off of bodies. They were cut off of corpses.
they
So
were.
that's kind of horrifying.
Well, Paul Burns also tried to track down as many as possible for the museums because he wanted as many together as possible. I think he got like 5 of them at once, 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
And,
We talked about it at dinner.
yeah, and he had them all together in one room, which was really cool. But he also talks about like the ones he tried to get. He tried to get a lot more, or not a lot. Tried to get some of the others, and even offered, opportunities to exhibit some high profile, high value items, and they were not interested.
I remember
He's talking about the
seeing
Source
one.
to trade for it and stuff.
Yeah,
I remember seeing one at the Smithsonian, and if something was off about it, it looked a little too small. I don't think they had children-sized life belts, did
no,
they?
but according to Steve Proto, they were not uniform in size. They were
Right, they were very
different sizes
badly.
and
They were
The
very
Astro
shoddy.
looks very small. I mean, I was shocked at how tiny that looked.
there's one in Canada. I think it was from the last body recovered, James McGow. And that's on display. And there's at least 2 or 3 that can be traced back to an actual person. Of course, the Madeline Astor life belt, and then there's Mabel Francatelli, and I want to say, and then of course James McGow.
So they saved her life belt, but not her night dress.
Well, The interesting thing about the Francatelli one is that it's actually signed by the people from Boat One.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, all
It's
those
probably like
people.
several million.
Uh,
I saw
but
something about that.
I've
Yeah.
really fascinating.
trying on a replica of the original life belts, that the ones that Steve makes. They're horrible. They're so, it's like wearing bricks. They're uncomfortable. They're chafy. They're heavy. You can't even move in them.
They'll snap
Wearing
your
the
neck.
Definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you jump the wrong way and it hits you on the chin, goodbye.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't
Snaps your neck.
understand how easily. I read that it would break necks and break chins, but I didn't
Mhm.
understand how easily that would happen until I put one on. And it was like
Hmm.
below my neck. And I was like, holy crap, that's yeah.
Was it was it one of mine, or
No, it
did you
was
get?
no, it's one that I got for Christmas a
Oh,
year
oh,
ago.
I got you to get one for
But
Christmas. And then trying
it,
on like the ones from the Raise the Titanic intended ones, or I also tried on one from the movie, the one that one of the convention people had,
you
and they're so comfy and soft. I mean, they have to be for the actors, but it's hilarious.
you can tell that why they changed the design of the life belts or the standard design of them not long after that.
Hmm.
And also why the ones in the movies are much wider and bigger. It just aesthetically as a costume, it's more pleasing.
Shoot,
Sure.
even if you watch A Night to Remember, Puchin, it looks like he has pillows.
Correct. But
It might
it's
have been
kind of
what they were.
Yeah.
no, it's a continuity error because he wears a normal one as he stands on the boat deck. Then as he climbs down, he has a different one, like a soft pillowy one to make it
Mhm.
easier to climb down the rope. And when he's on the lifeboat, he's back having the regular one with the panels.
Mhm.
Um, I will never forget though, like on my wedding day, um, we were at Titanicon. Like I literally got married and we went straight back to the conference center. And then Paul Burns brings out the Astor life belt. That was just such a cool like experience. Um, and everybody took selfies with it. He's just like, don't touch it. He's like, do
I
whatever you
was
want.
gonna,
Yeah, I really
I was
enjoyed
gonna, I
that.
was gonna lick it.
You were not good.
And then,
You weren't there. Yeah, you
yes,
were.
I was. I was wearing on my life
Dan
belt
wasn't there.
replica. You tried it on.
That's
Remember,
right.
I
Yeah.
also yelled at you because I didn't know it was your wedding, and in Russia, not bringing a present to a wedding is bad luck.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. I'll never forget. You yelled at me on my wedding day because, well, I mean, we surprised everybody. We didn't tell anybody
Well, that doesn't really change it, does it?
except for Josh because yeah, we exchanged some secrets that before the wedding. That was funny. Um, but um, but yeah, so that was like the most fun experience of my wedding day. Like you get married, and then you get to take selfies with the Madeline Astor life jacket, life belt. Like there was no glass, no plastic. There was just
So
the
And then
cool.
you get to spend 3 hours in a dark room in a slideshow.
oh my
Yes,
God, that was.
let's not, but we don't talk about that.
I woke up on the way to the floor.
Sorry, that was a little mean, but
It wasn't
it's
mean.
it's
It's the truth.
it's past
That
2 a.m. here.
it was one of the most tangent heavy lectures I've ever heard in my life, and
Yeah,
I'm like the king, emperor, dictator of tangents.
I
No, it was
love
a
them
good one.
personally. I just yeah.
I loved them personally. It was just a bunch of people in a dark room, and it was very cold, and I had not gone to sleep
It
the night
rem-
before.
it
And all
reminds me of that Tiny Toons episode when the characters, I forgot who they're tied to the chair, like it was a parody of Clockwork Orange, and their eyes are taped open and they're forced to watch someone's vacation slides.
I
Paul's
remember
like,
that.
okay, so Paul on my wedding day, after like the excitement with the life belt, and that was the day that we got to see the pincushion too, with no
Mhm.
glass or anything around it. That was so cool. That looked like the life preserver with
Yeah, it's from Father Brown.
it was so exciting. And then this really sweet couple, we just absolutely adored them. They showed us they were divers and explorers, and they showed us like their whole life history in slides. Like we're not talking like Google slides. We're talking like the slide
Actual slides.
actual slides and the red thing.
Slides.
Old school.
Oh,
Like,
like an
you
old
got
school. That's
you got you
neat.
got
Mhm.
That's cool.
you,
Like
you guys you guys. I wish you were here right now. I feel like I'm sailing on the Lusitanian second class.
Is it
why?
that bad with the vibrations?
Vibration, pitching, creaking. It's like a very luxurious roller coaster with a midnight buffet.
Mm.
It's just not built. I mean, it's a great ship. In theory, there's some kinks they have to work out. It's there, like, technically it's been in service for just a couple of months. It's made in transatlantic crossing, and it's not built for transatlantic crossing. Basically it's a blown up, unfortunate choice of words, Vista class ship. Well,
So,
no, it's a blown up signature class, which is basically a blown up Vista class.
so if
So
it's not
what
transatlantic,
time is
it
it on ship? What time is it?
It's probably almost 5 a.m.
Jesus, 5 a.m.
But I'm not sure. It could also be 4 a.m. I'm not sure if they changed the time yet.
What are you doing up at 4 a.m. in the morning?
I don't
Fucking
know.
up.
I woke up because of the rocking. I'm not seasick. It
Really?
was just kind of the beds after they divided up the beds for me and Celia. They're so small because they're queen size on this ship on Queen Mary 2. They're
Mhm.
king size, so you can split them up into like fuller beds. But here I've been sleeping I've been making, and I toss and turn and thrash when I sleep. So I think I've been falling off several times.
So can you what are you doing? You talking on a laptop, are you?
I'm
His
what?
phone.
Talking on a
Yeah, oh yeah,
laptop.
I'm on my tel I'm on my phone because they upgraded Cunard ships to Starlink, so internet's really strong here.
So you can't walk out on the deck then.
I mean, I can, but there's you won't see anything and just hear noises. The lights are off.
Okay. Oh.
I mean, you want me to? I'll try it.
Yeah, why don't you walk
Plus,
out there? Let's have a look.
let me see if they'll even let me. If they'll even allow me. Sometimes when it's bad weather, they lock the doors.
So hang on. So you got married and then they started slide presentation?
Well, no, we got the excitement of the Astor life belt and everything first, and Paul Burns gave his presentation, which was awesome because Paul Burns is just awesome. And then they started with the slideshow presentation, and the conference room that year was super cold, so I had on Jamie's tux jacket over my kind of casual wedding dress. I changed into like a really casual dress, and
Yeah, I see that you're
they,
not allowed to go out.
they turned the lights off, and it was
I'll
cold.
show you outside.
We were clicking the
Oh, a
slide.
lifeboat.
Wow.
Yeah, that's another thing I don't like. The promenade deck is blocked by lifeboats. On the other ships, it's not.
Wasted deck space as it is in an unsinkable ship.
I was gonna do that, but I was
Exactly.
gonna film. I was gonna
Exactly.
film that, but I forgot my cane.
But
That's
another
really
follow-up to Paul's question, Joe.
Yeah.
Now, the did they have a PowerPoint or was it the old
Oh
school
no,
like
it
It's
was the old
slides.
school
There's just
round.
slides.
that is
Slides.
cool. They brought it with them?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
That is
Gosh.
awesome.
They had some
So
other
Jamie
cool
was
stuff.
doing all the sound stuff, and I was sitting here in my
Oh
chair by
man,
myself.
that's cool.
Here's the
Some other cool
casino if
stuff
anyone's
like
interested.
artifacts from the Andrea Doria and
Yeah.
a sunken U-boat, and they talked about diving to the Empress of Ireland. Some of that stuff was really neat.
It
I
was
like that
interesting.
overhead that projector though.
Yep.
And here we are.
And it was the
Mhm.
clicking and the cold, and
Oh
I
man.
didn't go to sleep the night before because I was afraid I would oversleep and miss my own wedding because I tend to run late for things.
Oh, that is a little beef I have with the last Titanic con.
What, that
I
I
have
was
a
late for everything? Thank you, Dan.
no, that wasn't the beef. Everybody was like, "Oh, Dan, you'll never sleep when you go to Titanic con." We slept all the time.
Oh, I didn't.
Everybody went
Really,
to
you
sleep.
did? I didn't.
You
I
did?
didn't
Oh
sleep.
wow.
I didn't.
Didn't.
Sleep
I
at all.
didn't.
So I didn't sleep at all the night before because I was afraid I would be late for the wedding because they wanted us there at like 5:30 in the morning.
You
At
guys want to see the grand staircase, or I guess I call it
Yes,
grand
let's have a look
staircase.
at it. Yes, please.
Grand
Yes, go downstairs.
Grand staircase adjacent.
Anyway, I fell asleep in my chair and woke up and I was like an inch from the floor while they were clicking the slides. It's like, oh,
Nice one there.
I
Thanks,
had
mate.
to
Oh
get
wait,
up and walk around.
I think you can get out here.
and I'm like surrounded by like George Behe and like all
No, you,
these.
no, no, you can't. You can't.
I mean, I
Okay.
would have thought the projector was cool, but then I would have
What a great story. It's so good.
We
And here it
we did
is.
watch. That was the day we watched The Six, right? Or was that a different one?
That was the year. That was a year. That was 2022.
I think that was the day
Only
before
Oh,
Or was it the day
because
before?
I remember we
here
had
it
to.
is.
Jamie and I missed the end of
oh,
it
nice.
because we could do the rehearsal. So we
And
had
the
to
I
mural,
saw,
why we were leaving.
the mural changes depending on the angle.
Oh, cool! That is really pretty.
I saw this in a Nickelodeon once. I always wanted to
I always
try
want
it.
to do it.
Do you want to go to a real party?
Oh, guy! Oh, I gotta show you this, guys. Guys, I gotta show you this.
Was that the
You
gift
see,
shop?
there's a yeah. This is the well, not it's a boutique. This is a Fabergé egg van veil. They're selling to commemorate, and they're selling it for $25,000.
25,000.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not buying it,
So
Joanna.
that
Don't
means
worry.
you have to the
25 grand.
there's 7 of us in the room, Ev. Do they have 7 of them?
No, they do not.
So you go on a
Um,
cruise and you come
Okay,
back
well,
on
get me
that.
and Steve one each then. That's it.
is it
Not everybody else.
is it really a cruise? Because I'm technically going home on it.
No, I would say
Uh,
so.
It's a
They,
transatlantic voyage.
do you guys hear the creaking though?
No.
Oh, probably because I have my earbuds in. Hang on,
Well,
I'll let me try it without the earbuds.
Zoom's sound suppression is really good.
Oh, it's great, Ev.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mr. Wild, where are all the passengers?
Put down, call the noisy for them.
All still in bed.
Aren't you going to try for it, Mr. Andrews? I
I
love
gotta
that.
say, I'm not really like it's not a bad ship. I did have some annoyances early
It's
on.
nice. I'm enjoying this.
There are people on board. They're just bitching and complaining and crying and whining nonstop.
You'll get
First
that
world
anywhere you go.
problems.
Oh, the first world problem. Yeah, a lot of first world problems here. But I was invited. Apparently, I became a gold member without noticing it because I
Oh,
had a
I
gold
saw
member.
that. That card is really cool.
Because since I did a round trip in 2020, it was 14 days plus 7 days. If you could do anything over 20 nights, so I did 21 nights before this voyage, I became a gold member. Now, if I do 7 voyages or 70 days on board, I will become platinum. And finally,
gonna-
like all those rich people will like me.
You know what? I think I have to say this is the first ship tour on the 401.
This is the Queen's room, which is very. It's okay. So one thing I don't like about this ship is that it's open concept, which basically is every room opens up somewhere. So it's kind of like those German Kaiser class ships, where all of the public rooms are opened up into the dining room. So in the evening when they do music and concerts, it's a cacophony of sounds. It's migraine inducing. That they didn't really think that through.
There's no one around it. No one there.
Well, it's 5 or 4 a.m. Like, no
Yeah,
one's
but,
here.
Yeah, but international
Oh,
waters,
yeah.
there should be partying.
No, I mean it's an old people cruise line. We have to come to terms with that. They tried to make this like a hip younger ship, but it's still it's still a bunch of 80-year-old people on scooters and 3 middle-aged gay guys.
I wonder I wonder if they've changed it all from because like I know that like of like the traditional cruising was like you get seated at a table filled with other people you don't know, and that's part of the experience, and you love it.
I mean, they kind of still do it, but I'm in the Britannia Club, so we got like our own little table. I like Britannia Club.
wow.
I call it
Oh, fancy.
fake grills.
Me and Steve were in Britannia Club too, but we were like, nah, we're fine. We'll sit with everybody.
I did too a couple of times because they do have a beautiful dining room which is closed off. I love this bar. It's really pretty.
Ooh, that is pretty. Looks like Vegas.
More of the. I don't think I can go down because they're cleaning, so I'm not gonna be one of those ugly Americans, even though I'm Russian. Whatever. Oh, and this is the Britannia Club restaurant that I have that's closed. I wonder if you can like look into it.
You're American enough for us.
Yeah, that's true.
Aw.
Also, I think if you
Britannia,
try to
wasn't
fight
that
them, they
Queen
wouldn't fight you
Elizabeth's
back.
yacht? Wasn't that her yacht? Queen Elizabeth's yacht? Tanya?
What?
Yes.
It was, but this not named. It's not named after the yacht. It's named after the first Cunard ship. There's the most amazing essay, a travelogue written by what's his face, Charles Dickens, where he completely how much he hates the steamships and how horrible it was, how disgusting it was, and it was when he was sailing for his first book tour in America, and after that he sailed back on a sailing ship.
I'll have to look for that.
Each their own.
Really quick, I just want to mention, Nigel said that he said definitely he'll join us next time. Wishing everybody a happy new year and glad to see
Oh,
Happy New
thank
Year,
you.
Nigel.
the crew back.
Happy New Year.
He said,
But if you notice, oh sorry, go. Saying if
He
you
said
notice
with-
the artwork, it's on Queen Mary 2, it's Cunard posters and paintings of ocean liners, and here it's some weird hipster stuff.
oh wow. Nigel said when he went to New York, he got to go see the pier where Titanic was meant to dock. So, what is that? Pier 54 is where Carpathia unloaded the passengers. Where was it? Where was it meant to dock? Pier 50.
59.
I know one
Pier
of them is
59
now
White Star. Pier 54 was Cunard.
Okay.
I think one of them is now a soundstage for Law and Order SVU, if I'm not mistaken.
They demolished Pier 54 to make way for that hideous park, like park in Chelsea Pier. I forget what it was called. Some billionaire's dream that just did not look good.
Yeah.
I
looks
saw
like-
it in person back in April. It did not look good.
Yeah.
It's
it-
awesome. I think it's awesome when you go and you get to walk around. It's like a park on the water, and the main frame of the building of Pier of 54 is still there. So I think what happened was Carpathia came in and went to 59 and dropped off the lifeboats, and then came back to 54 to drop off passengers.
What did they do before? What did they do right before that?
They dropped off the lifeboats and then they dropped off the passengers.
No, before they dropped off the lifeboats.
Before
They
dropped
still
off the-
followed the immigration policy, and they
and they stopped at
offloaded
Ellis Island.
Ellis Island. Yes, that part
Yeah.
is always ignored. Yeah,
Yeah.
people think third class passenger just waltz off the Carpathia and into the sunset. Nope.
No, they
And
stopped at Ellis Island.
one of the representatives of the federal government actually had to be there to greet the third class passengers and basically wave them through. They didn't go through the full process that most third class passengers have to go through
Yeah.
for immigration, but yeah.
We did that awesome show with Dave Gardner last year. I'm hoping maybe we can do that again. I feel bad that, he didn't get recognized like he should have. I really want to do that again and maybe advertise for it better, if we can. But he did like this awesome walkthrough on the anniversary last year. And he stopped at Pier 59 and he stopped at Pier 54. He did the whole walkthrough, through the piers and stopped and talked about every historical site along the way. And then, at the exact time, we did like a little candlelight vigil at Pier 54 at the exact time that the passengers would have been, disembarking. And it was just really, really something. He is just such a good, I guess, guide and, protector of that kind of information. And they have like these two little, like models down there. Paul, you've probably seen them. you have the two models down there at Pier 54, the Carpathia model and the Titanic model. Right there. It's just really interesting.
Did they
Um,
mention
Oh,
Lusitania?
hmm?
Did they mention Lusitania as well?
I think they did mention Lusitania. It might be a Lusitania model too.
There, speaking of models, sorry, I just got it
Might
before I forget.
might be Titanic Lusitania, but I don't remember.
The Hamburg Maritime Museum has a model of Britannic. I have a picture I took somewhere. I found it hilarious because it's more complete than the actual Britannic was at the time of sinking because it
Mhm.
has all of the gantries installed.
Britannic. So that's Britannic 2.
That's fine.
No. Yeah, not the builder's model, obviously, but there's
I'm
a
talking,
bunch of models
I'm
of
talking about
ships.
the second Britannic, the Olympic class Britannic.
Olympic class Britannic, and
Yeah.
I just thought it was hilarious that it had all of the gantries installed because the real one didn't finish. I think they were missing one or two.
Hmm.
But
Interesting.
I also love the logic of the whole point of having gantry davits is so you could load the passengers on the opposite end. If you can't lower the lifeboats, you can go to the other side, swing them to the other side. But
Mhm.
four of the gantries on Britannic would have been set against the funnels.
Was it the in the hospital ship livery?
Yes, it was an hospital livery, which makes it even more hilarious. But I was probably the only person in the museum who picked up on that. It
Hmm.
was my big actually moment.
It sounds like you had a really fascinating trip there, Ev.
Yeah, I
Um,
stayed on the Cap San Diego. It was the closest I would ever stay on Cap Arcona.
yeah.
Did you see where the Capricorn went down?
No, because of the storm, I had to cancel. But I'm going back in May. I'm
Okay.
going to be there on May 3rd for the anniversary. Plus, it's a coastal off-season town. All the hotels and all the restaurants were closed.
Uh-huh.
So it would have been, we could have gotten trapped there if we went. It was already difficult to get there, and there could have been a really hard time getting a taxi or a train or a bus back. I was really upset, but there was nothing I could do at that point.
Yeah. Well, hoping that in May you'll be able to make it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's really neat.
Surprisingly, it's very close. Not close, but it's about an hour away from Hamburg. But if I wanted to go where they filmed Titanic, that would be a bit far. I have to go all the way to Poland
Oh.
because they filmed it in Gotenhofen. They filmed it, and well, now it's a Gdynia under let's just say when it was under siege or occupied, it was renamed Gotenhofen. Cap Arcona was docked next to Wilhelm Gustloff, and they used the sailors from Wilhelm Gustloff as extras.
Oh, really? I didn't realize.
Mhm. And most people don't know, and I only found out recently, is that Cap Arcona was partially repainted in White Star colors for the filming. They painted the funnels in White Star and parts of the hull, and it remained that way even when it was firebombed. So I wonder if any of the pilots picked up on that. Why the hell is that ship painted like a White Star liner when they were firebombing it?
Oh,
Interesting.
that is interesting.
I wonder
Huh.
if next question is with the funnels, is that is it are th- is any of the paint still on them?
That I was
Did
just
they
going to ask you
use
the same
and did
thing.
they use accurate White
White
Star
Star
buff?
buff.
At the very least, they assumed they would have painted the tops black. And I have some photos during filming, not all of the filming. Well, from far away, I have a couple of photos, and you can see how they painted the funnels. I guess we'll never know because it was black and white. They painted the funnels, and then the hull is gray, but the sections where they would have filmed the lifeboats being launched have been painted. The hull's painted black.
Yeah, but Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's still some debate on what the White Star buff
Oh, Lord.
exactly
Oh,
was, right?
Oh, I'm sure that they didn't think of them. They probably either left them gray and painted the tops black, or they would have just said, let's just do an orange.
Mm-hmm. And a black and
And
white
and
one may not have mattered as much.
Yeah.
And I assume White Star buff
Kind of light
evolved
color.
over the years with
Yeah.
like different paint pigments. I don't think like let's say if we see Britannic in Georgia, certainly the third Britannic, I am almost positive it wouldn't be the same shade of orange as the one on Titanic and Olympic.
Oh, you said orange. I don't know if I mean
Well, off orange, buff,
off
tan.
orange,
I don't know. Like uh don't tell
off orange.
Randy that
I
I
don't
said
know.
that.
Custard. Custard.
Custard.
Custard, fondant, key of cake. I don't know.
It
See?
was a very weird, specific color.
Mhm.
And
Just like Cunard, it wasn't exactly red. It was like a very bright orange.
Don't tell the owners of the Queen Mary.
I also, well, those funnels are fake. They're frauds, and I can see
I know
right through
that.
them.
When they repainted the funnels, they were the wrong shade.
They also raised the red paint up like more than it should be
Mm-hmm.
on the bottom.
raised it up.
The funny thing is they even tested them. I've got a photo when they were doing it. They had done the third funnel. I was able to climb a wooden staircase that was very rickety. And I could see where they had paint splotches on the base of the second funnel, and they were about to do it. And I'm like, you could have done better.
Joanna,
Checking to see.
the red anti-fouling paint that they paint the bottom of the hull with,
It just
it's
came up
raised.
higher.
Yeah, they came up, but probably so people would notice it better. They did a lot of weird stuff on that poor ship. It's basically it's like Frank and Queen Mary at this point.
It pretty much is. I would love to see them restore some
Well,
of these.
some of it, I've been following that page, RMS Queen Mary, and a lot of it is just kind of borderline delusional, hopeful thinking. Some of that stuff is
fanciful.
completely demolished. You literally have to build new space.
Like they're saying that the long gallery should be brought back, and I'm like, that's just not
It's
feasible.
financially feasible, and some of the rooms are destroyed in that. For example, there was this really nice, it was either second or third class library where they filmed the SOS Titanic. It was supposed to be the second class library, and it was still a functioning room when they filmed SOS Titanic. But just like a year later, they literally glued plastic walls on the mahogany paneling and turned it into a walk-in freezer.
Yeah, it's really messed up what they've done. There is some hope for certain areas.
I just found it weird how they kept turning things into freezers and kitchens as if there's not that many eating options on board, but
I feel
they
like
had this weird on turning everything into a kitchen.
I feel like they were trying to lean more into event space / conference center, and I think that's why they went more
It
for
didn't
kitchens.
didn't really work out because it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, I get them doing that. That's a fantastic idea to have events and conferences there, but also, why not have a lounge with some original looking furniture or nice plush furniture like it was when back in the day? I don't know, but
Speaking of Queen Mary and Queen Anne, I find it hilarious that Queen Mary was in two TV they used Queen Mary in two TV projects where it played a fictional ship called the Queen Anne. It played there's a TV movie called The Memory of Eva Riker where it played a fictional ship called Queen Anne, and there was an X-Files episode where it played a fictional ship called Queen Anne, and now I'm on the real Queen Anne.
the Queen Mary just shows up everywhere. I was watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine not too long ago, and they go on a cruise, and sure enough, interiors filmed on the Queen Mary.
I was watching Death and Other Details. It was abysmal. It was horrible, but it was filmed on the Queen Mary.
Jesus, Rusty.
I think that's how they make most of their money, though, from filming, not from like hotel operations.
And if anybody wants to join us on the Queen Mary in April, we'll be there.
Hey,
I'll try,
I
but
love the transition.
I plugged your
when is it in April?
earlier. Thank you very much.
No, I said thank you in the chat when you did it. I was like, oh my gosh, she's doing it. It's
Wait, but Polly, when is it in April? Because I'm going to that Titanic convention in Liverpool.
Oh my goodness. No, yeah. So it's
You're going to, it conflicts with that one.
Yeah, I'm
Titanic
cheating. I'm
Weekend.
cheating on you. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be in Liverpool, Liverpooling, and then I'm going to, and then from straight from Liverpool, I'm going to Israel.
Great day.
Oh,
Yep. I decided I missed my nephew's wedding due to some family drama, and I'm flying in to make amends.
Well, just
Although
remember
Good
all the
good
little
luck
people
with
in your
that.
life. It's okay.
I'll be fine. I'll bring you back some hummus,
I love hummus.
or whatever you want.
Ugh. Well,
I
you're
mean, I'm
no,
not gonna. I probably wouldn't eat it after, like, on the after being on the plane for 12 hours,
right?
but you can have it as like a souvenir.
Israeli hummus that we cannot eat.
Yes.
Right?
Well, okay,
a
I'll put it on dry.
keepsake.
I'll put it on dry ice. I don't know.
Oh, hiccups.
I don't know if that would really
Like-
make that much of a difference, but
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
wait.
I won't bring you hummus. I'll bring you something non-perishable.
One of my favorite local restaurants served this amazing hummus, but they recently closed. So
what
I
it
just
is,
love that. I just like that the number one soda in Israel is Fanta because we all know where it comes from.
Yes, we do.
yeah. I don't know.
It was
I'll tell you
invented
later, Joe.
from the same
Yeah.
country and same time period as the German Titanic movie.
From the creators of German Titanic.
from the Soviets?
No, no, it's from the German Coca-Cola franchise. They couldn't get the syrup in, so they invented like this new drink.
Oh, so the Polish.
Yes. I mean, Poland was part of it. It wasn't like consensual, but it was.
Oh, me. We digress.
But we digress.
No, this is history. This is important.
But
Oh,
to quote Brock, is it Brock Lovett? Back to Titanic.
Mr.
Anyway.
Bodine.
So no, Bodine was Louis Abernathy.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
You know, I
36.
brought my friend brought a cheap like replica of the Heart of the Ocean, and we're so tempted to do that over the stern.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sequel to Titanicon when I bought mine.
And when I did that,
That was great.
I just love that. What I love is that she's such a good actress in both the like the original ending and the theatrical ending. She does it exactly the same way.
yeah.
So, like,
Not
they
like
filmed
the
that they
original ending.
She
it-
was a
it's
good
really-
actress. When she
I re-
faced Brock Lovett, though, I thought she had really good acting chops in that one.
the original ending is too Spielbergy in my opinion.
Oh,
I can
it
see why
totally,
it's cut.
it totally is. But I'm saying Gloria Stewart did a great job in that scene.
Oh,
I
she
wish they
did.
would have put aged makeup on Kate Winslet. That would have been interesting.
It would have been cheesy though. It would have been too. They even had to put aged makeup on Gloria Stewart because she was not. She was born. She was 5 when Titanic went down.
Yeah, she was one. I thought she was born in 1911.
I thought she was born. I
No,
thought
she
no,
was
no, I
born
thought
in 1975.
in 1907. In 19 was not. She was born. She was 5 when Titanic went down. Yeah,
Yeah,
1907.
Okay, she's a very old liar.
It was.
How
I
are
still
you?
remember. I still remember that movie where Boris Karloff molests her. It was weird.
Okay. Anyway,
All dark house.
I want to say hi to Graham. How are you doing, Graham?
Hello, Joanna.
Graham's joining us from New Zealand.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Good. Hello, everyone, including those that I haven't yet met virtually. Joshua,
Hello.
Eugene.
You got Josh, Paul, Ev, Britt, and Chris.
Okay, hello, everyone. It's
Okay.
what is it now? 20 to 9 in the evening here.
I've got 2:38 here on the East Coast in the United States.
I'm in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, so I don't know.
Having a
Yes.
great time.
Atlantic Ocean.
It's
Paul-
1:38, the only time that matters. Chicago.
38, yeah.
Also the West Coast.
Okay.
We're just kind
Sorry, I'm a bit late in joining. I got home late tonight from work, and then I had a large lunch today, so I wasn't feeling like having my dinner too early. So I hung
that is
on to
okay.
about
I had
8:30.
no, I had no intention of staying on this late. It's all Dan's fault.
Yeah, Joe said Dan will do a short episode.
And guys, as
You'll
much
see-
as I
yeah.
love you, the rocking is kind of getting to me. I'm gonna need to lie down, but I guess I'll see you all when when I get back.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
probably
you
need
for
to go
joining
soon
us. Thank you for the
because
tour of the boat.
my daughter
You're
will
welcome.
be up in about
Whatever was
4 hours.
accessible.
Yes, Josh,
Oh,
thank you.
right. You have
So
you have children now.
Yeah,
Child. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, she's adorable.
she is pretty
I
cute.
I sent her Russian cartoon animal toys.
And she has been sleeping with them.
Oh,
Aw.
And
she's
yes, I'm totally trying to make a Russian sleeper agent out of her.
Hello, father.
All right, I'll see you guys. You have a good night.
Take care. Be
Guys.
safe, man.
Okay,
Okay.
bye.
oh. So it's just us. Graham, how have you been doing, my friend?
Yeah, fine, thank you. I've been working on my new slides for my upcoming 5th edition of my PDF document, my ebook. So
Oh,
those
wow.
slides are currently with my peer reviewers. They're looking over them for me. And once I've received back their feedback, I shall be making final corrections, amendments, call them what you like. And hopefully later this month or early February, I shall be releasing a 940-page version
Oh,
of,
wow.
yeah, so
That's amazing.
yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I was just telling everybody earlier, we'd like to have you back on the show, maybe for like a deep conversations episode, where we can talk about your rare books.
Well,
And
I heard you mention earlier, you mentioned rare books. I want to qualify that by saying I don't have too many of the rarer books for which people often pay hundreds or thousands of dollars from sort of 1912, 13, that period. It's more books that I have in my collection that are slightly unusual.
Yeah.
And a lot of people may not be too aware that they were published. I've
Mhm.
found some of them quite by accident. I've bought them. Some of them have been limited editions, available only through the authors. It's books like that really that I can bring up
Yeah.
and share with people on a future date.
But still, it's really neat to know about those because, a lot of people are not aware of some of these. Like, do you have the Titanic and Dinosaurs book that Steve and I were talking about earlier? Do you know which one we're talking about?
No. Is
No?
that's one designed for, is that a juvenile readers or is that
I
a
don't.
science
It's more of
fiction
like a
type?
sci-fi kind of book. I'll have to show you, like when we do our show, I'll bring out some of my weird books and I'll challenge you and see if you have some of my weird ones and you can
Okay.
for your rare ones.
I have purchased over the years quite a few designed for a younger audience, but primarily those that have had some very good illustrations and cutaway views in them that you don't see in any other book. So, but I have, there are literally hundreds of books designed for children, but I only probably have, less than 10% of them in my collection. But I've got some unusual titles that I'll share on a future episode.
Yeah, we'll compare notes because over the years, Dan and I collected a few unusual ones, and then I have some really rare ones too that
Strange.
that you just don't hear of very often. That are quite rare that, like you said, you don't get very often. So we'll compare notes. I'll see if I can stump you.
Okay.
Titanic and Dinosaur one is weird too. Like Steve told me about it as a joke, and I went out there to see if I could find it, and sure enough, I did. And then his daughter brought him one as a joke too. It's just kind of a running joke. We just do silly things sometimes. That's probably one of the weirdest ones that I have. But I don't know. We do stuff like that. It's bizarre some of the things that that people write about with the Titanic, from the bizarre to the really obscure. You have your rivet counters, and then you have people who are very much into.
From this project I've done, I've now starting to create some PowerPoint presentations where I've extracted slides that cover certain themes of the Titanic story. And one of them I've got now, which I sometimes show at various societies and clubs as a guest speaker, is all of the unusual, relatively unknown, and rather extraordinary aspects of the Titanic story. A lot of the general public wouldn't generally know about. You know, there's the books by Morgan Robertson and the article that William T. Stead wrote in 1886, things like that that feature in this particular presentation, and they're sort of designed for a general audience. And you'd be surprised at the number of eyebrows that are raised when you're talking to people about the lesser known aspects of the Titanic story. Most people know the basic story, but they don't really know all of the unusual things that have happened over the various decades. And so a lot of these are highlighted in this particular presentation, but I'm going to also create ones to do with the inquiries. There's a lot of little things that you can talk about that people simply, the general public that is, don't know or haven't ever known. Yeah.
I like that idea. I really like that.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
What's interesting is as we move forward, hi Graham, my name's
Hello,
Paul.
Paul.
Great to meet you.
Okay.
As we move forward and as you're talking about it, everybody, any author, anybody starting a new thing, comes at it at a new angle or tries to approach this is my Titanic story coming from this angle, just like my podcast. So like I want to talk to creators who are inspired and still moving Titanic's legacy forward, but like there's so much to be said for the things that have been laid before, that set up the path, that laid the foundation, that is there, that few people look at, whether it's a book that was published by just some off publisher, and or Titanic Historical Society commutator articles from the 70s, 80s, like things from the deep cuts, if you will, of Titanic history. And that's something I explore in my conversations. Is Don Lynch likes to say, somebody will come to him with their fictional book and say, "Couldn't you check this for historical accuracy?" And he's like, "It's a fictional book. What do you want me to check?" And so it's like, what are we doing here? Like when we're writing news stories, there's just this delicate balance, this balancing act of like creating new stories or new looks, new angles to take Titanic's legacy forward, or like shining a spotlight on the minutia of certain things in the past and keep them interesting. Like it's so I'm fascinated by it, like moving forward, and that's why I keep talking about it. I just this whole dance of like, what are we doing here? Are we doing it a service or disservice, or who are we looking at to tell our tales? Who are we trusting? Whose hands are these stories in, and how are we moving forward with them?
Well, that's what I tried to create when I created my project. It's called Titanic in 366 Days, a calendar of events, Paul. I wanted to try and create something that no one had really ever done before by telling the story from a date perspective. So it goes from 1 January to 31 December. And I've filled it up. It's just grown and grown and grown. I mean, originally I thought I'd have one event for each day of the year, but now there's 932 events for the 366 days. So several of them occur on the same date, but not necessarily in the same year. I think there's 33 separate things for the 15th of April, 1912. That's leading the pack at the moment. That's the most obvious date that people recognize for obvious reasons. But yeah, I'm always trying to add to it and trying to keep it up to date. For example, I've included this year the sales of the pocket watches once owned by John Jacob Astor and Arthur Rostron, both of which I think set new records for the amount they sold for at auction. And a couple of people have died this year, of course. or last year now, sorry, John Landau, the co-producer on the movie Titanic, and of course Bernard Hill, the British actor who played Captain Smith. So they've gone in as well. And there's a lot of other things. I've come across a couple of paintings, I think of the Britannic, that I simply had to include. And I'm just continually adding to it. One day I'll get to 1,000 slides in PowerPoint. I did the whole thing in PowerPoint. It was just really a project, a pet project of mine that I decided to create from a date-based perspective. So it's now coming up into its 5th edition. I'll leave it now for a while, of course, until more things happen. But yeah, it's the unusual and the quirky things that I like to find and add in, which add to the whole interest of it. So almost anything and everything that has happened over the last 113 years qualifies for inclusion. And that includes books, movies, media, you name it, it goes in if it's sufficiently interesting. And if, of course, if I can find suitable illustrations to help illustrate each side. So it seems to have gone down really well.
It's just very thorough. Did I tell you I posted it on LinkedIn one time and
Yes.
it got like ridiculous like attention on LinkedIn? Did you ever hear anything from anybody from LinkedIn?
No, it's very, very rare that I receive any feedback from anyone, unless it's on this sort of
So many
show,
comments.
or
Like
people. I've never received any emails or comments on Facebook. I had a few comments on Facebook, on the various Facebook pages it's gone up on. Bill Wormstead and Paul Lee are still hosting it. Steve Hall, I think he's still got it, and he each told me that it's been downloaded many hundreds of times. But personally speaking, I don't ever receive too much at all from people.
yeah, I put your name out there and everything, and I got an overwhelming like response on LinkedIn. People were just saying how just amazing it was and everything.
Right. Well, that's fine. That's good to know.
So
Thanks.
I don't know. It was just because you know, a lot of times I'll post a link to the show, like we've had a guest on or whatever, and I'll be like be sure to check out my friend Graham's book, and people were like, oh, this is amazing, we love it, blah blah blah.
Well, thanks. So that was your LinkedIn page, Joanna, or was it?
Yeah, it was on my LinkedIn page.
Okay.
It was a while, when we first did the show.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. I'll go hunting and have a look back, see what I can find.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was, got a lot of nice comments about it, and I thought it was really nice. And I always posted on the in the groups and stuff, and and on RMS Titanic Reflections and everything. Get a lot.
I'm looking forward this year, March, April. There's a number of new books going to be released. I think Dan Parks is writing one about Captain Smith's daughter and her life. She had she outlived her entire family, I think, until she eventually died in 1973. But he's writing this book about her life and her family and the relationship, with her father.
Well,
And,
didn't that one come out, or what
I
about
don't think it's out yet. No, there's that one, and there's the Six, the Chinese survivors that's being released in book form. There's at least 3 or 4 other books coming out around March, April this year. That's in the UK. They'll be probably later in the USA. But I'm looking forward to. You can always order them. You don't have to wait, Joanna, until they become available in the USA. You can order them from online.
I have money to pay for them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and so I'll be adding probably all of those to my library. Yeah.
Yes, there are some really good books coming out. So yes, but I also want to go to Titanicon too. So I have to weigh my options and not spend all of my money on books as much as I want to, and stuff that I see on eBay that I want to get to.
I still seem to be buying more books than I can read, though. I'm now actually getting through quite a few more of my books than I used to in the past. But
I like to collect them, and I'm like, someday when all the kids move out, I'll read these. Hey, Thorsten, how are you? We were just talking. We were saying good things about you. Ev said he paid you a visit. Do you know our friend Graham from New Zealand? This is Graham Jupp from New Zealand. He has quite a book collection.
Yeah, we see on eBay, but not personal.
Hello, Thorsten. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Thorsten has a lovely collection. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, and
Ed was,
handful.
Ed was
I
telling us all the
I
lovely things he saw.
I tried. Ah, um, yeah, there are 1,300 books,
Yeah.
You have
all
1,000.
all about ocean liner.
That's all right. Yeah.
Graham, do you know how many you have? Do you know how many books you have?
Yeah, I'm closing in on 800 alone on the Titanic, and I've got over 320 on ocean liners. So the shelves are very full.
Yeah,
I'm running out of space.
yep. I
Nine,
I know exact what you mean.
nine bookcases now in the house, and I think I can fit in a couple more, but I don't need them as yet. It's yeah, I have them specially designed to hold everything. I don't really like to lay books down and stack them up. I prefer to have them standing up end to
Same.
end. Yeah. So I think I've only got 3 books that I cannot stand up. The 3 largest ones that I've got are always going to be too tall, probably for any bookcase I'll ever have. So they lie down. Yeah, that just has to be how it is.
Let me guess,
Yeah.
the Ship Magnificent books. They're a little
No,
taller.
no, they stand up. It's inside the Titanic,
Mhm.
the paintings of Ken
Yeah,
Marshall.
yeah.
Extra
The red one.
Titanic, the story of the disaster in newspapers of the day, and the
Yep.
wall art of the Titanic by Tom McCluskey. Those are
That
the
is
only,
a hard one to find a place for. I
yeah,
agree.
right, those are the only 3 that lie down. Yeah,
Yes, I gotcha.
yeah. Some of them
Um,
you can see behind me, but yeah, that's only some
and I
of them.
have that one about the Wallace Hartley book. I had a hard time finding a place for that one. That one's huge.
Yeah, it's an A4 size. All of
Mhm.
the ones that are similar size all sit together. So the TTSM volumes, I've got 3 lots of that.
Mhm.
And then there's the Titanic Triumph and Tragedy, 3 of those. And the other ones are all the same size. They all stand together. Yeah, I like to keep them, order them by
Yeah.
height. Yeah.
Oh, there's on the same shelf too. Yeah.
Triumphant Tragedy is a great book. There are so many details in it. You
Is
find in nothing other.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I've
it's
only
good.
scratched the surface on those books. I mean,
Yeah.
I really should sit down and read at least one chapter.
Yeah.
One chapter a year, would that be reasonable? I'd get through them very easily. They're massively,
Love those.
yeah, great books.
Speaking of
Um,
Wallace Hartley, Joe, there was apparently a small reunion between him and Kate, the guy that played him in the James Cameron movie,
mhm.
and Kate Winslet when she was they were doing the music for her new movie Lee, and he was one of the guys playing in the orchestra, and so they had a small like reunion.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan Evans Jones, the
Yeah,
Mhm.
actor who
yeah.
portrayed him in Cameron's
And it's
film.
they're talking about how they never talked when they were filming. They just happened to just like walk by each other, but they never like talked or anything. But they were talking about that in the interview, or when they were meeting up. You could hear them talking about that and
Mhm.
the ordeal they had to go through to film and everything. But yeah, they had a little reunion. It was
60 minutes.
60 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice.
So,
It's funny how, the movie, has become like synonymous with the actual event. How that's kind of become part of like Titanic history, I suppose. How it's kind of become tied into all of this. How the 97 movie, I guess, has become tied into everything.
mhm.
Um, you know, um,
Some people though don't particularly think that the Cameron movie belongs really in the wider Titanic story. One of the people who looked at, well, he started to look at my earlier version of my ebook, said
mhm,
to me that I should take out all of the slides relating to Cameron's film because
mhm.
he didn't think they belonged in the wider Titanic story. But I
Okay.
said no, because the Cameron film, recreated the ship on screen like it had never been done before and will never be done again.
It's
The
awesome.
great thing about the film is that he went to extraordinary lengths to recreate many of the exteriors and interiors, the like of which we'll never see again.
That is
And
true.
Unfortunately for me, there are a couple of good websites with hundreds, if not thousands, of high resolution screenshots from the movie. And they helped me immeasurably to illustrate many of the events on the night of the 14th and 15th of April, 1912, because you've only got paintings that Ken and others have done over the years. And there are no photographs, of course, taken that night. So you're only reliant on illustrations, artist impressions. But the screenshots from these two websites were an incredible asset to help illustrate. And that's why I was able to expand out the events of that night considerably more than I originally thought I would. So the Cameron film has been extremely helpful.
I was both a film major and I was a high school senior when that movie came out. And while I was already a Titanic enthusiast and was following everything after Ballard's discovery onward, I would argue, and this is a big part of like why I started my podcast, was just like creative works like James Cameron's film have helped poured fuel on the fire of Titanic enthusiasts and across the globe. I don't. First of all, film wise, I think that Titanic is the last epic Hollywood feature that will ever be made on actual sets without green screen and imagination and all that stuff. And so that's a huge benchmark for that. But I like, I'm not going to presume to just assume that the Titanic community wouldn't be what it is today without without James Cameron's film. But like, I think you'd be really hard pressed to say that the interest in Titanic wouldn't be what it is today without James Cameron's film.
Agreed.
Maybe, maybe not. But I will say it's different than other Titanic movies in the fact that, I think that, James Cameron possibly made it because he was interested in Titanic. And that was his opportunity to go to the wreck. And the movie actually contained a couple of small little clips from the actual wreck site. James Cameron used actual historians, to, make the movie. Don Lynch, Tom McCluskey, let's see, the people from the Titanic Historical Society, what were their name? The Kamutas.
And Uncle Ed, what's his name is? That was in the sub, Anatoly.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Anatoly Stegilevich had a small part in the film, didn't he? Which was very appropriate.
So I mean, he wasn't just like going into something head first that he didn't know anything about. I mean, sure, there were some, inaccuracies here and there throughout the film. But like I guess like Paul, is something I've been interested in since I was a small child. So when I went and saw it on the big screen, it was just like, this is what I've read about. This is what I've just seen in books. I've watched a couple of documentaries. Well, okay, more than a couple. But and I'd seen, some TV movies or whatever. And but to see it up on the big screen like I had imagined in my head all these years, that was really emotional for me, I guess. And then to see like the wreck, right there, on the big screen like that. And then to see Goes to the Abyss, like where he goes back, and actually films, the wreck site and makes a documentary and then goes back again and makes another documentary. For me, that was like follow through and like, wow, and then, later in life get to know people like from the movie, like Lewis and Ellen and Judy, and to talk to people who actually consulted the movie, like Don and Tom McCluskey and even Park Stevenson, who consulted a little bit on the later documentaries and stuff, and then Dave, who was on the documentaries, and it makes it more real, I guess, and it makes it more woven into the narrative than just say any other movie, I guess, was. So I guess that's why I feel like it's more part of the history. So people see me with my like movie memorabilia or whatever, which I do keep separate for the most part from the like real memorabilia. The real stuff is upstairs. The movie memorabilia is downstairs. But you know, people see that and they're like, "Ooh, you're just a, you know, you just like the movie." And I'm like, no, no.
Well, I
Not
feel
like
like
that.
I feel like when you started talking, you were gonna like say I was wrong, but like basically said I was right. So like uh it's not about right or wrong, but so James Cameron is a huge Titanic enthusiast and he wanted to make this movie about Titanic. And he did, and he like rocked it as far as he's a Hollywood guy. He knows like you need to be able to show the studios you're gonna make money. So that's why there's the Romeo and Juliet story involved. But he wanted to tell all of the other stories. There's so many other things interwoven that are so historically accurate as far as, you know, things that Walter Lord have put out, or just so many historians throughout the years. But long story short, if James Cameron hadn't put out this movie, whether Kate Winslet, Leonardo DiCaprio are involved or not, like he lit this fire in people that are our age. I don't know how old you are. I'm 43, and I've been in love with Titanic since Ballard found the wreck, but this even just like ignited and made me want to reach out and learn so much more about it. And I would argue that, and this is all I was saying, was I would argue that James Cameron has done so much to keep the fire going, to ignite more interest in Titanic throughout the years, since I mean 25 years ago when the movie came out. Like if the fire was kind of like burning out at that time, I don't know if something else came along and rekindled it, but that event, the film coming out in 97, just like lit a whole new generations, I think. I feel like anytime I ask somebody when did you fall in love with Titanic, they were like 8 years old, no matter like what generation they came up in. But
Yeah.
I think Cameron like played a big role in keeping it going, and he still does today. And that was just my argument, was just like, yeah, it's not historically accurate. Who knows if who put whose gun to whose head, or who was sitting in what ballroom when the water was coming in. Like it doesn't have to be that accurate for me. For me, it's just like
It
the
continues
amount of
story.
interest and passion that has been invested in this film and invested in this ship from 1912 that continues to grow, I think has a lot to do with James Cameron.
Yeah, and he goes back and he goes deeper into the ship than anybody else ever did. And he caught images that people still have not seen again since he went and explored the ship. I mean, so it's not just a movie, you know, he continues the story by going back and exploring the wreck. Um, and I think that's really, you know, something people need to walk away with too. But I think that, you know, people need to remember too that this is just a movie. So I get kind of irritated when like I wish Josh was still here because he saw my face when this happened. Like we're at Pigeon Forge and you know, we go like all the way through the museum and everything, and we're like at the end where you know, look at your boarding pass and you see if your person lived or died. And so we're in there like, you know, in that room, and these people are looking for Jack and Rose. And I literally was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and so I was very nice and I was like, you realize that Jack and Rose were fictional characters, right? And they're like, they were? And they're like, does that mean Cal wasn't real too? And I'm like,
Yeah, well, you won't find Jack Dawson's headstone in my ebook, Joanna. I don't mention that.
I was like, I was like,
Rather, Jay Dawson's headstone at Halifax. Joseph
Yeah.
Dawson's
well, that's what I
concrete.
tried to tell them. I was like, you know, they were not real. None of
You
them are
won't.
real. I was like,
I
they were all fictional characters. I was like, but you know what? I said, if you go to Halifax, I said, there's a Jay Dawson headstone. I was like, he was a stoker. And I was like, if you look him up, I said, he is kind of fascinating. Like I said, it's better to learn about, you know, real people who were on the Titanic, like all of these people on the wall. I said, you can look up any one of these people and learn about who they really were. I was like, look up Violet Jessup. I said, look up, you know, anybody, pick anybody on this wall. I said, look up the person that, you know, you have your boarding pass right here. I said, these were all real people who lived and died. I was like, you know, I said, don't worry about the fictional characters. I said, you know, learn about history. I said, it's so much more interesting. And they're just looking at me like, you know, like,
It's sometimes hard, isn't it, to impress upon people that yes, a fictional love story existed against the backdrop of this real historical event in which almost 1,500 people died. It's
yeah.
Now, people have made fictional stories set against the backdrop of the Second World War, in which a lot more people died. But yeah, people tend to know more about the Second World War than they do about the sinking of the Titanic.
Josh was like, I thought your head was gonna explode, but you were so nice. And I told him, I was like, there's I said, you know, I said the Jack and Rose love story, I said, is really just kind of like an example of, I said that's just one example of all of the love stories that ended the night that the Titanic sank. I said there's a really good book about honeymooners on the Titanic. I said, or no, it's Titanic love stories. I said, there's a really good book called Titanic Love Stories. I said, why don't you see if you can find that book? And I said, then you'll have like more of an idea. Is it Titanic Love Stories? I knew what it was at the time. Trust me. I knew what I was telling him. But anyway, I was like, I said, there's a really good book that will, you know, tell you like, you know, all the couples who were like newlyweds and who lived and who died. And I said, it's a really good book of real Titanic love stories. I said, but a vast majority of them, I said, ended tragically, like Jack and Rose. I said, so I said, James Cameron couldn't, you know, depict every single one of those in his movie. I said, so we had to make one up, you know, to kind of reflect how many of them ended. And they were like, oh. I was like, yeah, because a lot of people, you know, lost. I said, you know, women and children got into lifeboats and they had to leave, you know, their loved ones behind. I said, so, you know, a lot of love stories ended just like that. I said, the man died and the woman lived. I said, that's why the Jack and Rose love story ended like that. And they're like, you know, look at me like I just like lost my mind. But yeah.
Going back to what Paul was saying about, you know, the Titanic interest kind of started with James Cameron's movie, or it spiraled a little bit more, I think. That's what sparked my interest in the ship itself. I mean, he did such a good job about, you know, doing in like showing, I guess what they call higher ground, you know, bigger grounds of or higher ground, what's they call the documentary. Um, you know, building it, most of it, the starboard side at least, and you know, how he showed, you know, all the different things that go on the ship, like from, you know, first class to third class, you know, what, you know, Jack and Rose showed us throughout the movie. And but yeah, it sparked my interest immediately. I mean, as soon as I saw the movie, I had to go and find everything about it I could. I just immediately just like became a fan, or enthusiast, I guess, too. But yeah, it's definitely sparked a little interest for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I think it has its place. So I'm not one of these people that hates it, but you know, I want people to, you know, to focus on, you know, what the history is. But still, when we were at the Pigeon Forge Museum, it was pretty cool to see, you know, some of the stuff that they had added, you know, from the film. You know, it's pretty neat. But
I went there in 2017. That's right. Yes. Pigeon Forge. I was very impressed too. I would like to go to the one in Branson, Missouri. And also, is the exhibition still in Florida or Orlando?
there's one in Florida, and then there's the one in Las Vegas as well.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's where I went in 17. I was at the Pigeon Forge one in 2015. That's right. Yeah. They're both very good. Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's neat. I have not been to the one in Florida or Branson. but I've been to Pigeon Forge and Las Vegas.
Hmm.
That's where I met Paul, Las Vegas.
That's try. They have the certain museums there for a short time. I think it's in Atlanta. Like the one that's at that center, where they have the traveling one, the Titanic one. They actually had some stuff from the movie there that I got to see. It was I actually had the life jacket that Kate wore, and she actually signed it, and I got to get a picture next to it. So that was really cool to see things from the movie as well.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thornton has a museum in his house.
In February, here starts in Cologne in Germany an exhibition. He comes from Spain, I think. And this was one I really would like to go. Unfortunately, I can't. There are items from Spencer Knarr, John White, and Kevin Saucier.
Really?
Yeah, Kevin Saucier has his complete collection given to them.
Wow.
Mm?
I bought some
It's
stuff from him off of eBay.
what?
I said I bought some stuff from him from off of eBay.
Yeah, Steve on eBay. Yeah, the only one beside to Spencer who sells really original Titanic items.
Who,
But
Kevin?
Kevin.
Yeah.
There are also so many fakes outside there, and he is one of the guys who really saw or sell original items. So
Got
if you want something from the Titanic, go to Kevin and buy it there.
I got Wreckwood from him
Yep,
and a piece of green
yep,
material.
yep.
And I want to get he's got like some red something red like I want to say like chair material or something.
Yeah,
He's got like
he has so many nice items. Oh, reminds me, yesterday I found something different. An original life vest from the Costa Concordia.
What? You got that?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's on the way from Italy now. Hmm.
I cannot believe you got a Costa Concordia life vest.
Yeah. Possible the seller has three more.
What are you gonna do with that?
Um, the first one goes to Canada from here. Steve Santini want to have them.
Of course Steve is gonna get one. I should have known.
Hmm.
And but what are you gonna keep one?
I think so, yeah. I buy a second one when I came to a good price for that. Hmm.
Oh goodness. All right, Thornton, what's
The,
your favorite book? That you have like 1,000 some book. What's your favorite one? Or do you have one?
I think Triumph and Tragedy is really good. And now comes the second, the two-part, the big, I came not on the name.
The Ship Magnificent one?
Yeah, thank you. It's too early for me.
All right, Graham, what's your favorite book? Do you have one?
Well, not really. No favorite Titanic book. I don't think I have actually. I've always admired A Night to Remember. I mean, I've memorized not quite whole chapters, but certain paragraphs in that book. I've probably read that one more times than any of the others. There are so many really that you could put in the top 20 now. Marvelous books. I mean, they're exploring the deep, coming back to James Cameron,
That's a good one.
an upshot of his film was the fact that he went back and had the expeditions in
Yes.
2001 and 2005. And from that came Ghost of the Abyss and Exploring the Deep, two of the most beautiful books that have ever
Yeah.
been published, with all those glorious full color pictures of the wreck. And then they, along with Dr. Ballard's books, wonderful record of the wreck, which of course is now deteriorating to the point where you'll never ever get again similar footage and photographs. So yeah, I mean, I've put together a list over the years, top 40 books, but I can't really, On a Sea of Glass is right up there. That's always, and it's in the top 5. That's a fantastic book because it draws so heavily on survivor accounts and first person accounts, primary sources. So that's amazing, that one there. But yeah, there's others. The first book I ever had, The Discovery of the Titanic, by Dr. Ballard in 1987. That's still a wonderful book. But there's so many, I can't really put my finger on one. No.
It's hard to choose.
I like accounts. Those are the best, I think.
What is that?
I said the first accounts are always books are always the best, I think, because you kind of know exactly what's kind of going on that night, and from
Wait,
different.
do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite book?
I don't have that many of them, but maybe one of the ones I got for Christmas, maybe. Although no, I'll take that back. I thought it was really neat, the one that I got a while ago. It's like was it the first class dinner on the Titanic, or what it's called?
Okay.
Like a not a picture book, but a.
Last Dinner on the Titanic by Dana McCauley.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Maybe so. Yeah.
That's a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
Chris, how about you? Do you have a favorite Titanic book?
Well, to me, it's kind of hard to choose, but for my top 3, I would say The Discovery of the Titanic by Dr. Robert Bauer, because that was my first book on the Titanic. Of course, On the Sea of Glass, and then the Ship Magnificent volumes. I'm constantly using those for reference material in my line of work. So, yeah.
All right, Paul, do you have any, do you collect Titanic books, or do you have a favorite, or?
I do. I do in both. I loved, I think it was Titanic End of a Dream by Win Craig Wade, who
Oh, that's a good one.
introduced me to the hearings.
Yes.
But so for Christmas I don't know if I showed you, but I got there was A Night to Remember special edition leather bound stuff that came out with Walter Lord's signatures in the
Oh, very, very nice.
there's like certificates of authenticities. So but he also signed each one. They made like 3,000 of these or something like, and I feel so bad for him. Like I imagine Walter Lord, this is like 3 years before his death, and he's like sitting here signing all these.
Like sign all these.
Yeah, like, oh God, the publisher needs me to sign all these, and I feel bad for that, but I treasure this. Like it's signed by him, and obviously there's been so many published versions of A Night to Remember, like how many countless versions of A Night to Remember that are out there, but like I think this was like when this was 98, and he passed in 2001, 2002.
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, it says 3,000 were made, and
Oh, wow.
This was like 580, but that was my Christmas present this year, and
that is nice.
So that's my favorite. That's my favorite book.
Very nice.
I have a signed first edition of A Night to Remember from.
Oh my gosh! First edition.
First edition.
Wow.
I have a lot of signed books, but I don't have anything signed by Walter Lord. That's like on my, bucket list, I guess.
All right, Joe. Nobody asks you favorite book. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'd have to do like a top 5. I would definitely say, it's hard to pick like with the Hall and Beveridge books, like which is my favorite, but I would say like probably Titanic and Photographs is up in the top 5, but with the Holland Beveridge books. And I would definitely say some kind of version of A Night to Remember is up in the top 5. And I really like Don Lynch's I'm having drawing a blank. His hmm?
Titanic and Illustrated History.
I like that one, but I like the one
I like that one too.
where he went to the wreck.
Ghost of the Abyss.
Ghost
Ghost
of
of the Abyss. Thank you. Ghost of the Abyss. That's probably my favorite because I got him to sign that when we were in Vegas, and I just love that book. It's just his personal account of the whole thing, you know, being down there during 9/11, his personal experience at the wreck, and everything. Then this is kind of obscure, like a lot of people haven't heard of it, but The Midnight Watch by David Dyer. Dan and I have read this book cover to cover many, many times, and it is just one of the best books I have ever read. And we finally convinced the author to be on our show, and we were both like fangirling. David Dyer is from Australia and just one of the nicest people I have ever had the pleasure of talking to ever. Um, and it's just a wonderful account. He did an extraordinary amount of research into writing that book, even though it's a fictional, novel, I guess. It's told from the perspective of the Californian and the Titanic, and then from this reporter who was tasked with trying to tell the story of what was going on. So it's just a fantastic book. And
Certainly one of the better fiction
yes.
works of fiction that have come out in recent decades. Really. Yeah, it's pretty good.
And David has this amazing website. You know, if you read the book, I would definitely read the book first before you go to his website, because then he goes into all the detail of where he went to get all of his information. He literally went to Boston. He went to New York. He went to where are the British inquiries? What's wrong with my brain? It's 3 a.m. But he actually, with gloved hands, held all these precious documents and did all this extensive research. And he's just such a nice guy too. I just love that book. So that's one of my very, very top 5. So, and of course, Exploring the Titanic by Bob Ballard. That was one of my first books too. When I was just a little kid, I would sit there, just thumbing through that, dreaming about going and seeing the Titanic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt drawn to it ever since I was just very, very, very small. This is amazing. Whoever's put Thornton, are you sure?
Sure.
I was gonna say I
This is
loved hearing all those insights from your past, Joanna. But something else is happening here.
What is this? What are you doing? William Alden Smith. This is a Titanic survivor, correct? Yes?
No,
No?
that's a US senator who makes American investigation.
Oh, right. Okay. Again, it's 3 a.m. and my head is rattled. Okay. Oh, yes. Look at that.
And that's an original button. Unfortunately, it works not like I want it, because
Thornton, where do you put all this stuff?
all over the world.
Wow.
It's an
That is
original.
really
I cannot make it big now, but this is an original photo from
William
Alden Smith, and this is an original signed letter from him.
William Alden. That is really crazy. Wow.
By the way, the other people who was involved in this investigation I have also some pictures.
That is wild.
They were not so important like William Alden Smith's, but I have them. Also here in signature. And also in signature. And not to forget the guy who made the British investigation, Lord Mercy.
Wow.
Mm. Yeah, that's some things I
Mercy.
found.
Oh my gosh. That is crazy.
Yeah. You must have your eyes all around to find this. Mm.
Do you have I'm just curious, do you have the Titanic like ribbon postcard that you know the Titanic postcard with the that looks almost embroidered in the middle?
I have so
John
many
has,
posts.
he shows it to me all the time and I'm like, it's beautiful. I love those postcards.
I don't know which one you mine, but I have so many Titanic postcards. But more, I have Olympic postcards. I have over 120 Olympic postcards, different. Mm.
I need to go to bed, y'all. It's getting.
Okay.
I gotta
I
get.
think Chris is gonna have to go to bed too, and I'm gonna have to go here in just a minute. So I want to tell you guys good night. You guys have to go, and we're gonna let Thornton show us like one or two more things, and we're gonna have to probably sign off because I've got to sleep for a couple of hours anyway.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye. Thanks, Chris, for joining.
Yeah. It's nice meeting everybody.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you guys again. Take care.
Talk again soon.
Great to meet you, Chris.
Yeah, you too.
And Graham and Thorsten.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
So Thornton, what's like the oldest piece of like stuff that you have, like memorabilia? Is it like 1800s, early 1900s?
I don't know from what it started by me. I think one of the oldest is the book of from John Jacob Astor, where he told about something exploring. I didn't find the right word. He wrote the book in 1898, I think. That's one of the oldest. Mm.
Graham, do you have that book?
No,
John Jacob Astor's
I
book?
don't. I don't have any really old books. The oldest one I got is a 1912 copy. I think it was a reprint of Lawrence Beasley's book. A friend of mine had that and he didn't want it anymore, so I bought it off him. But that's the oldest Titanic book I have. It's not an original edition from 1912, Beasley one. I think it was reprinted in 1913. So I have a Beasley one, but other than that, no, I don't have. There's a huge gap right up to the 1950s, I think. It's a night to remember. So I don't even have an original. I'd quite like to get an original Jack Thayer book, 1940, but only I think 500 of those were printed, and they are very hard to get and quite expensive to acquire one of those. I've not actually ever seen one in person. I'm in the wrong part of the world to be acquiring books like that. I need to be in the USA or the UK to have easier access, really. I know that you can get them on eBay now and that, but they go for extraordinarily high prices. And I don't think I'll ever be spending that kind of money on a Jack Thayer original. I did spend over 500 New Zealand dollars on George Behee's most recent book, Letters from Titanic. I did pay yeah, that was very expensive.
That's a lot. Letters from Titanic.
Well, it was £300 British money.
Yeah.
So I managed to get a sizable discount through the Titanic Book Club. They had the publisher, the History Press, had agreed to give purchasers a significant discount if you quoted whatever number it was through the Titanic Book Club Facebook page. So I did that, and I managed to get a copy of it, and it is
That's the
extraordinary.
leather-bound edition through the History Press. Is that the one?
Yeah, the one with the red cover, and it's got
Okay.
a few inserts in that.
Oh.
I think there's only 500. I think I've got number 51 or something like that. But
Very nice.
yeah, you can still get it, but I don't think it's sold as many as what the publisher thought it might do. So maybe they overpriced it a bit. I don't know, but
Yeah, I definitely can't pay that much for one book.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that I paid for one. What did you find, Thorsten? Anything interesting?
From the modern books, I think one of the really vast is Susanne Stürmer about the Murdoch, the first biography, Goodbye, Good Luck.
Yeah.
That's really hard to find.
I've got that one.
I don't have Suzanne Stormer's other one though, the large hardback. I've got the one that Thorsten just mentioned, Goodbye, Good Luck, with the paperback one with the blue cover. But
No,
the
I've got
hardback
the hardback one.
Yeah, okay, you got the original one. I think it was.
And I've got mine has extra photos in it, like they come out, and it's signed by her.
Well done.
No, that's easy to that some books signed from her because she lives 30 miles away from me. But she's there are many things where she have no idea of what they talked about. Murdoch, okay, all other, forget it. It's with all people involved with German society, they have no idea what they talk about.
Okay. So you don't think her book is accurate about him?
The Murdoch book, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Hmm.
I have a George Behe book that's like very hard to get. It's a little green book, and it's oh, I forgot the name of it now because it's
Titanic, Safety, Speed, and Sacrifice.
That's the one.
Transportation Trails, 1997.
I have that. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Is your sign?
One I do have that I think only 20 copies were ever published by George Behe was a book called, I had it up on screen before. What's it called? The Titanic Files, a paranormal source book.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I came to know about this. I must have been in touch with George, and he mentioned to me that he had published this book through lulu.com, where he gets a lot of his more obscure titles put through, and he had decided to only produce 20 of them. Some of which he gave away to his close friends. And I asked him, could I buy one? And he agreed, yes, he could. So I've got number 18. So that would be probably the rarest book I've got. It's not an old book, but it's only 20, I believe. He actually asked Lulu to actually print and publish.
What was that called again?
It was called The Titanic Files, a paranormal source book.
Oh, I don't have that one, but I have Speed, Safety, and Sacrifice.
This year though, the History Press is publishing the first volume of The Titanic Files by George Behe. Now, I don't know if it's the same sort of content or subject matter, but they're apparently doing a 2-volume set written by George called The Titanic Files, which is about a lot of the little things he's dug up over the years, and he's written about himself. Now they're all being put together into a 2-volume set, which the History Press is publishing this year, I believe.
I see.
So there may be some of the content in the book I've just mentioned in that one. Yeah.
Didn't he write a book about the paranormal? I think I have it upstairs.
In
Um,
1988, he wrote a book called Titanic Psychic Forewarnings of a Tragedy.
I have
That
that
was
one.
published by Patrick Stevens Limited in 1988. I don't think it's
I have
ever
like
been
a,
reprinted either.
I have like a Behe shelf.
Yeah.
I have the paranormal one.
I've
Yeah,
just purchased the Titanic books and bibliophiles one
I
about all
need that.
the books that were on the Titanic.
I need that one because I have the Titanic library, the White Star Library thing.
I
I
think I'm
need
fairly well up to date now with the Behe books, and the next one in the pipeline is this first volume of the Titanic files that's coming out in April, I think. Another one from the History Press.
Oh my goodness, there's just like so many books coming out. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. Um, oh man, it's a lot. Thornston.
Never ending, is it?
Oh, my necklace was on heart. Have you ever seen one of these before, Thorsten?
Yeah,
You have?
no, yeah, seen yes, having in my collection, no.
That's what Ev gave me for Christmas.
That Lusitania,
Ah,
Hmm
or is it purporting to be the Titanic with red funnels? Is it the
It's
Lusitania?
it's the Lusitania.
Oh, it is, okay. Oh, that's
It's
good.
called the Lusitania launch plate. It's a oh, what's it called? Um Help me, Thorsten.
mm,
It's a souvenir plate. And
yeah,
like the China pattern is specific just for Lusitania and Mauritania. Like supposedly Cunard had like they just used whatever China pattern for whatever. But that specific China pattern was just for Lusitania and Mauritania. And that this plate was called the Lusitania launch plate, and it was sold in the barber shop slash gift shop. And I don't know, Ed gave it to me for
mm,
Christmas. And I was like, oh,
I,
thanks.
I,
I love it.
I,
It's gorgeous.
I
Hmm?
think Evgeny is now really happy. He's on the now he must be in the middle of the Atlantic on the
He
Queen
is. He was
Anne.
on the show earlier. He was
Yeah,
like 5 in the morning
and
there.
he has my complete Hamburg South American line collection.
That's what he told me. I was like,
Mm.
a mess.
I think now he's really happy, and
Yes.
he comes back in May
Hmm
to visit some places of the Capacona, and I think I have then something more for him.
He said you went in and sell him any Titanic stuff.
Yep. What should I say? My collection. He think he has now a great part of my collection, but I miss nothing. 5 folders with South Hamburg South American line, and I have no more, not more space. Was only a little part of my collection.
You just sold him a little part. It's funny. But he's very happy.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was on just a little while ago. He's in the middle of the ocean. He's happy. He bought a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff.
When he comes here with his friend Cecilia, he opens one folder, looked in it, and he has no words. It was silent and silent and silent and
I think we should just go on a trip to your place and look at folders
Mm.
and books. What do you think, Paul? Yeah.
and he has only seen the Hamburg South American folders. All other folders, he has not the time to look at it. And there are so many. I have over 200 folders full of items from all shipping lines. Hmm.
I'm interested
That,
in the Titanic stuff, like the with the funeral cards and the launch tickets and that kind of stuff.
mm,
Just
Mhm.
excuse me a minute, I'm just leaving. Oh, back soon.
You know, like the stuff that nobody else has there, Thornston.
uh,
Hmm
then you must go to Steve Santini and look what he has.
I know what he has. He's got some cool stuff too. He's always posting cool stuff.
He impressed me every time what he all have and where he
Yeah.
found it.
Here is the book I was talking about.
Let's see. The Titanic Files. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That one is
Huh.
2015.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Unique.
He signed it and he put in, I don't know if you can see that. There you are.
Very nice. He is such a nice guy.
Yeah,
He was at
yeah,
my wedding too.
I've never met him,
Yeah.
but hopefully one day I will.
George B. was at my wedding.
Yeah.
And I got him to sign Safety, Speed, and Sacrifice. Such a
That's
good
good.
book.
Yeah.
Paul, you're laughing. But my wedding was just surreal. It was.
I'm not laughing. I'm saying, like, I'm just picturing how amazing that is. Like, you're just saying George V. He was at my wedding. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, you see these people in documentaries and stuff as a little kid. You're growing up, you're watching documentaries, and you end up being friends with them as an adult. And then next thing you know, they're at your wedding, and it's just weird. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah. For me, it is the second or third book about the Titanic was an illustrated history, and I grew up with Don Lynch and Ken Marshall, and today every time Don Lynch likes something I post on Facebook, I get goosebumps.
Like, yeah.
I grow up with them, and today it's normal to talk with him and to ask him questions, and he likes items for me, and I got always goosebumps.
He's one of the nicest people like there is out there. I mean, just really and truly. And in person, he's just as nice as he can be. And definitely. Like, I did not want to sleep in Vegas because I just wanted to stay up and talk to Don Lynch.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do, just talk about like just whatever. We didn't even talk about Titanic the whole time. We just talked about like whatever. And it was just nice. We just hung out.
Yeah. Some months ago, I impressed him. I sent him a picture and asked him if he wants his letters to Michel Navratil back. Because the letters all here yet. And yeah, he was impressed how I have this letter.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you impress a lot of people with stuff that you have waiting there.
I have letters from Ruth Becker Blanchard to Michel Navratil, and the letters he sent back.
I'm sure that's amazing. That's just really amazing. You've got some real treasures there, my friend. Really and truly, very fortunate. But what it's even better is just the treasures that we have, like with our friendship. You guys are, Graham is in New Zealand, you are in Germany, Paul is in California, I'm in Virginia. You guys are my friends, and I love that. That's a treasure. That's better than anything that we could.
It's been great to have made all these contacts over the years now, especially through this medium, and given that you can speak with people now all over the world and there's no delay or anything like that, it's really good. And Facebook has been great to meet people and see what other people have in their collections. It's an easy way to communicate with people. I've just been in Facebook Messenger touch yesterday with Don and Bill Wormstead, who are checking the latest slides from my ebook. And I'm also going to contact Greg Jasper and a number of others as well. I like to get a sort of 4 or 5 peer reviewers, all of whom come up with little things, little improvements and corrections, whatever the case may be. So it's easy to contact people now, and I've found they've all been very helpful too. I've never met some of these people in person. I've met Don and Ken, but never met Bill, Greg, and George. But they've all been very, very helpful, answering questions, providing information. George has let me scan a couple of items from his collection and let me include them in my ebook when I've been searching for suitable illustrations. They're very helpful in that regard. They don't mind their private items being not only showcased in books, of course, that's all arranged through the publisher, but when someone asks them individually, we have an image or something from the collection, they're very obliging, which is great. All helps, doesn't it? To make these friendships, and it's just really useful to have all these contacts. Some people might not ordinarily be like that, but you find that many of the leading historians are only too willing to pass on their knowledge and all the information they've gathered up over many decades. So it's very, very fortunate to be able to easily contact these sort of people nowadays.
Yeah, it is great. This has been great getting to talk to you guys tonight. And I'm glad we were on late so that, Thorsten, we could talk to you in Germany, and Graham, we could talk to you in New Zealand, because we're not always on this late. But I'm probably going to have to wrap it up because I do need to get a couple hours of sleep. So, and Paul, it was so great to talk to you too. I'm glad that we were still on when you got everybody put to bed.
Yes.
It's hard to be able to, and I'm glad that I have a snow day tomorrow so that I can have the opportunity to be able to stay up all night long and talk to you guys. But we'll do this again, and Graham will have I'll reach out to you and we'll try to get a date scheduled to do our book show. It'll be a lot of fun.
I'll go through what I have, and I'll try and pick out, I don't know, 30 or 40 books which are a little bit unusual.
Yes.
Rare, but reasonably, hard to obtain. But and
I'm sure our viewers will love that, because we have a lot of people who are interested in books and collectibles and stuff like that. So I think we'll have a lot of fun. Right. And Thorsten, it was so good seeing you, my friend. I'm glad to see you up and moving about and doing so well. And I want to thank everybody who stuck with us and watched us, throughout the show. And I'm sure it'll be rewatched in segments here and there. But thanks you guys so much for everything. I want to thank everybody who participated in the live show and everybody who watched. Paul, thank you for everything.
All right, thank you, Joe. Everybody give it up for Joe for hosting such an amazing conversation, and across the world, across the time zones. And that's the thing about Titanic, is it continues to bring us together all across the world, as of course she was unable to do so on her maiden journey, but her purpose was to connect people across the world for the course of her career. And I'm not talking about Joe, I'm talking about Titanic. And she was unable to do so on her maiden journey, but she continues to do so across the years. And that's her legacy. She keeps us going. And thank you to people like Graham and Thorsten, and especially Joe, for keeping it going. Thank you all so much for keeping us up late at night or throughout the day. And thank you to Joanna Strassburg for keeping it going.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Joanna. We'll talk soon.